Welcome, everyone. We're going to go ahead and begin our meeting this evening. If we could, we'll close the doors in the back of the chamber. We'll begin tonight with a roll call from our city clerk, Kathy Valdez.
The record shall reflect that all members are present.
And Councilmember Green will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
All right, please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. And if you would, now I would ask you to join me in a moment of silence to honor and remember those who were killed and hurt in the tragedy at Monterey Park on January 21st. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families. Thank you very much. And now I'm honored to welcome Pastor Chase Findell from Anthem Church, one of our newest congregations, to join us and lead us in an invocation.
Thank you so much. If you bow your heads with me. God, we thank you for the opportunity today to come together and speak passionately about things that we care about today. And we ask that over the course of the next couple of hours that you would bring your wisdom into this room. We thank you for the public servants, their offering of their minds and their wisdom, and we ask that you would give them the discernment necessary to lead well and to serve the community. We also ask for the passion in the room. God, we ask that you would also guide and lead us towards what's best for the city of Vista. We thank you for this beautiful country that we have, for the freedom that comes with it. May we not take it for granted. We say all these things in your name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Pastor Chase. Okay, and now we have announcements from our city clerk, Kathy Valdez.
Thank you, Mayor. In accordance with the Brown Act, I'd like to announce that as a result of convening simultaneous meetings, the members of the Buena Sanitation District will receive compensation of $147.75 for the district meeting pursuant to Buena Sanitation District Ordinance 2006-1. I would like to remind everyone that the Vista Municipal Code requires members of the public to observe order and decorum at the meeting and to conduct themselves in a courteous manner. The ordinance was adopted to allow for public input and to facilitate city business without disruption of the meeting. Applause is appropriate for items listed under the presentation portion of the agenda only. Students wishing to receive credit for attending this evening's meeting must stay for a minimum of 1 hour. However, we ask that you stay for the completion of an item rather than leaving in the middle of a discussion. When you are ready to leave, you may ask one of the staff members in the back of the room to sign your paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To speak on an item on the agenda this evening, please fill out a speaker slip with the number of the item that you want to speak on and give it to the clerk's secretary staff. Speaker slips are available on the table just outside the city council chambers. And we have more than 30 public speakers this evening. If it would please the council, I would suggest a 2-minute speaker time tonight to accommodate everyone. Is there objection from a majority of the council, or would we like to move forward with 2 minutes?
I object.
Okay. Okay, seeing no other objection, speakers will have 2 minutes to address the city council this evening.
I'm sorry. I was waiting to be recognized.
Oh, I'm sorry. Katie Melendez, council member.
I also object, and if I could share some context. Historically, we have typically allowed for the changing of the times of speakers being allowed to speak from the 3 minutes that are allotted to them according to the agenda, and we have put it down to 1 and sometimes 2 to sometimes even 1 minutes. And I wasn't sure if that was legal or allowed, and so I asked our city attorney several meetings ago, and he did tell me that according to our council rules, that the policy is that we have to keep it at 3 minutes. And I'm not aware that there's any change that is allowed to be made. If the city attorney could clarify that for us.
In the municipal code, it does talk about 3 minutes for speakers. I mean, I do believe that the code does provide for 3 minutes. But however, in reviewing the code, there is some ambiguity. But the council, as a majority of the body, can always determine the process for itself.
So the municipal code specifies that a maximum of 3 minutes is to be provided. It is at the pleasure of a majority of the body. Councilmember O'Donnell, I'm sorry, Councilmember Melendez, are you finished?
I am finished. Thank you for that clarification, City Attorney.
Councilmember O'Donnell?
I'll object just because I believe that we have some very important issues on the agenda this evening, and I want all of our residents to be heard in a lot of the appropriate amount of time. So,
Very good. And I would just say, when we do have, and I expect probably we'll have 50 or 60 speakers tonight, my personal belief is I see a lot of people leave the council chambers because waiting till the end can be, we finished our last meeting, I think, at midnight. So I'm trying to accommodate more speakers and not fatigue our speakers by making them wait until midnight. So there's a method to that madness. And seeing no other speakers, speakers will have 3 minutes to address the council this evening. And now for the approval of our agenda, our acting city manager, Amanda Lee.
There's no changes to the agenda.
Thank you very much. Okay, and I'd like to ask my fellow council members to join me at the podium tonight as we present a proclamation declaring 2023 as a year of celebration on the City of Vista's Diamond Anniversary. All right, it's my honor as our new mayor to recognize the 60th anniversary of our charter as a city with the following proclamation. Whereas Vista was incorporated on January 28th, 1963 by a vote of the people, and 2023 marks the 60th anniversary of its incorporation. And whereas the city of Vista honors the fine efforts of its early residents and volunteers who loved their thriving community and organized the successful campaign which resulted in incorporation in 1963. And whereas Vista marks its 60th anniversary by celebrating as residents, businesses, volunteers, and elected officials, staff who strive to preserve and enhance the community of today while not losing sight of its community spirit and hometown beginnings. Whereas the city of Vista anticipates a future city that continues to appreciate the beauty of its natural environment, the livability of our community, and its active and involved residents. And whereas the city of Vista dedicates 2023 as a year of community-wide celebration to honor our past, recognize our present, and embrace our future, now therefore the mayor and the members of the Vista City Council do hereby proclaim 2023 as a year of celebration of the city Vista's Diamond Anniversary. And we encourage all of our residents to join us in commemorating this momentous occasion. Should we come up here? Okay, now that brings us to our consent agenda. The recommendations on the following consent calendar will be enacted in one motion unless an item is removed from the calendar. Any member of the public may remove an item by submitting a request to speak card to the clerk secretary. Items removed from the consent calendar will be considered immediately following the adoption of the calendar. We have 7 consent items this evening. Do we have any that have been pulled by the public? Okay, then I see Councilmember Joe Green would like to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to pull item number C4, and then I would also make a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar.
Very good. Seeing no other requests to speak up, Council Deputy Mayor Karina Contreras.
I'll second that. Thanks.
Very good. Okay, seeing no other requests to speak, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Councilmember O'Donnell, looks like yours needs to be locked in. Might have to do it a second time. Thank you.
That motion is adopted unanimously. And that brings us to item C4, the public lemon mural approval. Councilmember Green, would you like a presentation?
I don't necessarily need a presentation from staff. If you guys have like a picture of the mural you wanted to put up, you definitely could. I believe the owner of Public Lemon is in the audience tonight. I saw her, Miss Tracy. And I just wanted to thank staff and also thank the community. We love arts here in the community, and we used to have kind of a tedious process to get murals up on personal property if it was your personal building. And this is just an example of the city working well with the business owner to get a nice mural up in Vista. As you know, we got a lot of really nice murals up, and this will be another mural that'll be interactive within the city where people can take pictures and post on social media and really attract more people into the town. So I appreciate staff working with Tracy, and Tracy, I definitely appreciate you making a nice interactive mural. This will be right in downtown Vista, right behind Main Street. The street name is not coming to my brain right now, but right off of Indiana and Broadway. Thank you, Karina. But it will look really nice when it's up. So I just wanted to thank staff and thank Tracy, because as you walk around and see businesses, it's really great to see some color and kind of want to get out of your car. So more fun stuff to do in Vista. Thank you. Thanks to our art commission, and thank you to staff. So with that, I would move that we approve this item as presented.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other requests to speak, I would second that motion. Seeing no other speakers, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And that item is approved unanimously. We have 4 discussion items on the agenda this evening. The first regards the uses for a city-owned parcel located along the south side of East Vista Way, north of Civic Center Drive. I believe that our Community Development Director, John Connolly, will be introducing that item this evening. Or we're not going to have a presentation?
No, that's Councilmember Melendez.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Melendez added this to the agenda. Councilmember Melendez, would you like to introduce this item?
Yes, thank you. This is an item that we have reviewed previously. I wanted to bring it back to the City Council because when we've discussed this item in the past, there had been discussions to sell this public parcel. And I would actually love to hear a little bit from John Conley. I have a couple of questions from him just for the value of the information from the public. Thank you.
So this is a parcel that is adjacent to the Monarch Buena Vista project off of Townsite Drive and East Vista Way. It is part of what was a flood detention basin that the city pulled back on developing after some environmental constraints were identified during construction. We have set aside a portion of the property for a cultural resource conservation area. We have a portion of the property dedicated to a future trail capital project. And then we have about 1.5 acres of land. It's shown here in the slide to the north of the Monarch Buena Vista project. There's about 1.5 acres of the property that was excavated and refilled, is cleared of any environmental constraints, and the city has the ability to decide at this point what they'd like to do with the property.
Thank you, and thank you for providing the maps and giving us a visual of this location. One of the questions that I had about this parcel was its relation to the Surplus Land Use Act, or Surplus Public Land Act.
Yes.
It's escaping my mind the exact name. So could you explain to us what happens when there is public land that is available, that is vacant, that the city may or may not be interested in selling? What is our responsibility based on the Surplus Land Act?
So the Surplus Land Act requires that the city, any vacant property or surplus property that the city wants to sell, they have to make available for affordable housing. So the city has to advertise it for a minimum of, I believe, 90 days for affordable housing developers to come in, consider whether or not they'd like to develop affordable housing on the property. Excuse me. So that process was fulfilled. Late last year, we advertised the property for surplus for affordable housing through the Surplus Land Act. Unfortunately, there are some constraints to accessing the property from the public street on Townsite Drive. There is a private property owner that retains access rights to the property. And so as a result of that constraint, we didn't have any affordable housing developers come forward to develop it. That said, once the notification process is complete, if the property is developed in the future with housing, a percentage of the housing has to be affordable. It's either 15 or 20%, depending on the parameters.
Okay, thank you. And if there's nothing more that you're able to present at this time, I'd love to hear from our speakers. I believe we have folks to speak on this item.
Would you like to wait for the speakers? Oh, wait for the speakers, sure. Okay. Our first public speaker this evening is Eric Schreier. I think I've mispronounced that. I apologize.
Good evening. My name is Eric Schreiner. I am the General Counsel for Monarch Group. We're interested in developing housing on this site as an expansion of the Passage Buena Vista development we built right next to this site. We have a 20-plus year history developing high-quality projects in Vista. We have enjoyed working with the city and city staff on every project we have done. 20 years ago, we developed Monarch at Shadow Ridge at Vista, consisting of 314 apartment homes. We believe this was the first large luxury development in Vista. More recently, we developed Passage Buena Vista, formerly Monarch Buena Vista, on the former mobile home park site. We purchased this site from the Community Development Commission of the City of Vista and developed 179 apartment units, including 11 deed-restricted affordable units on the site. The project was only possible because of the hard work and assistance of city staff. We support residential development on this site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Phil Church is our next speaker.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to take my opportunity on this project agenda item to point out the proximity of creeks adjacent to this property and past future development. And coincidentally or not, this is the second project area that we've looked at in the last 6 months in a kind of a serious light. The thing that troubles me, which I'm going to make as a request or to consider, is that there's only 2 creeks of consequence in Vista that are named and treated like riparian habitat, groundwater storage, etc. There are at least a half a dozen creeks, some of which are side creeks or contributing creeks to Buena Vista Creek. This is one. To the north and east of this project, there's another part of the creek that comes in and merges right between Monarch and Vista Way. It's not identified, it's not protected, there's no riparian value, which is the highest possible conservation value we could first see and note before deciding how to do affordable housing or general housing or bulldozing down hill slopes to actually make it conform to buildable lots. So my request on this item would be that the city, whichever department it is, do an inventory of the live streams, honor them, acknowledge them, name them. We could call one Green Creek. I think that would make several people happy. But it's way past time, and I'm going to be on the watch for progress in this regard. This could be considered park valuable land in different aspects of trail use and open space use that our inventory is shrinking. We just took away some from the open space up off of Camino Largo. So let's not take any more of that. Thank you. I'll give the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Berto Gutierrez.
Hello, Council. My name is Humberto Gutierrez. I represent 619 San Diego Carpenters Union. I was born here in Gopher Canyon. I went to St. Francis. I went to Vista High. I went to El Camino. I want to stick around. I want jobs, wages, and benefits. I'm down with the Monarch. They're really good company. I'm trying to just stick around up here because all our work is in downtown San Diego. And if we could pick up more kids that want to come to the Carpenters Union, we have a really good apprentice program. I want to be able to see my baby every day, my wife, my mom and dad that are, we've been here since I was born in Tri-City 66. I just want to stick around here because it's so hard to drive all the way down there and get the same wage instead of working up here for a bottom wage, you know. The union has done good for me. It changed my life a lot. I've been with it for at least 20 years. And that's basically what I got. I just want to thank you guys for being here today and for having me. Thank you very much. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Now, Emily Gutierrez.
Good evening, Council. My name is Emily Gutierrez, and my husband is a 619 union carpenter, and we really support the Monarch housing development because we've been looking for a place to stay, and there's just no affordable housing in this area. I grew up here in North County, and as did he, and we're just like, we're really with the Monarch people, and yeah, we want to see our kid. We want him to be able to work here in Vista or in Oceanside or in these local areas because he spends about 2 hours in traffic every day. And he's missing out on his son's childhood. So I would definitely recommend it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jacinto Dominguez.
Good evening. It's an honor to be speaking before you. I can't fathom the gravity of the responsibility that you have to govern our community. I'm a longtime Vista citizen. Our home is here, and we raised our family here. Right now, thank God, everything is going well, but it wasn't always so. I remember taking I was a young father of 4 little ones, having to take my son to Palomar, to the emergency room. And after he had been treated with gratitude and gladness, withdrawing the bulk of our savings, because we didn't have insurance, to pay for the services that had been provided for our son. I remember working countless hours overtime and weekends to provide for my family, only to realize that those many hours that I was working were keeping me away from the very ones I wanted to provide for. I saw, you know what, I can always make more money, but I can't make more time. I remember working on affordable housing projects that had, on housing developments that had affordable housing sections attached to them, and realizing that my wage wasn't enough to qualify for one of the affordable housing homes that I was helping to build. A dedicated company man in a position of leadership with no health insurance for his children, for his wife, for himself, no retirement to contribute to, and a subpar wage. But thank God, standing before you right now, you see the proud father of 4 university graduates, degreed, productive members of society whose father was able to obtain, because of the union, was able to obtain a better way of life. I was able to be home and help them with their homework. I was able to to attend the parent-teacher conferences, to coach the Little League teams, to walk them to Sunday school, and all because I was reaping the fruit that this organized union workforce brings to our community here where we live. And that's what we're asking you tonight, is to make a decision in favor of your community, to reinvest our tax dollars back into our community, which is your blue-collar constituency. I can't see, it's a win-win situation. I can't see making a decision that benefits an entity that's going to be gone at the expense of many workers, where we can use an entity that's going to provide
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ted Velasquez, followed by Christopher Allen.
Members, good evening. I'm Mr. Velasquez, a proud member of 619. It used to be 547, it doesn't matter. I'm a proud carpenter, and I am now retired, but I've spent 20 years, I got 20 years, I got my 20-year pin that I'm proud of back in November. But I've had many years that weren't union, but I'm union because the union has done a lot for me. Yes, Vista means something to me. Why? Because I grew up here and lived here. I lived on Hillside Terrace for many years. I lived over at Brengle Terrace. My daughter went to Lincoln Middle when it was middle school, and she's done really well. She's a teacher, and now that I'm retired, I'm a substitute teacher, so I had to come by, and I had to support my carpenter brothers and sisters. Yes, I struggled, but the union was the only entity I had that gave me something that I could have the overtime and that I saved. And I finally bought my first place. No, it's not here in Vista, but it's in San Marcos, and that's where I teach right now. I wish it was here. If I could have, if I had affordable housing, I would have stayed here. What I'm fighting for is to see for the first time that this city will be able to give carpenters of my union the chance to be able to work. If you live here, you work here, what a wonderful dream in heaven, being a carpenter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Christopher Allen, followed by Stephanie Peraza.
Good evening, Board. Christopher Allen, Southwest Mountain States Regional Council of Carpenters. I'd like to shed some light on the history of irresponsible developers in the city of Vista. Many of you know the project called the Ryland. It was a streetlights residential project. They brought JPI Construction into Vista, where they made the front page of the Union Tribune for payroll fraud. They cheated workers. They cheated the people of Vista, including everyone up there and every single tax-paying Vista citizen behind me. I want to bring this up because now we have a chance where Monarch steps into this picture, a responsible contractor with a true commitment to providing opportunities for residents of Vista to make good-paying wages, jobs, wages, and benefits. At the end of the day, if we aren't creating opportunities for the people of Vista, what are we doing here? And also, at the end of the day, it's all about housing, housing, housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stephanie Peraza, followed by Jorge Viramontes.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to come and speak and voice our promotion of the Monarch Development Housing Build. I am the wife of a Southwest carpenter, and we're definitely here to support the Monarch Building project. As you've heard before, there are a variety of reasons. One, we like to keep our husbands closer to our homes, and having jobs that are closer means less traffic and less time in traffic, more money for us to come home to. We also support it because they have chosen to go with a union, which means that they are choosing to be responsible developers in the sense that the union is providing highly skilled and trained individuals who are focused on safety, both of the building and themselves. So the liability is decreased quite a bit, which we really appreciate. The other thing that's really, really important to us is that as a young family, we're currently looking for housing ourselves. And as you may be well aware, the state has lost over 1 million people over the last year. And the reason being, there's a housing crisis. And so we really need some more affordable housing brought into the state. We need to start flooding the market so that the housing prices can come down a little bit. I'm really sorry if anybody's trying to sell right now. But it's really tough for a young family to get in these days into proper housing for a family. And so that's one of the reasons we are supporting this project moving forward. And if you have any other land and any other developers who will support union projects, we definitely will throw our support behind that as well. Thank you so much again for the opportunity to have the chance to speak tonight. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Jorge Viramontes, followed by Doug Hicks.
Hola, Concilio, buenas tardes. Muchísimas gracias por darme la oportunidad de hablar en frente de ustedes ahora. Y como ya han escuchado mis coworkers que ya hablaron de qué tan importante es tener un developer, un GC como Monarch, que hizo el contrato con nosotros de usar skilled, trained workforce, lo que se necesita en su ciudad. Y habló el otro compañero mío del Streetlights Vista, todo lo que pasó. Vino JPI, hizo el trabajo, agarró el dinero que necesitaba y se voló, lo vendió y se voló. Monarch nos cometió quedarse aquí, utilizarnos, por eso estoy en soporte de Monarch y este proyecto. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. Doug Hicks.
Mayor, if I may, we do have an interpreter, so if someone wants to come up, if you want to have someone come up to interpret for you, please let us know. We'll have them come into the room.
Absolutely. Mr.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Housing, housing, and more housing. It seems to be the popular agenda item at almost every elected body in the state. Now we have an opportunity today to create more housing units. What's the obligation of a city council? To provide shelter and opportunity for the residents. If we're not creating housing today, the last time I looked, we don't have a shortage of parks. We have a shortage of housing. We're not in a parks crisis today. We're in a housing crisis today. The residents of Vista are leaving. It's a family values issue. We're watching the message being sent simple. You can be born and raised here, but you can't stay here. Families are leaving. Kids are leaving. If we're not creating housing stock, if we're not creating the RHNA numbers that we're supposed to, where's everybody going to go? Get used to driving down the 8 freeway if we're not creating housing opportunities today. You have an opportunity today to produce housing in your city. The question is, what is the obligation of the council? What is the best use of that public resource? People enjoy dog parks. People need housing. It's that simple. That lot is a challenging lot at best to create a park on. It has access issues. But what do the residents of Vista need? What do the low-income residents of Vista need? What do the employers of Vista need? It's simple, workforce housing. Everywhere we're going, it's the hottest issue in the state. Everybody is trying to solve the problem. And today you have an opportunity to say, we're putting housing first in the city of Vista. And to have the opportunity to do that with a developer that's made a commitment that they're going to provide apprenticeship opportunities, living wages, healthcare, and benefits to their workforce. There isn't another residential developer in San Diego I can say the same thing about. So you have a chance to attract a quality developer, create community wealth for the workforce, and create the desperately needed housing. Vista needs to produce over 300 units a year to even scratch their RHNA numbers. And that doesn't include the historically numbers that have been left behind. We're in a housing deficit. Where are your high school students going to go? You graduate around here, where are you going to go? Where are you going to move? You have two options, leave or stay with mom and dad. And I'm sure there's a lot of parents that are tired of having kids sleeping in their house. So the obligation is simple. Create the housing at every opportunity. We kicked the can down the road for years and said we will create housing at some point. We're there. We have reached the critical mass now where the people of Vista need housing. This opportunity before you is going to send a strong message. Housing first. What's the primary concern of every parent? Safety and security for their children. Housing is the first step in that. Housing instability creates a downward spiral for families. Today, advocate for the opportunities to family have safety, security, and create good paying jobs in your community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other speakers on this item? Okay. Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank everybody who showed up. Southwest Carpenters Union, what a great showing. I like Phil Church's take on the stream. Berto Gutierrez, Emily Gutierrez, Jacinto Dominguez, Ted Velasquez, Christopher Allen, Stephanie Peraza, Jorge Vermontes, Doug Hicks. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to show up at 5:30 on a Tuesday night and tell us what's important to you. This project I did initially vote to approve and allocate for housing. However, we haven't approved any project for housing yet. I want to say that I was extremely impressed by the Monarch developers. I actually met with them prior to this meeting with Councilmember O'Donnell, and they spoke about this project and this parcel. And they said, look, we love Vista, and we want to build in Vista. We want to put jobs in Vista. And if Vista wants a dog park here, we're not going to stop you from putting a dog park in. However, this property appraised for $1.2 million 2 years ago. We agreed on a sales price of $1 million, and they said we will honor that sales price. We're not in a rush to close. We're not trying to lowball you on the price. We'll let you have the meeting, and we just want this property. When they built their development, they stubbed out so that they could build additional units. If this development is built, obviously it's going to provide a lot of great jobs. It also already has access to the development through the same gate that is already there. It's situated in such a way that it won't have a high impact on the community. However, we do need dog parks too. I happen to be a guy who lives in Vista and has 4 dogs, and I have to drive all the way to South Vista to go to a dog park because there's only one within our city. So there's no doubt that we need both, but housing is a crisis. In my opinion, this is a practical place for housing, and having a developer say, I'm gonna pay the $1 million for it, I'll either pay the $1 million for it and, build the housing there, or you can build yourself a dog park. If I build the housing, you can take that $1 million and put it in your park fund and find a good location for the park. In addition, this developer said they would add exercise equipment along the Conservancy Trail. At our last meeting, we had a representative from the Vista Conservancy come here and say, hey, we'd like a park on this trail, which it would be a great spot at the end of the park. But to have a developer who wants to come in here, they are providing affordable housing. There is an affordable overlay. I have 4 kids, 24, 22, and 20, and my youngest son is 16. My 3 oldest daughters couldn't afford to live in Vista. One lives in New York going to college, the other lives in Oregon, and my other daughter, who just had a baby, isn't able to afford housing in Vista. So I am an advocate for affordable overlays and good housing for the community. This developer has been very responsible, and you can see it because I have never had so many people show up and say, hey, we want to work for this person. Monarch built the first luxury development off of Thibodaux Road. When I was a kid, that used to be a driving range in Shadow Ridge. It's where I shanked my first golf balls. And the Thibodaux family all went here to Vista. Their kids graduated from Rancho Buena Vista High School, and that was their family property. Change was hard, but that development that was built has been so tremendous for so many families that call it home. So I am kind of impartial to which way this project goes because I love both Monarch, the developer, and the practicality of housing, and I know we need housing. I do think as a council, we can come up with a better dog park spot, whether it's one of our existing parcels or in a private parcel somewhere where people are willing to even look for them for us and show us where they are that might be more accessible. So for me, I'm not necessarily making a decision on this parcel tonight. This is basically more of an early design review that was brought forward by a council member here. But I do want to say I support the housing in this location. It is very practical. And I appreciate the developer giving us the freedom and giving us the gift of time, okay? If it takes us 3 months to figure it out, you're okay with that. As we discuss as a body good locations for a dog park, you're going to sit there on the sides and wait for us. And having the meeting with you and with Councilmember O'Donnell, I really felt like this developer is a great developer. I'd love them to do business, but I also love the fact They love Vista. And in the end, they want what's best for Vista. And that is a very good characteristic in a developer. So regardless of what my council decides tonight, I know this will come back for an official reread, but whatever we decide to do there, know that this is a good developer coming into Vista. If they do build, I do support it. I think it's fantastic. And if the majority of my council decide to go another way, it'll be a great amenity for the community. And I sure hope Monarch will want to come back in here with their amazing workforce and build more houses. My best friend that I lost, I always got to talk about him, J. Daniel Ayers, was a member of the Southwest Carpenters Union and also the Painters Union. He passed away in an accident at Casino Morongo years ago as it was being built. And the union was so great to him. They had 50 union brothers marching into that place saying, you take care of my brother, you take care of his family. He left behind 2 kids and a wife. And if he wasn't a part of that union that loved him and supported him, you know, his family weren't union workers and they didn't like that he worked for a union. And at the end of the day, the union brothers were the ones there helping him out. So, you know, whether you're for or against a union, this is a brotherhood and it's not about a union. It's about houses, it's about good quality work, and it's about a good developer. And it's about bringing a good quality product to Vista and providing jobs for Vistans who love Vista. So thank you, Monarch. Thank you guys for coming and representing and letting people know what this project means to you. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone who came to speak, our Carpenters 619, and to my council members for entertaining this discussion. I think there's a couple important things that we're talking about during this discussion. We're talking about the use of our public land, including developing housing on public land, which is not only important, but it's an obligation. As we heard from Mr. Conley, the Surplus Land Act requires us to first prioritize city-owned parcels that are surplus and designate them, you know, set aside for an opportunity for affordable housing to be built. So not only is it a legal obligation for us to look at our surplus land and build affordable housing, but it's the right thing to do. And another thing that we're talking about is labor practices and having good paying jobs here in Vista. Doug, thank you for being here tonight and for bringing some folks out. I appreciate getting a chance to speak with you yesterday and learn a little bit about the relationship that you have with Monarch, where they are committed to good labor practices, and they are one of the first and only developers in San Diego that's really making that promise to bring on unionized labor, which I think is very commendable and a great example of not only producing something that is beneficial for our community, which is housing, but to do it in a way that retains dignity in work, because work is so important. There's nothing more important than the work that we do. Whatever it is that you do, work gives us a sense of value and we contribute to our communities. And so we deserve to be paid a living wage, and we deserve to have quality benefits, and we deserve to have a good, healthy work environment. I had the opportunity several weeks ago to visit some of our apprenticeship locations for the San Diego County labor trades. And this is something that we absolutely need to be promoting in our development, right? Monarch is a great example of voluntarily participating in an agreement with our labor unions. But this is something that we as a public entity can engage in decisions about. We can bring forward more opportunities to highlight good labor practices and insist on paying a prevailing wage and insist on good labor practices. And after seeing the apprenticeship program and seeing how much training goes in to the folks that are performing these trades, I was very impressed, and I think it's absolutely a worthwhile dedication to have. And another thing that we're talking about is public land, not only for housing and development, but public land for accommodations, open space, preserving the natural landscape, and providing parks and amenities for the public. Because the fact of the matter is we are going to grow. And as your council member, I have absolutely advocated for housing. And I have been housing first. I have recognized the need for housing development. And not only have I done that here, but we also recognize that the state of California is forcing us to develop too. So there are so many developments that are going to come into our community that are going to be developed by right that we will have no discretion over. And this is an opportunity for us potentially to preserve some parkland, because as we grow and as we become more dense, we want to make sure that we have amenities for the public. Because if you are in a more dense community, over time we grow, that relief that comes with open spaces, whether it's a dog park or just a preserved area of parkland, I'm not sure what is best. I think it's really about participating in perhaps a workshop and a public discussion in an ongoing fashion. But I think that this is a really good start to the conversation, because we're talking about a lot of really good things. We're talking about developing housing on public land. We're talking about good paying jobs, and we're talking about parks and amenities as we grow. And with that, for me at this time, I think that developing housing on public land is definitely a priority of mine. I can think of 2 or 3 other city-owned parcels that would be a beneficial location to develop housing on. Affordable housing, publicly funded housing, market rate housing, just housing in general, right? Prioritizing the affordable housing. But we want to build affordable housing in our community, and if we do have public land available, then that is something that the city can contribute. It can be really difficult to build affordable housing. And to just be clear, Monarch is not an affordable housing developer. They would be required to build a certain percentage of affordable units, which is because of our inclusionary housing policy that we recently passed. But they wouldn't be building affordable housing. They would be building market rate housing. So I absolutely support the idea of producing housing on publicly owned land. I think housing is infrastructure. I think housing is something that the community needs. I think that this location, being a unique location adjacent to parks, to a trail, being unpaved at this time, that I don't see a path forward to develop this into housing at this time. But I want to continue the conversation about housing on our public land, because we do have opportunities for that in Vista. And I want to continue the conversation about good labor practices, because that is very much needed in our community. So these are all really good ideas. I just don't personally believe that housing is best for this location. But I'd love to hear everyone else's thoughts.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Thank you. First, I just want to thank Monarch for meeting with us the other day. I was very impressed with your presentation, your dedication to our community. I shared with you my concerns, though, that day, and I will echo them today. I also want to thank the Carpenters Union for being here. I mean this sincerely. Everything my family has is because of the unions. My grandfather worked for the railroad. It allowed him to get fair wages so they could buy a home, put his 9 kids through school, and so I am grateful for the work that you do and all that is provided for my family as well. I appreciate you sharing your stories. My concerns that I shared were that land in Vista is a valuable commodity, right? And we are losing it at a drastic pace that we have not been able to replace it with. And so I want to make sure that we are either going to, I want to make sure that our community is going to have the best benefit possible from this space. So whether that is additional housing, and Mr. Conley, I don't know how many units would it be that would go into this space?
The preliminary look was about 28 units.
28? And it's a 15 or 20% overlay, right, for affordable?
Correct.
So for me, I would definitely want to have more discussion about this, because I have not made a decision on whether or not a development would be best for housing, but I also believe in protecting our public spaces and building more parks. And so I want to have a larger community discussion with it, whether that's through a workshop, whether that's just another discussion on this dais. But I think it is important that we are moving forward with making the best decision on this parcel of land. So that way, if it is more housing and we can put affordable housing in there, I think it would benefit the community. But if we are running out of land for parks, I think that we need to put more parks in. So I'm open to having larger discussions about it. I look forward to having more discussions later on. But I do appreciate all the comments this evening, and I look forward to hearing from the council.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I too want to thank the public and 619 Carpenters Union and Southwest Carpenters Union for coming down. This is not the first time we talk about this, but it's the first time we hear from you. So please continue to come. I always say, if this is your first time in the chambers, come back, bring a friend. This is where we make incredible decisions that impact our community. Here's the situation with this piece of property, is that it has always been the City of Vista's property. We were going to be doing a basin to help alleviate the downtown from the threat of 100 years flood. And in doing so, we discovered artifacts from our indigenous people. And part of this, a very small part of the basin, is going to be dedicated as a park. However, we have seen the cost of land continue to go up. So, when we're looking at parkland, I always want to look through a lens of equity. I wish that I could build a park and we had land somewhere else that was in my district, right? But we have to look at what we have in our purview right now, what we already own, and make really cautious decisions about it. So I want to ask a question, because it's 1.5 acres, right, that we're talking about for about $1 million. How much in general does it cost to purchase 1.5 acres somewhere else in the City of Vista? Does anyone have the answer to that? Let's look at Paula Vista Park. How much did that cost us? That's not even 1.5 acres, I don't think.
I'm going to look at the city manager. She's not sure. I don't know what we paid for the Palo Vista Park site. I'd have to inquire with staff. But yes, the cost of land is increasing. The parameters of the zoning and what you can build on it generally drives the price. But yes, this property is a valuable piece of property.
Yes, I would think that it's more valuable than $1 million. And I have, for a sale price, I'm not willing to budge a penny on the sale price. I think if my memory serves me correct, I want to say Paula Vista was like $1.75 million to purchase. So I'll just tell you, I don't trust that if we sell this property and we get $1 million for it, that we could get 1.5 acres somewhere else. I don't trust that we'll be able to manage that. Then will the parcel of land that we try to get be next to a conservancy trail, a world-class trail that we continue to see people put a lot of dedication towards? Probably not. I walk this trail a decent amount, and there are always people on it. And as wide as the trail is, when you got people walking a lot of dogs, some people, don't want to use a leash, you need more space to accommodate folks. If Monarch were to come to me and say this is going to be a 100% affordable housing development, wow, would that be a different conversation? That would be a significantly different conversation, because we are behind on affordable housing, regardless of what anybody tells you. Just look around. It is very difficult to afford to live here, not just in Vista, but throughout the San Diego region. So, at the end of the day, there's still profit to be made from this land because they want to develop it. And I think that we can benefit from a lot more than 28 units with 15% being affordable. That's just not going to cut it for me. I'm sorry. Prevailing wage. How is it that here we can drive policy so that all of our construction projects for multifamily are prevailing wage? That's something that we should be talking about here at the council level, because 28 units will come and go. That's not going to be enough to support a family and keep families close together. But you know what will be? If we can have prevailing wage in all of our projects, and because of the last council meeting where we passed inclusionary housing 4-1, 4 of us voted yes, 1 of us voted no. Because of that decision moving forward, citywide, any multifamily that's 20 units or more is going to be a minimum of 9% affordable. And it's a start. I wish the council before us wouldn't have gotten rid of inclusionary housing back in 2015. Can you imagine the Ryland? 9% of those units could have been, or more, could have been affordable instead of this many, 0. Not many of us can afford a studio at $2,000 a month. And then to hear of the labor practices that went on is not okay. I look at Persea next to where I live. Can you imagine if 9% of those would have been inclusionary? Deed restricted, affordable to provide stability? But they weren't, because affordability wasn't something that was prioritized by this council. Only building more homes, but not putting in affordability. So I'm really glad that we're moving forward as a council to really look at how to address our housing issues, because it is a crisis. But on public land, we should really be looking at 100% affordable housing. And I'm not willing to sell it for less than what it's appraised for. And I'm not willing to do 28 units at 15% or even 20% affordable. It should be 100% affordable. So that's all I have to say. And also, it's a great opportunity to honor our indigenous folks by preserving an area where artifacts were found, where you can walk on the trail and you can see for so many generations that people use that creek. You can look at the stone and the indents in the stone where people would collect, gather their food and process it. And I think it's a great opportunity to honor our indigenous past, present, and future with this piece of property. So, hey, Monarch, you want to come and talk to me? Let's talk about 100% affordable housing. Let's change the conversation, or else it's just way too valuable to the public as open space. Thank you.
By the way, we got the information from staff. Palo Vista Park was 0.8 acres, sold for, or we purchased it for $1.875 million in 2016. I would point out, however, that that was a mixed-use zone which allowed for commercial use along a prime arterial roadway. So this land was appraised as residential use, and that's where the valuation came from. So not exactly apples to apples on the use and the location, which accounts for some of the differential. My thoughts on this are, I strongly support a dog park. I have been one of the most vocal advocates of additional land for parks. I have often said that we should buy more land. They're not making any more of it. Or I'm badly quoting either Will Rogers or Mark Twain, who are both credited with that. I strongly believe that we should acquire parkland because the opportunity is passing us by to preserve that opportunity for the future. The problem with this particular parcel, however, is that it is very enclosed and shaded by the very large mature trees that make the Vista Conservancy Trail as wonderful as it is. We don't have any visibility into the park, and this is something that our Sheriff's Department and our Parks Department and our code enforcement staff have all basically advised us is we want to build future parks that we have visibility into for public safety. We don't want parks to become a space where families are not welcome because we have drugs being sold, illegal encampments, and other problems. One of the other things about this parcel is, Mr. Conley, what's the total area of the city parcel there? Not the parcel that we're considering, but the adjacent parcel with the Indian remains?
It's about 3 acres total.
So half of the land on this parcel, we're really talking about a 3-acre parcel of land. Half of it will never be built on because there are Indian remains. And that land will be open space forever. And that land is adjacent to the Conservancy Trail. And so the question is what to do with the other 1.5 acres. The issue with this is that it was designed and devised to ultimately be part of this project. And as you know, all of us who have been to Operation Hope, you drive in that long driveway to get to this facility. It does not invite the public from the street to come in. So I think that there are in fact more suitable parcels of land, and it's something that we've been looking at. We had a conversation last year about where to place another dog park. I'm highly supportive of that. But I do think it would probably be the right thing to do to take these funds, put them into our park investment fund, and then go find a more suitable parcel. We do need a dog park on the north side of town. And as far as the housing issue, which is important to all of us, I know I just gave the numbers yesterday in our State of the City speech. I think it was 175 apartment units that we developed last year. It was 8 single-family homes. Maybe it was about 50 additional units that were other types from duplexes to mobile home units.
That's correct.
So we're vastly behind what I would consider probably to be the number of new residents that are in Vista just for 1 year. Certainly we've fallen way behind what would be a number that would be consistent with our growth just in the last year. In years prior, we had large growth. But we do have to think about building enough housing for our children to live here. My motto is we need to build enough housing for our children without becoming Los Angeles. That is what I'm committed to. I did have the opportunity when I first came to Vista, could not afford a home or a down payment for a home. I lived in one of Monarch's developments. They are quality builders. They do have a great product, and they operate their projects very well. And as we heard from Carpenters 619, they're fair to their workforce. So I do think that we should give strong consideration to this, mostly because the parcel itself is really not that conducive to a park. And I think we can find a better parcel that's much more conducive. And I hope that we will together. I see Council Member, I think, was it Council Member Melendez or Green that was next here? We got it a little bit out of sync. That's my fault. Council Member Green, please.
Sorry, my thumb wasn't working on my button. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, now it's my understanding there is a 20% overlay, or we can do a 20% overlay. I remember roughly saying we were going to get 6 affordable units out of this particular project. And like what I said earlier, what I love about tonight is that no decision has to be made tonight. There's basically going to be 2 uses for this parcel, okay? We put out for 100% affordable housing on this parcel. Nobody wanted to buy it, okay? So once that was done, Monarch came and said, hey, we'll attach it to ours and do a 20% overlay. But if you don't want to, build your park. If you want to build 100% housing over here, affordable housing, Monarch has the rights to this property. They don't have to allow any other developer to come build on this lot. So it's either Monarch's going to build a project here or we're going to build a park here. It's 2 options. Now, what the big factor was for me and why I thought we shouldn't have this discussion tonight is in speaking with Monarch, nobody had spoken with the local tribal community. And it is important to me if they want to have a dog park next to their burial grounds or if they want to have housing next to their burial grounds. I don't know, but I would like to reach out to them, which is why I'm so happy we've been given time to figure this out. Because, I don't know how many dog parks are right next to cemeteries per se, but there could be an issue with that, I would think, but who knows? The other thing is I don't want to put structures of a park back there similar to Wildwood Park. Wildwood Park is right on the street there in Vista Way. It has slides, it has a climbing structure, it's got swings, and it also has some huge floodlights that shine in it at night. Because we had a huge problem with having, people go in there and sleep and cause trouble, and we had a lot of calls for service. So like the mayor said, this park is set at the end of a cul-de-sac, way back in the back of an area. In my opinion, it would be a great place for a dog park that is fenced in with a nice wrought iron fence that opens in the morning and closes at night, and the fence is high and it's locked up and it's secure so we don't have an issue. However, the effect and the impact on the sacred grounds of the tribal community should be taken into consideration. And it may be more beneficial for them to have housing built far off of it, that's fenced off, that can't access that neighborhood or that area, and then have us take that money somewhere else. I also want to make sure the community knows we do have a CIP project, a capital improvement project, for that area that we own. So the other 1.5 acres over there that we own as a city, we're making an active use. We are putting areas in there to do some fitness. So while you're walking down the trail, if you want to do some fitness activities, you can do that. So we are making a passive use there for people that are already walking the trail. So this can basically be two things, in my opinion: a dog park that is fenced off, that is opened in the morning and closed at night, or it can become this development. Either one of them would be fine with me because I think they're both a great benefit for the community. I personally don't think we should be building houses on all public land. One of our council members said if we have public land, we should be building houses on it. And I think that public land is a commodity, and I don't want to build housing on all public land. However, I do feel like this particular lot is a great piece of land for this project because of the way that it is situated and structured. So I really look forward to it coming back. I look forward to getting more information. And at the end of the day, I hope that we do what's best for Vista and that everybody on the council supports it 5-0 when all is said and done. But definitely appreciate the discussion. And like I say, this is about this particular project. If we want to get into any other items that aren't on the discussion, we can add those later. Thank you so much for your time.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. A couple of responses to some of the discussion. To start, when it comes to building housing on public land, we are obligated to first provide the surplus public land to affordable housing developers. So that is not only my preference to build affordable housing on public land because it helps offset the cost of the affordable housing because we are providing the land, which is a massive commodity, but it's also a requirement from the state of California for us to do. I know that we do have access issues, that Monarch owns access rights, and that may have been part of the reason why we were not successful in getting an affordable housing developer to produce housing on this land. Is that the case, Mr. Conley?
I believe that's accurate.
Okay. So we have access issues, right? But people can still access the parcel through walking. And I'll just describe my experiences in this area. So I walk on the trail really regularly with my dog, and there are a lot of dogs. Folks from the current Monarch property will frequently walk their dogs, through the gate. They have direct access through the trail to the trail from their apartment complex, and people are coming from both Wildwood side and from the Bringle Terrace side, and from Monarch and from the street side to access the Conservancy Trail to walk their dogs. And this morning when I was on a walk with Honey Baby, we went through the Wildwood side and I saw two separate pet families with their dogs off leash at Wildwood Park. And so they were using Wildwood Park as an off leash dog park, and that's not the intended use of Wildwood Park, right? It's intended to be, a park that has, yes, a playground and picnic areas. So that is one of my concerns, is that people are already using these public spaces in a certain way. And for me, I'm just responding to what I see. I'm seeing people out in the public, they're using the public space, and I'm wondering, can we provide infrastructure for them? Can we provide amenities and accommodations for them to give them what they clearly want, which is space for their pets to play? And at the same time, I do think it's really important to include tribal leaders into this discussion, which is why I'm wondering, City Manager, if this could possibly return back to us, since we're initiating this conversation, in a workshop forum. Is that something that we could do? It sounds like many of us are favorable to that.
Yes, absolutely. We can bring back.
Awesome. So I would like to hear from tribal leaders. I would also like to hear from the residents of Monarch. They're going to be right there. You know, they're going to be impacted by new development as well. And I would like to hear from them. I wanted to speak to the issue about a dog park location. It's not, you know, my ultimate goal to have a dog park there. I just think that this is unpaved public land, and I would like to see it preserved as a parkland. So it could be a dog park, it could be a nature preserve, it could be you know, something that is accommodations for people riding their bikes, because people ride their bikes down that trail a lot as well, and we don't really have anything like that for folks in Vista. But I wanted to talk about this idea that the parcel being enclosed and not visible, making it not suitable for a park. I feel like our current South Vista Dog Park is very enclosed. It is surrounded by trees on all sides. It's not visible from the road. You have to drive down a long driveway to get there. And I go there occasionally with my dog too, and I don't really see a lot of challenges with that location. Maybe because it's South Vista and maybe there's something different about South Vista, I'm not sure. But from my perspective, having an enclosed park area makes it feel more like a park. It makes it feel like you're in nature. I think that that can be very nice. So I'm wondering if that is a concern, because I know we have other parks in the city that are very enclosed. And this being a parcel that is very enclosed, I think it could work as a park location. So those are some of my thoughts. I would love for this to come back as a workshop where we have more community participation. I'm really glad to see the Carpenters still here. And I would also want you to continue to come back, right? You're absolutely invited to continue in the conversation about this, because your relationship to Monarch is really valuable, and Monarch's effort to have good working conditions and quality jobs for people in the community, it really makes an impression on me, and it makes a big difference. So I just don't think that this is the best location. And yeah, I think we have some more speakers, so thanks for the time.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I think that's fantastic for it to come back as a workshop. There's definitely a lot to workshop about this piece of land. And in the meantime, I look forward to hearing back from Monarch on 100% affordable housing. I do believe that if we have public land and we're going to develop housing, that we should look at 100% affordable housing on that land. And I do want to second what was said about our one only other dog park. I don't even think you could see it as you're driving by. So, I mean, it's very well hidden. And it's a beautiful park. And, you know, I as a separate subject, but kind of not too separate, I think it would be great if we would have education about our California native plants in our parks, because as I'm walking through our dog park, you know, I'm seeing so many beautiful California native plants, and I hear people asking like, hey, what are these, you know, and looking at the monkey flower, it's so beautiful. So I think that's important too. But yeah, I look forward to discussing this more in depth and hearing from the public in a workshop form. But I think we haven't purchased another 1.5 acres of land somewhere else in the city because we maybe can't afford it, or maybe it's not available. So I would hate to lose out on 1.5 acres of open space for a low price of $1 million. I think that price is too low. And that's all.
Councilman Green.
Thank you so much. I also, if somebody would build 100% housing, that'd be great. And I know that we ask people to build 100% housing. So the Surplus Land Act does protect our land, that if somebody wants to build 100% housing on our land, they can. I just feel like if it's not going to be 100% housing, that land is a commodity. And I was confused, Councilwoman, because you said affordable housing, market rate housing. You used a lot of different types of housing. So I was confused. I apologize for that. I love the idea of a workshop workshop. I think that that is a very good idea, and we can kind of discuss what would be best for the community. So I definitely support that. Let me know when that is going to be. And then the other thing was, as far as the price goes, like we did have an actual appraisal from a licensed real estate appraiser 2 years ago on this property that came in at 1.2 million, right?
Yes.
Okay. Based off, you know, the market and things, I would think if we got it reappraised today, it wouldn't be worth the same it was 2 years ago, just based off market trends and conditions. I don't sell commercial properties, but I do understand that that is a lot that is zoned in a residential cul-de-sac off of a main street that isn't as appealing to a, you know, commercial development or even a city than the property right on Civic Center Drive was. And there were a lot more road improvements that would have had to been done on Civic Center Drive. When I spoke with the developer, they said it just didn't pencil for anybody else because to bring the old infrastructure in there and make it work for 100% for anybody wouldn't work. So it was my understanding Monarch wouldn't go 100%. I know Dan O'Donnell and I asked them, do you want to go 100%? And they said, absolutely not. So either do it this way or build a park. So it is a good spot for a dog park, in my opinion. I would love to talk to the community about it because to start your dog walk at the beginning with your dog on the leash there at the Conservancy, right there at Deer Haven and Vale Terrace, you could even park at, you know, Bringle Terrace Park to start, and then at the end of the trail to be able to let your dogs run free in a little fenced-in dog park would be pretty cool. But like I say, I look forward to the workshop, bringing it back, and making sure that we do its best. And again, Monarch, thank you again for just giving us so many options and giving us time, not telling us that if you don't decide today, we're not going to build it and we're taking our offer back, because I think that's a very honorable thing to do for a developer, to give a city the gift of time before we change the landscape of our community. So thank you so much. Thank you for bringing this forward, Councilman Melendez, and looking forward to the next item.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no other speakers, we'll move along to our next discussion item, which is item D2, traffic calming techniques. Deputy Mayor Contreras asked for this item to be on the agenda, so I'd ask her to introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor. I've heard it over and over again. This is, you know, just something that continues to be a hot topic for the community, is really fast speeds through residential areas, really fast speeds throughout our city, right? I see people zooming 60 miles per hour in a 40 zone, and 40 miles per hour is already really fast. So I want to be able to have a discussion with my colleagues about how we're going to address traffic calming in the city. I also want to dive into our speed hump policy, because I don't think, as much as I love our firefighters and they do incredible work, I don't believe that the firefighters should have a ultimate veto on where speed humps go or where they don't. I think that's a discussion for the public to have, and for us as council members to come to some kind of common sense agreement on how we're going to reduce speeds in our neighborhoods. And I think we do need to take a look at speed humps. And there's so many different iterations of a speed hump, right? There's speed tables, there's, you know, the speed cushions. We've all seen these throughout the region. And, you know, I always think about the 101 in Encinitas and how they have created a better active transportation for people that are walking to be able to cross the 101 by having a raised table, and it's painted as a crosswalk, right? So it's really important for us to think about how we're going to promote safety and well-being in our community. And traffic calming is essential. Also, you know, I reviewed some of the information that our fire department uses to kind of come up with the idea that it's unsafe to have speed humps. One of them, so one of the basis, the studies that they use as a basis for this determination is actually a 2004, I believe it's a master's thesis. I just don't see that as sufficient evidence I would really want to have a policy that takes into account more current information. And I do want to give the public the option to speak if we do have any speakers. I'm not sure, because the speaker list is over there.
Yes, we do have quite a number of speakers on this item.
Awesome. Okay, so before we hear from the public, I also want to say that we could do a way better job at calming our traffic, especially where it overlaps with safe routes to school. So I just want to put that in your ear. Let's hear from the public, and then I have a lot more to say. Thanks.
Okay, our first speaker this evening is John Caife, followed by Eric Gulino.
Good evening. I'm John Knief. My family's lived here in Vista since 1959. I live up on Alta Vista Drive. And I'm going to speak specifically about the area between Vale Terrace and Coventry. We have a problem with speed and traffic volume there, a big problem. And when I addressed city staff, the response was they put up these big, ugly signs which are out of character with the neighborhood, big giant arrows. And they have not done anything. They have not slowed the traffic at all. It's unsafe. My wife, we both walk that street every day. And there are times when we have to dive over off the edge of the road because traffic comes so fast. Speed humps, speed control devices, those are all good things to have, and it's probably necessary there because the volume of traffic has increased so much. And it's for a safety item. It's safety of the public. A lot of people use those routes to bypass downtown. And it's getting worse and worse. And again, signs are ugly. The street's not any safer. So if you could find some better mechanism to provide the safety to the people that live there, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric Gulino, followed by Deborah McGee.
Thank you, Council. My name is Eric Gulino. John is my neighbor. I live on Alta Vista Drive. Lived there for 18 months. And in the 18 months I've lived there, there have been 6 accidents between Vale Terrace and Coventry. It's 760 feet long, that stretch of road. I challenge anybody in this room to find a place that has more accidents in such a short period of drive space. What John is referring to is also true, that the signs only enable you to drive the road at quicker speed because you know what's ahead, rather than actually deterring your speed, which is the issue on this stretch. There's no place for pedestrians to get out of the way. It's all, the road meets basically the property lines of all the houses there. There's an embankment which you can't get up. Ironically, I saw a police car 3 days ago hit the embankment while going through. Not on it didn't seem like an emergency call, just it's a difficult road to pass at speeds higher than 20 or 25 miles an hour. There's a study also that I'd point you to that's a little bit more current. 2017, the U.S. Department of Transportation issued a primer on this, which I submitted in writing via email to this council in the last 24 hours, that looked at Austin, San Diego, Sacramento, and cities in Orange County that use speed cushions and speed tables, and found that with speed cushions, the delay of response time for emergency vehicles was approximately 1 second over the entire trip of those calls. So I think it's a little more current data that might be useful, and I think it demonstrates that the safety, and we want quick response times, right? So the safety of those teams making it to calls and the safety of the people they are responding to, that's important, of course, but we're also putting our lives on the line when we just want to walk out the front door and walk to the park, or walk to take the kids to school instead of driving a car to school. So thank you for looking at this issue, and really appreciate seeing progress on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah McGee, followed by Brad McGee.
Honorable Mayor and members of council, you might remember me from being up here numerous times to talk about Bub Williamson Park several years ago. We love our park. It's beautiful. Thank you so much for helping us with that and for putting sidewalks in. Living on Grapevine Lane, we've always had an issue with speeding cars. Why? I don't know. It's a dead-end street, dead ends into the park, but people just use it as a speedway. Now, with our beautiful park that's open and being used every day by walkers, by moms with their strollers, by dog walkers, by people on bikes, it's really a safety issue. There's a lot more traffic. The park is booming every day. And the speeders, some of them are even parents from Grapevine School. They'll come down to pick up their children, wait for them, speed down the street, park in front of our houses, pick up their kids, and speed out again. So I completely would 100% support a speed hump or 2 or 3, whatever, being installed on Grapevine Lane for the safety of the neighbors, the kids, the pets, and the park, the people that are enjoying the park every day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Brad McGee, followed by Rudy Moreno.
Good evening, council members. I'm Brad McGee, and in addition to what my wife spoke about on the issues on Grapevine Lane, I just want to say that I've lived in Vista since '87, and I've been a recreational distance runner for years, so I spend a lot of time on foot on the different streets, and I can tell you, just because of more traffic, whether it's from Vista rowing or the other communities rowing, towns rowing nearby us, there's just more traffic, and at the same time, there's more people on foot, more people on bikes, and it's not as safe as it used to be. If let's think back 5 years ago or 10 years ago, I know I'm always a lot more nervous when I'm outdoor running, just because of the increase, not only of the traffic, but just the aggressiveness of some of the drivers. It's a little scary. So I support any type of calming, like the speed cushions or something to slow down the traffic. I have seen it work. I've seen those when I've run on the streets in Encinitas. I've seen them on streets up in Orange County, and people definitely, the drivers slow down when they have to climb over that. And also, just in addition to what the speaker said a few minutes ago, there are studies too, and some of these cushions can be set in a way where you can set the width of them where the larger vehicles, the emergency vehicles like the fire engines can get by those without having to go on top of them. And so if they're set up properly and done right, they shouldn't be an issue to the emergency vehicles. And that's something that's different than 20 years ago when they just put, like the ones in the shopping center, the asphalt type of strip across that, you know, that you see in the shopping centers that nobody likes. So, you know, these nice kind of raised rubber, hard rubber type of cushions, they're quieter. I think they can be installed easier and less expensive. They slow down the traffic and allow the emergency vehicles to get by without an issue. So I'm hoping that'll be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rudy Moreno, followed by Amanda Young-Rigby.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Deputy Mayor, City Council members. I'm here to discuss safety of my family. I'm from District 3. We live in an older residential neighborhood, which is older than Vista's been incorporated. Been around in the 90s. Our roadway there is a cross street from the Melrose Raceway and the Olive Raceway. You know, they use Highland to cut across and same amount of speed that they're driving on Melrose. So my concern is our roadway is less than 20 feet wide with no sidewalks, but yet these cars are just zooming by. It's supposed to be 25 miles per hour, but they're not doing 25 miles per hour. My concern is I do have 3 grandsons, and God forbid something was to happen to them. About 5 years ago, purchased my first cat. I was not a cat lover at all, but I did fall in love with one cat, and he only lasted 1 year because unfortunately he was hit by a car. I did get another cat, and believe it or not, a year later, it was hit by a car. So that's my concern is, I have 3 grandsons. Just the other day, unfortunately, the sports park is closed because they're returfing it. So I just happen to have a national championship boxer that I have to take running, and I can't use the sports park. So we're running on the side of the road. I'm following him on a bicycle because I can't keep up with him. And it's very unsafe. It's very unsafe. And I just happen to know a little bit about speed tables because I work for Public Works on Camp Pendleton, and I'm currently installing speed tables all around base there. It was a general order number 1 that, to slow traffic down. So it does work. I do have some information. It's NACTO.org, National Association of City Transportation Officials, and it has annual reports, guidelines, designs that can, help maybe possibly remedy this issue for us residents. Thank you.
Okay, Amanda Young-Rippey, followed by Ryan Collins.
Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members, I'm glad you brought this back, and I'm really sorry, Councilmember Contreras, Deputy Mayor, that incident happened to you. I heard about what happened to you, and we've had many of those in my neighborhood. In my neighborhood, the mailboxes are on one side of the street, so the people who live in the houses on the other side have to cross over to get their mail. But we have a corner right there, and cars come speeding around that corner. There is a stop sign. That was one of the first of the 5 stop signs that you gave us when we asked for help with speeding. And they don't stop. They came around the corner and have nearly hit multiple people just trying to walk across that little lane to get their mail. So I know the terror that you felt, and I'm sorry that you felt that and went through that. So thank you for bringing this back. But state and federal officials and traffic divisions tell us that stop signs are not speed control devices for a reason, and my neighborhood is one of the perfect examples of why that is. People blow through the stop signs, and if they decide to stop at them, they slam their brakes on, and then they jackrabbit away, still being speeders through our neighborhood. The stop signs have done nothing for us except create more problems. 5 times in 30 years, we asked for help with speeders, and we got stop signs. And they're really close together, and they're just like almost too close together. I have been on ride-alongs. I know that in our neighboring cities, as you brought up, some of them have speed humps in their fire department, their ambulances, their sheriffs. They don't have any problem going over them. In the city of Vista that I know of, we have 3 neighborhoods that have speed humps. One of them is right next door to ours, and we drive it every day. There's never been any problem there either. So I know that the emergency vehicles can make it over these speed humps. I've seen it, I've witnessed it, I've been in the vehicles when they've done it. So I would just ask tonight that you recognize that we have a speeding problem in this community. And some of my neighbors were here with me tonight. They couldn't stay any longer. Some of the kids that you saw back here were some of my neighbors, and they couldn't stay any longer. But we have people in our neighborhood on our street that won't even allow their kids to play in their own front yard anymore because of the speeders. So we're just asking for some help, whether it's speed humps, speed bumps, the rumble strips. There has got to be something that we can do and that we can look at to make our community safer and to enhance the livability of our community. So I thank you for having this discussion, and I look forward to what you come up with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ryan Collins, followed by Melissa Collins.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Collins. I've been a Vista resident since 2012, and we've owned our home on Apollo Drive since 2014. I can't think of a better time to talk about traffic calming than between a discussion about public parks and bikes. I think the reason you see a lot of people really gravitating towards parks is because they don't feel safe on our roads. I don't think it's a mystery to anybody that drivers are being crazy right now. People are running red lights, people running stop signs. I think everybody's mentioned signs don't do enough. And I don't think that the science on traffic calming, speed humps is unsettled. And almost every major city in the country is doing this. The federal government is enacting this. We need to do something to make our communities safer. My children are at danger in my front yard. I don't let them ride their bikes on our sidewalks. This needs to change. And speed humps at a minimum is something we can look into. I think that, on my street, if you look at the way the neighborhood's designed, you go from some choke points on some side streets onto my street, Apollo Drive. It goes from very narrow roadways to very wide open, and we have people flying up our road constantly. We used to enjoy our Saturday nights looking at the sunsets. Now we enjoy our Saturday nights looking at people doing donuts in the intersection below our house. This has become a major problem in our city, and I think it's a major public safety and public health issue that needs to be addressed urgently. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Melissa Collins, followed by Bautista Mendez.
Hi, good evening. I am also speaking about Apollo Drive and the traffic. We have lived there since 2014. I've been working with Ms. Contreras and offered to be a lead to petition for speed bumps or reduction in infrastructure on our street. I want to come to the city and ask for help for traffic calming. Traffic calming programs improve safety and livability on residential streets. We have trouble backing out of our driveway and fear that we may be hit by somebody speeding down our hill. We also, like my husband said, we do not allow our kids out front. We have all ages in our neighborhood. Many of our neighborhood is here today. We have people walk and run our street for exercise. We asked for Sam Husanen, the principal engineer for the city of Vista, to do an evaluation about the speeding. On Monday, October 24th, they came out and stated that they were not approved by the fire department. We have 3 speed humps on the top of Apollo, but when the hill starts, there's nothing to stop people from stopping. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration concluded that the least number of car-related fatalities occurred on a Tuesday, closely followed by Monday and Wednesday. The evaluation was not a true evaluation of our speeding. On 10/24, the evaluation was set up at 4:45 and was taken down Tuesday between 9:30 and 10 p.m. It was raining so hard, the thing across the road caught our trash cans. Also, it was trash day, and it was a Monday and Tuesday. We've asked for police presence when we had crime happen at our own home, and we were told that they have bigger fish to fry, such as stabbings, people jumping off bridges, and shootings. We are asking for anything that will slow and reduce the amount of traffic. A lot of my neighbors were not able to come and provided me letters. Not only has speeding been an issue, but with more cars using this road as a cut through, from Bovier to Santa Fe, crime, graffiti, noise, the list goes on. People are people are spinning wheelies at the bottom of the hill, which one of the neighbors are here today that gets a front row seat to that. We've talked about speed humps, signage, rumble strips, roundabouts, restricting access. I don't know, but our road was not initially meant to be a thoroughway. So we would appreciate anything that you guys could do to help us. We also have a junior here. He is an original owner of this house. His wife helped us get the speed bumps out originally and had a really hard time. He has a 4-way intersection down at the bottom of the hill, and he stated that between 85 to 90% of people do not stop at the stop sign. Even witnessed our own police vehicles do not stop at the stop sign. And the way we got a 4-way intersection was a child was riding down Apollo.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Bautista Mendez, followed by Julia Shriver.
Council, first of all, I want to apologize for my English. It's a broken English. But I'm here.
We do have an interpreter if you'd like.
No, I want to try it. I want to try it. I should. I live also on Apollo Drive, and I've been living for many, many years there. And I've never seen before how the drivers go through, going that fast now. In the past, they put 3 speed bumps on the top of the street, but on the middle and down the street, because it's a hill, and young guys, when they start in the bottom, when they go out on the middle of the street, they maybe go 55, 60 miles an hour in a zone that is for 25 miles per hour. And that's my main concern, because we our people are not that fast or agile anymore. We are slowed down every year. Besides, there is people who are raising kids there too. And these irresponsible drivers are put us in danger. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Julia Shriver, followed by Phil Church.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. Julia Shriver. I live on Vail Terrace Drive, across from the park at Bringle. And if you could see what I see, the cars coming down Vail Terrace, you wouldn't believe it. They go through the 3-way stop, also on Vail Terrace Place and Alta Vista. Someone has been killed down the road because of a speeder. Yes, he was high, but if Mr. Willett wasn't in a truck, he would have been killed. I'm begging the city to put out some kind of cushion speed bumps, maybe at the stop signs, further down the road, up to Foothill. It is so dangerous, and it picks up during longer days. Right now, it's darker, but come spring and summer, it is very dangerous. I've seen so many people on their bikes crossing, that 3-way stop, and almost hit by a guy coming down Vail Terrace Place, making a left, and just went right through it. You can go on California Street in Oceanside. They have rolling speed bumps through a neighborhood. Above Walmart, they have them going up there. Vail Terrace, I watched a guy do a 50-foot burnout, almost hit a car going the other way. You owe it to people to enjoy the park at a safe measure. So you have people coming up Coventry, Alta Vista, both 3-way stops coming down Foothill. They run it. I've asked the city to please do something. And I'm not against the fire department. My granddaddy was a LA fire captain. So I love my fire department. But I like to see people enjoy the park in safe measures. And you have to do something. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Phil Church, followed by Carol Jeffries.
I'm not current on the city's policy with the adoption of using the California Vehicle Code as a guideline for traffic engineering. It used to be. And I know there have been some amendments and exceptions and some very unusual, creative, not in the vehicle code, things done in Vista to facilitate different things in recent years. Relative to the standard of adopting the California Vehicle Code as the primary element for designing roads, curbs, gutters, stop signs, speed limits, they're engineering concepts. You make a list, this wide, this many cars, this would be the speed limit. There's a relatively simple process that you can request to reduce the speed limit. 5 miles an hour, a study is done, qualifies, it reduces 5 miles. You can't reduce it 5 more miles and 5 more miles, 5 more miles, because people don't want it to be slow, that fast. It's a process, and it's a legal process. We could pull 2x4s every foot on the road to make people slow down, but that would be considered a hazard. That said, our emergency vehicles, because I built and operated emergency vehicles a good part of my life, fire engines and ambulances, for example, we buy by size and weight capacity. How many guys, how many ladders, and what kind of roads in our city. Historically in Vista, it's interesting, and I've never done an actual survey, but we seem to buy the best possible value vehicle and then decide to add a whole bunch more things after we've built it and outfitted it, and pretty soon you can see it sitting in the parking lot, doesn't even sit where it belongs. This all has to do with the engineering of suspension, and going around a corner and hitting a speed bump with an overloaded suspension system won't work legally or functionally. Even operated at the correct rating for the vehicle, going around a corner and a roundabout with an added speed hump in an emergency call is a death sentence to whoever's waiting for the ambulance to get there. They can't safely make the run. Some simple engineering, established guidelines.
Thank you very much. Carol Jeffries, followed by Michelle Pallone.
Hi, guys. As you all, many of you know, my son was hit with it, excuse me, victim of a hit and run on his bicycle right here, right on your corner. And he's an adult, he was following the traffic rules, and he got hit by some truck that came flying down Civic Center and just took off. So I'm really excited that you're bringing this forward, and I like this can-do spirit. I like it. Let's roll with it. There's so many red light runners on Civic Center. It's insane. I come out of my neighborhood. I live on Alta Vista. I come out of my neighborhood either here or on Crescent, and I don't even go when the light turns green anymore. You just can't, because people just fly through. So I'm here to advocate for creative solutions, because I think that's what gets people's attention. In Leucadia, there's all kinds of creative solutions going on, and you really slow down there. So I'm thinking, tree cover, an interesting paint on the ground, lane narrowing, creative signage, adjusting the lights so that it doesn't turn green right when the other light turns red, so there's a little pause so that people don't get hit when they pull out of the side street. And also, not on this street, but where there are roundabouts, we need lighted crosswalks, because it's really hard with roundabouts to know when there's going to be, you're coming around and you're just trying to navigate all of the stuff that's going on, and suddenly there's somebody crossing the street, and I don't want to hit somebody. So I really would like lighted crosswalks there. And just a different way of looking at this, when my kid got hit, a paramedic came. So maybe you could reduce paramedic calls by having better traffic calming measures and reducing red light runners and speeders, because people need to be attended to by those paramedics when they get hit. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Pallone, followed by Trevor Lima.
Thank you for allowing us to speak to this. I am also a resident of Apollo Drive. I've lived there 25 years, and I've seen our quiet neighborhood be changed drastically because we have become a shortcut to avoid East Vista Way. We also have a high school behind us, and those kids that are walking down below, I see people just drive and barely stop for them as they're walking through. Myself, my front yard has been taken out twice. My fire hydrant was hit which costs the city money to replace. My neighbor to the west of me had a car actually fly through the air over their fence and land in their yard, as well as across the street, another car in a yard. People take that hill so fast. We have constant traffic. Today is our trash day. Just walking from my driveway to pick up my trash can and back, I counted 12 cars coming up the hill and down the hill. Nobody's slowing, everybody's going fast. When I come home from work, I now turn on my signal when I enter Apollo. I have people passing me on the right in parking area. I've been honked at. I've seen signs given to me, people right up your back. And it's all hours, 3 in the morning. We now have large trucks making deliveries coming up the road because we have commerce surrounding us. It is a problem that needs to be addressed. And anything you can do for the safety as well. And again, I am a pet owner. I don't let my cat out until 10 o'clock when traffic slows. He's in the house by 4 because traffic starts. And again, it is unsafe to cross the street. I have a senior lady live across from me. I get her mail because she's afraid to cross the street. So anything that can be done, we would all appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trevor Lima, followed by James Minley.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilor. Excuse me, long day. First part of my discussion is actually not to you guys, it's to the 2 gentlemen in the back, the firefighters. I'd like to hear your reasoning on why speed deterrence.
I apologize, but the municipal code requires you to address the council.
I'd like to see the data. As a fellow firefighter, there's no reason that speed deterrents are unsafe. If it's your reasoning is it delays response times, well, that's inevitable because mapping systems puts in that into their systems and they will reroute you. Yes, are they a nuisance for us? They are. It might mean we get beat by our neighboring station to a call, but they're no more of a nuisance than train tracks, a big dip in the road, or pedestrian crossings. All the drivers should be certified as driver operators through the state. And they've all had at least offensive driving to where they can handle some kind of bump with that much of weight. So I would like to know the reasoning, and I wish I had the data. Speed deterrents save lives. I work in a very busy city where at one point was the nation's leading cause was vehicles versus pedestrians. And since then, they've put in speed deterrents. And has it deterred our response? No. Did we think it would? Yes. What did we do as a fire department? We got out, we drove it, we figured out how to go around them and how to make it work. I also live on Apollo, and I am scared to let my kids go out front. I will not let them go out front. And the reasoning is I've almost been hit multiple times. Almost been taken out by someone going up and down the street in an apartment vehicle that has high visibility and a light bar. And they tried to pass me, or they came down the hill and almost hit me. In the county I work for, the trauma criteria for a vehicle versus a pedestrian is 20 miles per hour. The average speed on our street is anywhere from 40 to 50. I don't know how many of you have seen someone been hit by a car. It's not pretty. I've seen it too many times, and my biggest fear is one day one of my neighbors is gonna come knocking on my door for help if someone just got hit. I'll leave you with a little story or just a comment. My good friend and fellow firefighter had the same discussion in the city he lived in Carlsbad, and was fighting for speed bumps in his street. Unfortunately, less than a month later, his wife was killed because they didn't do anything. and his 18-year-old daughter was thrown from the bike they were on. Luckily, she survived, so thank you.
James Minley, followed by Aya Valadespino.
Good evening, City Council. My name is James Mincy. I've been attending several of your council meetings over the last several months, and I listened to Ms. Contreras' incident where she nearly got hit by a car. The city of San Diego just recently paved Barsby, which is adjacent to Goodwin where I live. And because of that new paved road, the speeds have increased. The number of cars driving through our neighborhood has increased. The donuts on Taylor and Goodwin has gone away because of those rubber pads. When those were installed, unfortunately, they took the yellow markers out, but the rubber pads stopped the donuts. So that has gone away. But Goodwin to Barsby to Hutchinson is a back road to get on East Vista Way to get to the 67. So it's a major thoroughfare in the morning and a major thoroughfare in the evening, and the speeds are incredible. And then we get trucks with trailers, not the semi-trucks, but the large, F-250s with large trailers dragging stuff through there at a high rate of speed. And they brake hard right at the end of the street to make the right turn onto Barsby. So I really hope that you would pay attention. I hear a lot of neighborhoods or neighbors here complaining about the speed. I've also talked to your traffic people. We have cameras on the stop signs or the stoplights, but nobody's monitoring them. So they can't tell you who's doing it, or if Ms. Contreras got hit by a car, they couldn't tell you who hit her because nobody's monitoring it. It's not being recorded. And the answer is, well, it's a privacy issue. But if we were recording it even for 2 weeks, we can go back and say, we know the car that hit her. We know the car that hit that kid that was riding his bicycle, because we can go back and look at that data and provide it to the police department. That's important. Safety is important. We're putting all this money in. We paid for the cameras, but we have no way to back it up or look at it or address the issue. So please take into consideration the safety concerns and the speed. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Aya Valdespino.
Good evening, City Council, City staff. My name is Ala Valdespino. I am a resident of Vista for over 20 years, and traffic calming is a very important topic to me because I was a pedestrian, bus rider, bike rider for many years before I got my car in my early 20s, which I had to get because unfortunately living in the city of Vista means that it's very car dependent, and as a college student with a job, part-time job at the same time, going on the bus, walking is not feasible, especially when living on Eucalyptus and Alistar Street. The 334 over the years has decreased its services and currently only runs one way when it used to run 2 ways. There's a lot of places in Vista that need a lot of traffic calming. I've lived all over Vista all my life, and well, my little brother currently is going to Vista Magnet Middle School, and he walks to school and to and from school, and there has been a couple of times where drivers come out of, I think it's Avalon, and then I think Vista Glen, and also Alistar that like almost hit him. And he's walking with my mom, so it's not like he's distracted, like he's walking with an adult. And I have brought this up to our traffic engineer to, possibly do something about it, add traffic calming measures such as speed humps, speed tables, or even speed cushions, or even, or crosswalks or something, because across the street from the library, there's apartments there. And a lot of people take their dogs out, to do their business across the street where the bus stop is, because there's like trees and, landscape there for them to go. And they can't cross back because the cars drive by there really fast on Eucalyptus. And that street is supposed to be 25 miles per hour. And I've also tried riding a bike there, and the drivers are so hostile. Like, I try to be as right to the far right as practicable, which is law. And they always just zoom right by me. And it's really unsafe. And there's no sidewalk on a long stretch of that, road either. So if I wanted to go on the sidewalk as a biker, I couldn't because there's no way to go. So traffic calming is very important. A lot of people mention NACDO. NACDO is a very useful resource for cities to look into with a lot of data. I also recommend for the public to look at not just bikes YouTube videos. They talk a lot about traffic calming measures, and making and different ways to make cities stronger in terms of pedestrian safety, bike safety, and people who walk and roll. So I also recommend books by Charles Mahan from the Strong Towns movement. Very interesting reads for y'all to look at. But yeah, it's a problem, and it's getting worse just because of how increasingly car dependent the city of Vista is becoming, with increased traffic and increased population. And with climate change being an issue, we need to do better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was our last speaker on this item. So now we'll go to our members of the council. Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. It was so awesome to hear from everyone, and I completely agree. Speeding is a huge issue, and the hostility and aggression of drivers is very dangerous, and it seems to be getting worse and worse. It's causing problems for pedestrians, for other drivers when you're crossing the intersections, and the source of it is just coming from everywhere, right? On small residential streets that you would expect speeds of 15 to 25 miles an hour, we're seeing speeds there. In the major thoroughfares, we're seeing people treat it like a miniature freeway. And it's just not okay, the kind of lawlessness and hostility that is on our roads right now. And it's making people feel very, very unsafe. So I'm definitely in favor of traffic calming tools, which there's a lot of tools available. As big as our imaginations are, we can design our public infrastructure to fit our needs, really. We're mentioning other cities, city of Encinitas. I know that I've seen examples in the city of Carlsbad, city of Oceanside, right? And our surrounding neighborhood cities, there are speed humps, speed tables, there are curb cutouts that make the road wiggly, so the cars are just like silly and having to drive really wiggly down the road. There are so many ways, and I do agree that stop signs, they don't stop people, right? They are a slight mitigation, and they're almost like a harm reduction tool to keep the neighborhood safe in the moment, right? And almost like a Band-Aid, but they don't really obstruct anyone who's driving at unsafe speed. So I really think that we need to look at obstructions in the road that are going to reduce vehicle speeds. But one of the reasons why we have been using stop signs so prevalently when we could be using other traffic calming devices like speed humps and all of that is because of our traffic calming program, and that this is the standard that was set for our traffic calming program. So I just want to reference our program here. It is available on our city website, and it has many phases. I don't even want to go through all of it. I'm sure we can review it at some point, but it has so many phases to go from, hey, a neighbor who wants a speed hump on their street to actually accomplishing that, only for that speed hump to have veto power from our public safety, and law enforcement, and from our fire department. So it's just concerning how prohibitive it is for residents to determine what their neighborhoods look like and try to take back their streets a little bit. Some of the biggest pieces of public land that we have are actually our roads, and they belong to cars at this point, right? They don't belong to the public. But we can take them back by plugging in obstructions that are going to reduce vehicle speeds. And part of the program does require a resident to follow certain guidelines. And it says, let's see, all devices, so speed humps, everything, must meet with the approval of the sheriffs and fire departments in order to maintain adequate emergency response times. So that's just plugged into this document. It's just a blanket statement. And I agree that we need to have a bit of a more nuanced conversation. I really do support our public safety, and I've had conversations with folks in our fire department. I can't even imagine how difficult it is to put an IV into someone who is dying when you're going over a speed hump. So I understand that that is a challenge, and we want to reduce response times. We want to be able to get someone from that emergency situation to the hospital or wherever they need to go as quickly as possible. But I think part of this conversation is also coverage, right? If we have more firefighter and paramedic coverage in our city and in our districts and in our neighborhoods, then we wouldn't have to choose one or the other. We wouldn't have to choose traffic calming and speed humps for good response times. And I also think that this does tie into discussions that we've had about reducing calls to service. When we're able to build in the infrastructure that we need, we don't need to have public safety come and help us because the issue is going to be addressed at the street level with a traffic calming measure. So I'm very much in support of finding a way to reduce vehicle speeds. One of the concepts that I'll throw into this conversation is, and I'm sure that we could hear from our fire department, and we could include more people in this conversation. But one of the things that we could maybe try is if there are zones or if there are thoroughfares that are particularly important for our first responders to get through, maybe those are off limits, right? But we have areas like by Grapevine, right, on Grapevine Road, where it's not a thoroughfare, right? It's just you're going into the park and there's speeding in that area too, right? So I'm wondering, okay, maybe if it's not a thoroughfare, maybe if it's not a major pass-through point for our first responders, could we have a little bit more flexibility? And what if we had specific zones that were dedicated as, no, these are gonna be cleared, we don't want any obstructions, so that we can have adequate response times. So maybe if we can differentiate between these different areas, we would be able to address those neighborhood concerns, which is happening all over the city, and also keep response times as efficient as they can possibly be. So thank you so much, Deputy Mayor, for bringing this forward.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Thank you. This is a very serious issue. One of the biggest things that I talked to people about was cut-through traffic, specifically the traffic that you're speaking about. We have, for a long time, made it very convenient for drivers to get through our neighborhoods. And rather than make it more challenging so it's safer for our public, we have made it easier so it's quicker for the people trying to cut through Vista. So what you're finding now, and I happen to live over by Rancho Buena Vista High School, Melrose has become another highway. Sycamore is the same thing. I just talked to a gentleman yesterday about Lupine Hills and the people that are speeding and drag racing back there. Last night at about 9:30 in the evening, I'm listening to someone do donuts at the top of the hill on Longhorn. I live in a gated community. I can tell you all the time, a stop sign isn't always effective at the bottom of the hill. Every single day I see people blow that stop sign. And we're all neighbors. We know each other. So we're watching the people that we know do this, and I see kids in our neighborhood all the time. So I think it is time to have a very serious public discussion about it. The times that I have talked to people, you know, I'll use Shadow Ridge as an example because there's a stop sign at the top of Shadow Ridge, right? And there was an idea to put a traffic circle in there. But the problem is the neighbors in the community didn't want a traffic circle. And now one of the largest complaints that I've received about Shadow Ridge is that nobody stops at the stop sign. And people are constantly speeding when they're heading east. And so we need to be open as a public to options that may not be convenient for our own time frame of getting home or driving around our communities. I do want to have a discussion because I do support our first responders wholeheartedly. I do not want to make it more challenging for them to get to the people that they are trying to save and service, especially in our community where seconds do save lives. But to the point that the gentleman made earlier, I would like to see some data relative to the impact of time and how the response times are affected. I'd also like to see data relative to where our response times are relative to other municipalities and other communities here in Vista versus our surrounding communities. But I do genuinely believe we need to reduce cut-through traffic. I can sit up here all night and tell you stories, but Valeview, there's a gentleman that lives on Valeview. I was going to cross the street and I almost got hit by a car, someone doing 50 miles per hour in a 25 mile per hour zone. He told me he will not walk on Sunset or Valeview because he does not feel safe taking his children out or walking his dog, and he loves Vista. I mean, if you go to his home, it does not look like it was built from the time frame in which Valeview was there, or started. I mean, he has invested a tremendous amount of money into his property because he genuinely loves the community, but he does not feel safe walking around in his own neighborhood. And I will tell you, I've been hit by a car before. It is not pleasant. I had a compound fracture in my right leg. I had a cast up to my thigh for 6 months. It hurts, but I'm lucky that it was just my leg, right? And so I would love to have a greater discussion, a larger community discussion. I would love to invite our public servants and first responders into that discussion so we can have a genuine conversation about things that we can do to create a safer community. I would love to find a way to slow down the traffic on Melrose and Sycamore as well, because it has become dangerous. And I will tell you, I play hockey on Sundays. I come home late at night. I'm doing 55, which is the speed limit. And I have cars flying by me, right? So whether it is having more traffic stops or whatever it is that we can do to try and calm the areas, not just residential, but also the main arteries of our communities, I would love to have a further conversation about it. So I do want to thank the public for coming out. And sir, your English is far better than my Spanish. So I appreciate you sharing your story, but I look forward to further discussion on it.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I really appreciate everybody who came and spoke, and I appreciate the conversation that we're having right now. I appreciate my colleagues for really taking to heart the situation that's happening on our streets. So, I don't want people to have to wait. Like the folks on Apollo, there's already speed humps there. What can we do to ensure that that last portion down the hill is safer, right? It's really disheartening for us to have a petition process and for someone to go through that process and then to be told, I'm sorry, it's not going to happen, right? And, I'm looking at some of the information that was approved by our previous fire chief. And, I highlighted some stuff here and, so it says the impact of a 40,000-pound fire engine hitting a traffic control device at normal road speeds could cause significant vehicle damage, costing thousands of dollars in repairs. I would assume that's true, but I would also assume that a fire truck is going to see that there's a speed hump and not hit it at 40 miles per hour. So, that's where I have a really hard time looking at this information. And I've told people in the public, I have a hard time telling you, I'm sorry, your fire department is not approving it. So I really think what I would love to see is, maybe this is another workshop, but I definitely want to take a look at what our current policy is and revise it. And for those who already have speed humps in the vicinity, what can we do to reactivate that petition so that we can get to a successful outcome? I want to read another highlighted section here. Our response times are tracked through our adopted strategic plan, which incorporates our standards of cover. So, if we need to build another fire station in order to have better standards of cover so that throughout the city we could have traffic calming devices, then that's a conversation I would love to have as well. And some of this data, I highlighted this part, it's an average response route speed of 40 miles per hour. So in residential areas where it's 25 miles per hour, I don't understand why we can't have traffic calming devices because you're already supposed to just go 25 miles per hour there. You shouldn't have the opportunity to accelerate to 40 miles per hour. And, you know, I did share that I was crossing to get the bus because I take the 303 a lot. It's my favorite bus route, and it gets me to where I need to go, or at least part of the way, and then I have to transfer over to the 235 in Escondido, or, you know, the coaster, unless I'm going to the NCTD meeting, in which case I just take the 303 and it drops me off right there. I was crossing the road and it was red, completely red. There was a car at the stoplight, stopped, and I was on the phone, right? And I'm seeing that it's red and it's okay for me to walk. And then I see this car in the distance going so fast. And I told the person on the phone, I don't think they're gonna stop. And I had to run out of the way because they swerved around the car that was at the stoplight and blew past the stoplight. So, you know, it's such a delicate balance, but we need to ensure that we are taking public safety seriously in all these different aspects of public safety. One of the things that I would love for us to do is to partner with Vista Unified School District and ensure that we have a capital improvement projects that align with safe routes to school and calming traffic in those types of areas, because we know that we're going to have a lot of folks walking there. And we know that we're going to have kids walking there, and we want to ensure that our kids are able to go to school without any kind of obstruction or potential of getting hit. So some of the other things that I think I'm going to ask the city manager at this point, you know, what would be the best option? I know Councilmember Green has some comments as well. But moving forward, for us to be able to create a more comprehensive policy with updated data, you know, people quoted NACTO, a great, I think that's just a little bit better than the information that I got that we currently use to determine whether a speed hump is possible or not. But beyond speed humps, you know, looking at all these other different traffic calming devices. Right now, I'm even thinking of in Bressie Ranch in Carlsbad by Trader Joe's in the back way, they have this concrete kind of like little squiggle, and it has a protected bike lane on both sides, so it's pretty cool. I want to be able to take an inventory and have a discussion come back where we can actually see these different devices, we can see the monetary cost of them, we can discuss how we're going to modify our speed hump policy, and how we're going to reduce speeds in our neighborhood. So if you could address how best way for us to do that.
Sure, to give staff sufficient time so we can actually bring back real numbers and real data and research what other cities are doing and how cost effective, and have input from our safety personnel as well and from the community. An April workshop would be best, and that would be the first Tuesday in April that we would bring back a workshop and really have more of an interactive meeting.
Okay, that sounds great. And if I could add that this workshop should be at either 5:30 or 6 p.m. to allow for folks to come. And in the meantime, if there's anything we could do for the folks on Apollo, because it really is baffling to me that we have speed humps there, but we can't get any more. So if we could just like revisit that and figure out how to get to a better result, then no.
That's at the discretion of council, so if you advise staff what you want us to do to move forward on Apollo, that is something you guys can do tonight. You can advise us
Perfect.
what to do, obviously on a majority.
Okay, so it sounds like, is that just giving direction, kind of like what we would do in a public hearing, or do I need to make an official motion for that?
Well, since it would be contrary to our policy of what we'd be asking, I would ask that you make a motion.
Okay.
So it could actually be noted of why we actually are moving forward with a certain decision contrary to our policy.
Okay, and I want to hear from my colleagues to see if they agree with it or not, but I am officially putting a motion on the table that we revisit Apollo for the installation of speed humps and traffic calming to make it safer. And then I think we have agreement that in April at 5:30, we're going to have a workshop. I invite you all. This is great. Continue to come. Bring a friend. Bring more friends, because that's going to be the another opportunity for us to get more information in front of you, in front of us, about how we're actually going to create a comprehensive strategy for traffic calming in our city. So if you know anybody who couldn't make it tonight, April 4th, I might even drag my mom out. That's her birthday, so I'm gonna maybe I'll have her come out and say that's a good place for her birthday. Let's give the people of Vista traffic calming. They've asked for it, so that's the motion that I have on the floor. Thanks.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I no doubt acknowledge that speed humps may slightly slow down emergency response times. I think it definitely sounds like the council would like staff to further evaluate speed humps, speed bumps, speed tables, and any other avenues that we could possibly use to mitigate speed. I would love to hear from my fire department. I know we have a acting fire chief or interim fire chief in the back. I just like to hear from you. Anything that you could kind of shed light on from a public safety perspective. I know the whole purpose of a speed bump or a speed hump or speed table is to slow people down. So it is, in fact, I would assume going to slow us down. But these areas we talked about, I mean, Apollo is a cut through from Cortez to East Indian Rock. Vale Terrace, which is in my district, they fly down. Taylor cut through to South Santa Fe, they fly down. And also Eucalyptus at Avalon. I lived on Normark Terrace, which is actually right off of Alistar Drive. So I'm fully aware of the cars that pull in and out of that place very quickly. I wouldn't want to prioritize one street and one community over another community. We had 4 different communities mentioned tonight that have had recurring problems too. So if we're gonna, say, hey, we have problem areas that we know are problem areas that our community actually is coming out about, I say, yeah, man, let's throw Apollo on there. Let's check Vale Terrace out, because we do have a traffic calming plan for that and a safe routes to school plan that's got denied by the government several times because of the population in that area. So since we can't get grants due to whether it's income levels or demographics for that particular stretch of land off of Vale Terrace, we do need to set aside a CIP project. So the idea to work with VUSD on our CIP projects would be great. I had kids go to Rancho Minerva Middle School and sat in that traffic. So anyways, Mr. Usher, if you could please just let us know, our goal is public safety. And I like that at the end of the day, regardless of what a couple residents, think and quality of life wise, if it's going to benefit the majority and save several lives, that's a big deal. But again, like Grapevine, Dead End Road, these are really cut-throughs that we might be able to go around. So please shed light on it and make sure we're not putting our community in additional jeopardy from a safety standpoint.
Now, our goal is always to provide for public safety, even talking with my counterpart, the sheriff's captain.
Yeah.
Our goal is public safety. We've spent millions of dollars trying to reduce our response times throughout the town, adding fire stations. We have been using some of the data that other council members have mentioned. If there's newer data, we're more than willing to evaluate that, to look and see if there is a way to continue reducing our response times, not only to the emergency itself, but also transporting anybody away from that. Because if you think of an elderly patient who might have a hip fracture or leg fracture, bouncing up on those gurneys over those speed humps, that is a concern for us. So we want to balance all of that. And if it's council's direction, we want to go towards looking at this workshop to see how we can achieve both goals. We're all for it. We do want to make sure we maintain our response times. That is key for us to get to these emergencies as quickly as possible.
So whatever we can do to mitigate the traffic speed while maintaining our response times is always what the goal is. And I would say with technology and the, change in speed mitigation tactics, there may be something that we can, work out. And the truth is some roads may work better than others. And I like to defer to public safety per se and also my traffic engineers. But I do, quality of life is huge. I have 4 kids, 4 dogs. I love walking around. I live on Foothill Drive. I have no sidewalks at all, okay? There was a stop sign installed at the corner of Foothill Drive in Beverly. We tried several traffic mitigation, options. We put the big flashy sign out there. We put some check marks on the road. And the day we put the sign out there with the speed mitigation, my neighbor, Elizabeth de Blasio's husband, was taken out by a car and his hip was fractured. So that's why we got to the stop sign. And in my area, actually, in the hills of Vista, the stop sign does work a little bit, but I know that in other areas it doesn't. So I like the idea of looking at other things. I also like the idea of having enough resources. I think we have 4 ambulances in the city of Vista for, 100 and some odd thousand people. And the more resources we have, that would also help with our response time. So I'm excited to look at all aspects of what we can do to keep our city safe. And I definitely appreciate you coming forward and explaining because, I haven't been an elderly patient in the back of an ambulance before. And I think when Councilmember Melinda said, I don't know how hard it would be to put an IV in as you're driving down the road for, person. And I would say that our residents aren't looking to have anybody injured, or anybody have delayed service for response times. They're just looking for quality of life improvements. And as the council, I really appreciate this being brought forward so we could look at that and appreciate the fire department working with us and showing up to our workshop to say, hey, okay, if you're gonna put more stuff in, maybe resource-wise, we need more, or maybe we can congest the size of it. I did also wanna just acknowledge Bob Embry. And Bob Embry was a Carlsbad man. He spoke to the Carlsbad City Council about speed mitigation, and one of the firefighters who came up and spoke about that. Bob did lose his wife, Christine, in a tragic accident because they did fail to put in speed mitigation. And he came and spoke after that to the council and said, please do not let my wife's death go in vain. Please, please, please. And our Vista firefighters held a golf tournament this year that I know a lot of us attended, a lot of us sponsored, and Mr. Embry was one of the recipients of all the funds that we raised there. So the city of Vista knows Bob, we know his story, we know the tragic loss, we know the 18-month-old child that was spared that runs around without a mom in her house. And if I, as a council member, and my fellow council members can, keep one mom coming home safe for her husband, the speed mitigation devices will be worth it. So thank you for speaking on that as a firefighter. Thank you, Mr. Usher, for coming forward and giving the information. And thank you, council, for setting up a workshop to keep the city safe. Appreciate it.
I've got a question for you. In the past, the fire department has apprised us that because our engines are our primary response vehicles and are first on scene, first to deliver emergency medical treatment in what is the leading cause of death in the United States, which is heart attack, stroke. We know about the, what do we call it, the golden window, the 3 to 4 minute period of time during which if life-saving care is administered, we have the best chance of ultimately saving the life of the patient. What the fire department has told us for many years is that the fire truck carrying, 1,500 gallons, I think it is?
It carries 500 gallons of water.
500 gallons. That essentially requires the engine to come to a complete stop or near a complete stop as it mounts that, that hump or speed table. I'm asking if that is advice that you are familiar with from years past, and I'm asking, am I correct in what was told to us in the past? And I'm asking, because I think we're going to have a future conversation on this, if that still holds true.
Yeah, the weight of 500 gallons of water on a fire truck bouncing up and down over an older style speed bump, yes, can cause serious damage to a fire engine. Now, there is newer products out there we have not tried in the city, and they could cause less damage. I have not seen the studies that were mentioned by the public yet, and I will be looking at those in the future to see if those are something we can look at during our workshop in April.
Okay, yeah, I certainly would suggest visiting with our peers in other cities who may have some of these speed tables, and maybe we send some personnel over to ride along with them, or, find out what their experience has been and whether their equipment is different than ours, because we were given some pretty clear direction from the fire department about this in many years past, which has really prevented us from moving forward on this. And, it was essentially related that if you were to add a number of speed humps, you could potentially add a minute to the response time. It could potentially cost somebody their life because of our inability to get there with our fire engine. So, I want to know, basically, has the technology caught up? What's different now? I kind of want to know what the differential is. So if you would take that on, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, in the past, the studies that were being used could show delays of up to 9 seconds per bump that was encountered per unit responding to an incident. There are other technologies out there used in coordination that could still help us maintain low response times, yet possibly provide traffic calming, but that's probably better discussed in a workshop.
Very good. I just wanted to let you know I'm looking forward to those specifics. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Yeah, thank you so much for the clarification. The fact that I think we have a lot of new data to look at, and I read the study. The minimum delay at a 40 mile per hour response. So that's like, let's look at the biggest truck on here. It lists a truck at 42,100 pounds of weight. In a 40 mile per hour, like a truck going 40 miles per hour, a 22-foot speed hump, tabletop, there's so many names for these things, can be up to 9.2 seconds. At 25 miles per hour, it can be up to 3 seconds. So I am curious to see some new information, because this study goes, we're looking at like 1996 data and stuff like that. And then this is a 2004 study. So it's now 2023. I think we have the opportunity to gather a lot of new information so we can have really good discussion up here. And I think that Councilmember Green was looking to potentially amend the motion to add, is it Vale Terrace? All right. So if we could prioritize Apollo, Vale Terrace, Taylor, because it's a cut through, and Eucalyptus by the library, where all the kids are, word for word, I would amend my motion to include those as well. And I'm still looking for a second on my motion, so that way we can move forward. Thanks.
Our interim city manager, Amanda Lee, wanted to make a comment.
I just wanted to comment that our sheriff's deputies will also.
Mayor Contreras, there's a big impact to coming and speaking to council, and that's what I wanted to show is, I drive up and down Vale Terrace all the time. I don't cut through Cortez to Apollo. I remember there are speed berms. I didn't even know they didn't go all the way to the bottom. And the truth is, it may be very easy if over the next couple weeks we determine there's a really good technology to throw into your neighborhood and put a couple speed tables that won't affect response times. I don't need to wait until April. I know these are really big issues, and I'd love to go ahead and, address them as a council and as a staff. So thank you for amending the motion to include all these areas. Hopefully the Vale Terrace people and all the kids walking home from Rancho Minerva Middle School will benefit from some traffic mitigation in that neck of the woods. And as well, the kids at Vista High School and the family at Taylor and Goodwin that has to have donuts done outside their house all the time. So I definitely second that motion to prioritize those streets. And I also really look forward to having, that workshop in April. I think it's going to be great to show the fire department and the sheriff's department and our whole community what type of new technology we can implement without jeopardizing the safety of our community. So thank you so much, Mr. Usher, for your time and your comments. I appreciate it. With that, I second the motion and would call for a vote.
Okay, seeing no other speakers, we have a motion and a second.
Can I ask for a clarification? When you, in the motion, you're asking to prioritize, but I think we need a more action-oriented direction. Are you asking staff to install some type of mitigation?
I am asking to install some type of traffic calming mitigation device that's a physical device beyond what we've done in certain areas that I heard, which is just letting people know how fast they are speeding. So,
May I offer a thought? We're going to have a workshop on this. That's the direction of the council. You understand that? Why don't we ask staff to bring back suggestions for those particular throughways that we could consider in that workshop meeting? Would that be acceptable? So that we could know
respectfully, I don't accept that because I think staff on their own can figure out what can be done in those areas. And I do not want to delay it. It's just been since the first, year that I was sitting up here, I've been hearing this, and I appreciate us being able to have a collaborative discussion and actually have an action-oriented item. But I do look forward to in April having more discussion because I heard Highland too. So that's going to be important. And Grapevine. You know what? We didn't add that on there. Highland and Grapevine. I'm re-amending. And Vale, did we put Vale View? We'll stop at Vale View. Sunset's a little bit long.
And if I could just, if you don't mind,
sure.
Deputy Mayor, is I understand Apollo already has the speed berms in it. So Apollo, I feel like an actionable physical item can legit happen prior to April. We need to have a physical traffic plan for the other streets that we mentioned. They don't have berms. I mean, we do have some speed signs on Vale Terrace, but I do want to make sure we give staff ample time to come up with a good plan for the other roads. Apollo Drive, I know the reason why I said, the action on that one is because there's already 75% of it done. The other ones, if it isn't until April, that's okay, as long as if we find something before that, we agree we can, but we want to make sure those are on the list and we're taking some action this year, because I've been on council for 6 years, and every year we hear about how dangerous Vale Terrace is and how bad it is for kids to walk from that school and the other streets as well. So that's what I'm saying is actionable item. Apollo should be easy. Speed berms, that could happen before April. All those other streets, you're right. I don't want to approve a, capital improvement necessarily without our whole council looking at the cost and looking at exactly what is done. But I do believe our whole council would want to prioritize those and get them done as soon as we can. But Apollo.
Yeah, I feel like between now and April, I don't want to micromanage what staff is going to do, but they can I doubt that we're going to be able to install these prior to then. This is government. Again, we do work a little slow. So I think we want to get started now, but I would anticipate that by April, there would be some kind of design or different options in a design, and then we could approve it. Yeah, so I do want to get working on this immediately. But I do agree, that's why I'm fighting for Apollo, because they already got some speed humps over there. I feel like we could just increase it.
Yeah.
I know the motion is all over the place, so.
So what I'm kind of hearing is for staff to prioritize putting together a plan for these streets.
Correct.
So that it can be heard in the April workshop. And
I'm hearing, sorry if I can interject, that you would like us to make, to kind of finalize Apollo in one, since Apollo already has these speed humps or berms, see what we can do to implement something as soon as possible on Apollo, prioritize the other areas, come up with a new traffic calming technique, which we'll discuss in April, and then really and then put those into effect on those other streets after we finish that plan in April.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
That sounds 100% accurate. Thank you for distilling all this conversation into a worthwhile motion.
I second.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. Just to clarify, my neighbors are here. I would love to throw in all the streets in District 3, right? And I'm just clarifying that it's Apollo is being prioritized because they have more of an active application, and some of the other streets don't currently have an active application.
That is correct.
Okay, that's
Correct.
okay with me. And then, if people are speed bump curious, then they can, after the workshop, maybe have an easier way of getting them in their neighborhoods. Okay.
Okay, I think we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That item passes unanimously. That brings us to item D3, our third discussion item regarding green bike lanes. Our city engineer, Greg Mayer, will introduce this item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We have our traffic engineer, Sam Hassanen. He's going to run through a presentation for you on green bike lanes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have a short presentation to introduce this item. So just the background is the City Council directed staff to place an item on the agenda to discuss painting bike lanes green citywide. And just a kind of a quick definition of what green painted bike lanes are, which are just bike lanes, the confines of which are painted green, which highlights the presence of the bike lanes. So we had cost estimates developed, and we considered two scenarios in the cost estimate development. The first one is to install green paint along the entire length of all existing bike lanes in the city. And the second option was to install green paint in existing bike lanes only in conflict areas at intersections. I'm going to show some figures and pictures of what the two options look like. This is a diagram from the state standards that shows green painted bike lane at an intersection. So that's only as bicyclists come up to the intersection where they may be conflicting with vehicles. And this is an actual example of a conflict area that's painted green in a bike lane. This is North Santa Fe at 76. It's kind of hard to see, I think, where the green painted bike lanes are, but this is a picture of the same location. I think it shows it a little clearer. Then the second alternative is painting green bike lanes throughout. And this is, again, a diagram out of the state standards. This is an example on La Costa Avenue in Encinitas, where the entire length of the bike lanes is painted green in that area. This is a picture of that. It shows that a little clearer. So the estimates that we came up with, if we were to paint the entire length of all existing bike lanes in the city, it's a little over $1.5 million. And we would kind of estimate that maintenance would be required every 3 years, and that would be an annual maintenance budget of almost $500,000. And then the estimate for the conflict areas only is a little over $211,000, almost $212,000. And again, maintenance would be required every 3 years, and the annual maintenance budget would be around $70,000. And in the agenda report, you may notice that we had another option for what is called thermoplastic installation of green bike lanes. And that's a great thermoplastic is basically plastic that is heated and sticks to the pavement. It's much more durable than paint. It lasts many, many, many years, but it's much more expensive. So in talking with their striping contractor, they mentioned that option, that another city is using it. And we thought, let's just include it just so that we have all the information available in the agenda report. However, considering the high cost and also our kind of maintenance intervals in the city that we maintain our streets pretty frequently, that the additional cost would not be justified. So that is not an option that we would consider. Thank you very much.
Okay, and we have a number of public speakers this evening. We'll begin with Phil Church, followed by Jim Riggenbach.
I'm going to be brief and concise. I drove around Escondido today looking at their appliques. And I know especially Mayor is concerned with the appearance of our roads. And I can tell you that the Escondido appliques are sharp and clean, moderately worn, completely worn out, all in the same crosswalk in every intersection in the city. And so when we're looking at projections of how many years, how many dollars between paint and the thermal vinyls, I think that we have a lot more research to look at about ongoing maintenance, repairs that disturb that cycle of uniformity and effectiveness of those safety-related items. That's it.
Thank you very much, Jim Riggenbach, followed by Joe Howdy.
Good evening. I'm generally good with green paint because it's a step in the right direction. I'm against it because I still won't be able to bike downtown from my house. We need protected bike lanes, barriers between cars and bikes. Electric vehicles get a lot of attention, but I think the true game changer is electric bikes. We need to build the infrastructure, though. We could attract people from all over North County if we were bike friendly. We need to fast track bike infrastructure. I actually like the visual of the green paint. When I go to other cities and I see green paint, I at least think this city is forward thinking. They're making an attempt. They're trying to be bike friendly. And so it's kind of like the least we could do. So let's go for it. But really, we got to be more robust. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe Howdy, followed by Justin Domcillo.
Hello, I'm Joe Hood. Thank you for bringing this topic. I appreciate the discussion tonight of safety. Green paint is not safe, period. I have ridden my bicycle on East Vista Way one time. Felt like I was taking my life in my hands. We need separated bike lanes. We need a good micro-mobility plan for the city for walking, bicycling, and other options. Please don't waste money on green paint. Please build a complete micro-mobility plan with separated, I'll say it again, separated bike lanes from auto traffic.
Thank you, Justin Domcillo.
Hi, everyone. I just want to say I did tarot cards for that gentleman that just spoke in the bathroom. You're going to be fine. Green is your color. Mercury is not in retrograde. The goddess is with you. Hecate bless. You know, since we're being religious in here, you know, we had our prayer at the beginning. I just want to take a moment to think green is a healing color. And Joe Green, if you oppose this, change your name. I'm begging you. It's literally your name. But I do think that this is a good idea because when I was a new driver, you know, North County person here, visual aids were really helpful for me when I was driving down the freeway because I had to go to Oceanside, the Oceanside DMV, to take my driver's exam. And I remember thinking, thank God the signs had different colors because I was so scared when I was on the freeway with my grandma. I just got my permit, driving and shaking like a little rabbit, thinking like, oh my God, thank God green means go, yellow means slow down, and red means stop. Seeing green on the road actually, and seeing like if you write the word stop before a stop sign comes up, those visual aids are really helpful for someone like me. Like I have ADD, so if I see something, I'm like, oh, Justin, don't kill nobody today, you know? So I don't need to rely on the goddess to protect me. I can rely on green bike lanes because it's a very bright and vibrant visual aid. It might cost a little bit more, but what's more important, the cost of the green lane or a cost of a person's life? So I'm hoping that y'all will support this. I think it makes sense, and I think a lot of my generation are very visual people, you know? We like our picture books, we like our Instagram, we like our Twitter, and we like our witchcraft. So, you know, green just makes sense. It's the new generation, get with the times, it's the Green New Deal. Let's get turned. And we have Green RX, so, you know, it fits in with the theme of the city, because you can get the good stuff here. Y'all know what I'm talking about. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Misty Tinkin, followed by Danny Garcia.
Hello, City Council members, and hello, Mr. Mayor. Why are we painting bike lanes green? You keep comparing yourselves to other North County cities. San Marcos, white. Oceanside, white. I used to work for Oceanside. I know they're white. If you paint the green, okay, everyone's talking about visual effects, right? The nice gentleman before me. What about colorblind people who can't see the color green or have difficulties seeing the color green? Why are we spending $1.5 million on green paint when you just had an entire council room filled with people wanting traffic bumps? I think that's a far more spend of taxpayer money. I would be happy to spend that kind of money to help with traffic and to save lives. We don't need it on green paint.
Thank you very much. Danny Garcia, followed by Armin Kurdian.
Hello. I'm all for supporting this item on the agenda. I feel like it's good, but I feel like it's a Band-Aid on a serious problem we have here in Vista, which is the bike infrastructure here. I don't know if you guys have been biking here. It's pretty rough. There's not even a bike lane here on Civic Center Drive, right next to a school and the City Hall, a library downtown. And separated bike lanes are or protected bike lanes will encourage people to actually go out and bike. It'll help the local economy, better for the environment. Yeah, and I feel like it's just 10 times safer to ride a bike with a separated bike lane. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Armin Kurdian.
Hello, council members. Thank you very much for your time. My name is Armin Kurdian. I'm a Vista resident. Any investment in safety needs to show an applicable return on that investment, how much money you put in, vice the public good that actually comes out of it. One thing to consider, green paint. Green paint doesn't make any noise. Green paint is also maybe a little hard to see at night. If you're driving at night on the freeway and you're getting a little bit tired, if there's green paint on the shoulder, the green paint doesn't tell you that you're coming off onto the shoulder. However, some reflective strips, reflective bumps, things that reflect your headlights, things that make noise as you're going over them and about to go over the bike lane, those might prove a little bit more effective. I don't know if that was considered as part of safety. I'm all about preventing bike accidents. I know people have been hit and killed by cars who were riding their bikes, so I'm no stranger to it. But please take that into consideration before approving this motion on green paint. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our last speaker on this item is Chelsea Egley.
Hello. I wasn't actually planning to speak, but I love where this conversation has gone. I think that really it does make more sense that the green paint probably is serving more as a Band-Aid, and if we don't have the funding for that and for protected bike lanes, I would be more in favor of moving funding towards that. I know there's a section of the Inland Rail Trail that is like so necessary to just fix this one little spot that'll get the North Vista down into Main Street. I'd be really curious to see where the city is as far as the cost of that. What kind of grants have we pursued? But ultimately, if we're looking at 1.5 million investment and then I don't remember what it was, maintaining it, I think it is ultimately a Band-Aid if we're just painting. So if we had the money, yeah, that'd be great. But if we really are working with a certain subset of money, I think that would make us much more bike and transit friendly. Thanks.
Okay, that's the end of our public speakers. Councilman Joe Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you everybody who came to speak tonight. Greatly appreciate it. I especially like the gentleman who said that we should have more green within the city. I petitioned to paint the entire town green, but they didn't agree with me. I thought sidewalks, streets, all the lights, everything. But no, in all reality, I support Councilwoman Contreras bringing this forward to try to put some green in our bike lanes. And I really do feel like during the day, which is when most bike riders are out riding, it is a good visual aid to show the separation in intersections. Now, the two estimates that we got, one was for 1.5 some odd million dollars to do the entire city. Over a 3-year period. The other one was for $200,000 over a 3-year period, which breaks down to a little under $70,000 per year, which if you look at the City of Vista's annual operating budget of $94.2 million, $70,000 a year breaks down to 0.00074%. So that's like less than 1/1000% of our budget to make a noticeable difference within our community. In order to make these protected bike lanes at this point in time, it would be a much more expensive, task for the city to undertake. However, at $70,000 a year to be able to actually bring additional protection to bikers who are transitioning through intersections right now, I think is a really smart move. I don't support green bike lanes throughout the entire city because I think painting them green throughout the entire city is a little wasteful from a spending aspect. But I definitely think on our arterial roads where you're transitioning between a turn lane and a bike lane, those should definitely be painted. That intersection that you showed at 76 in South Santa Fe, I picked my son up at Mission Vista High School. He actually just got his license as a 16-year-old boy, and he was a shaky boy as well, and wasn't a very good driver. Didn't pass his test the first time because he was so scared. And that particular lane, when I was taking him to school, he asked me, "Hey, Dad, what does that mean?" I said, "That means that you watch out for bikers before you transition through there." And to have a 15-year-old driver with a permit ask me what that means lets me know that a new driver is recognizing a green bike lane. And that one driver who's driving through that bike lane may be able to avoid hitting a biker who's going down the road. And if $70,000 a year saves one biker going down a road, I think that it's worth it. Now, somebody did speak about not having bike lanes here on Civic Center Drive, and I want to make sure you know that's one of the reasons I'm elected, because they actually made all of Civic Center Drive a bike lane, so no cars can ever park on Civic Center Drive ever again. So there's no place for bikes to be. Drive right in the middle of the road on Civic Center Drive. They got a grant by restriping roads as bike lanes, for a certain amount of money, I guess, so that some roads are considered bike lanes. I think that we should also have more, bike lanes on that particular road. I don't think people recognize that a bike is allowed to take the entire street, and I believe that that is where Levi had the accident. So from a safety standpoint, I think this is a very small cost to make a very big difference within the city. $70,000 a year is a line item recurring budget to paint some intersections and some bike lanes green. I 100% agree with. I would advise staff and hopefully my council to go with that recommendation. It's very cost effective. And in the meantime, when we're talking about our traffic calming at our workshop and things in April, maybe we can discuss and have staff come forward with what does it cost to put some rumble strips outside a bike lane as a little ball or something, in different areas. But for now, we have something we can take action on that is a very small cost that's going to make a big difference. So with that, I definitely love that this came forward. I approve $70,000 a year, being that it's such a small portion of our budget. And I think that's something the City of Vista should be able to maintain forever in perpetuity as far as green bike lanes. And maybe in the next year, we can come up with some more stuff that's going to be more permanent and make bikers more safe within the city in conjunction with our workshop on traffic mitigation. So thank you, staff, for bringing it forward. I also appreciate the thermoplastic because I had no clue about thermoplastic. If you read the agenda, the thermoplastic item was $12 million over 3 years, right? 13 million, okay? So it was enough money to basically give every Vistan a new bike every year instead of thermoplasting the streets, in my opinion. So I love the cost-effective way of just painting them green, bringing attention. But I'd love to know there's rich cities out there that gold plate their bike lanes, and us in Vista, we're gonna be a little more fiscally responsible than that and just draw a little attention to keep them safe. Thank you so much, staff, and thank you, colleagues.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
So I'm going to agree with Councilmember Green that painting the entire city's bike lanes green, I don't believe would be an effective use of our funds here in Vista, but I do support green in intersections. I know that when we had our discussion, I had asked, and I don't know if this information, if you found it yet, but what would the cost be to put in protected bike lanes in the areas that are not painted green?
So that's something we would have to put together, which we can, over the next week or two, and or if it's an item that comes back to council separately, we would have to quantify all those, lengths of bike segments, plus the quantities of the flexible posts and selecting the right type and so on. We can come back with the information on that.
And I believe when we spoke about it, it was about the main arteries, not every single bike lane in the city of Vista, right?
Which is, yeah.
And from a cost standpoint, my understanding is the longevity of a protected bike lane versus painting every 3 years or whatever it would be, while in the beginning may be more costly, over the long term would be more cost effective.
And we would look, sorry, I was going to say we would look into that too. Other cities have been doing a lot of that, especially the city of San Diego has been seeing quite a bit. So we can ask them about their experience with, knockdowns and maintenance and so on.
Yeah. And then with the bike lanes, and forgive me if I missed it when I was not here during a presentation, how effective are they at preventing accidents? Have other cities seen a decline in people riding their bikes getting hit by cars or whatever it might be?
Is that relative to green or protected?
Green, just green, yeah.
I have not seen any data on that.
What about relative to protected?
I've not seen the data on that yet, but there may be something available, but we can look into that.
Is that
too.
something we could look into? I mean, I'd be curious because I do agree that protected bike lanes, especially South Melrose in Sycamore and Shadow Ridge. My wife loves to ride her bike, and I tell this story every single time I talk to people who ride their bikes because we went out one time. We took Shadow Ridge to Sycamore, back down Melrose, back up Shadow Ridge. Yeah. We never went out again, and it's because we did not feel safe. And she does mini sprints for triathletes. She loves to ride her bike, will not go out because she does. It's not her; it's the people that are driving. She does not feel safe. So I would support the intersections with green paint. I would really like to know the cost of protected bike lanes and the time frame in which they might be able to be implemented, and have a further discussion on that. But I appreciate all the work on this and like to hear more.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I really appreciate all the public comments, and thank you to my coworkers on staff for putting this together. And I think we all had a sticker shock with the thermoplastic. I don't even know how safe that is because I guess it's can get really slick too. So I think I've talked about protected bike lanes before. I think there's an agreement on council that we want to do that. And I know I requested that we look at updating our bike master plan because it hadn't been updated since I always forget, 2012?
2017.
17, okay.
It will be updated with the current general plan update.
Perfect. So I really want to figure out a good way to have better mobility and circulation. I'm continuing to see more and more people use their bicycles. And although the green paint, it is a Band-Aid. I will totally agree with you. It's definitely a Band-Aid because at the end of the day, a separated bike lane is going to be the best option for us when it comes to safety. But I think there probably is good consensus that at least at our intersections, we should start moving in the direction of green bike lanes to make it a little bit easier. Intersections are some of the most unsafe areas for pedestrians and cyclists, and drivers for that matter, because they have a lead foot a lot of times. So I'm in favor of going with the intersections. So in that case, I'll make a motion that we accept staff's recommendation for green bike lanes at intersections, and that we also bring back in a timely fashion our bike master plan so that we can start looking at having a broader conversation about protected bike lanes and setting aside funds in order to build those out. And I would really recommend, again, that we overlap that with safe routes to schools for a prioritization near schools, and we work with Vista Unified School District to do that. But thank you so much. I really appreciate all the commentary and the discussion, and I look forward to seeing our intersections delineated a little bit better. Thanks.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers once again. I think this is another issue that's affecting the whole city, but I would agree that it wouldn't be fiscally sound to paint the entire city green. But these conflict areas do need some attention. So I would support that, and I will second the motion on the floor. But I also want to speak a little bit more about designated bike lanes, which is through the use of striping, and then protected bike lanes, which is through the use of an obstruction, similarly to how we spoke about speed bumps. And there's so many different types of obstructions that could separate and protect cyclists from cars. And that would be things like curbs, but also pillars. And what are those more like flimsy sticks called that are adjacent to pillars?
Flexible posts or...
Flexible posts,
yeah.
okay. Now, they're not called flimsy sticks?
They're flimsy.
Okay, perfect.
But
Well,
that is one of
they
the
don't
options.
offer as much protection as like a concrete pillar, right, or a curb, but they do protect the cyclist because no one wants to hit their car on those flimsy sticks. And another thing that I think we could employ even sooner is painting and striping the bike lanes in a different relation to the parking. So for example, on Melrose, kind of west of Olive or south of Olive, we have bike lanes, and there's the main street, and it's completely unprotected. But there's parking closest to the curb. So what would it look like if we restriped and we ordered the striping as, sidewalk, bike lane, parking, and then the street, right? Does that make sense? So that between the bike lane and the street with cars, there's parking for the vehicles, because there is parking all along those blocks. So I'm wondering if we can, pseudo protect those bike lanes simply by restriping, bring them a little, oh my gosh, hitting the mic, bring them a little bit closer to the sidewalk and separate those cyclists through parked cars. Is that something we can do?
That is allowed in the standard, which is something only really that came in the last several years, because the rule was always, the bicyclists on the outside. We can look into that. Was that specifically at North Melrose, through where the apartments are? Where?
Yes, so North Melrose along those apartments, but I also recognize along Hacienda that there's an opportunity for restriping. There's a lot of parking alongside the side of the street there, and without adding a protective barrier that is more costly, we could just do restriping and reorder how everything is either parked or designated as a bike lane, so that there could be a little bit more cushion.
I believe, I was going to say, I'll double check the standard, but I believe that would require physical separation as well, moving the bike lane to the inside next to the curb, but we'll double check that.
Okay, I'm not sure what the standard would be, but if you could look into that, that would be awesome. And then some of the discussion from the public included this being a Band-Aid, which I tend to agree with, and a desire for us to have a more comprehensive micro-mobility plan. And I think that that is important, even going beyond, staff bringing this back to us in additional, tidbits of information at workshops about speed bump infrastructure, for us to have a whole separate discussion about a comprehensive micro-mobility plan to update our, what is it called, the cyclist safety plan?
The bicycle master plan.
the bicycle master plan, right? Beyond even improving that document, to have a discussion and planning sessions about a comprehensive micro mobility plan. We as a body should absolutely get ahead of this and put in the work, because if we are to develop plans for a more comprehensive micromobility, something that is well received by the public, that has a lot of buy-in and is backed by the community, where they know that we have a comprehensive plan for how a cyclist is going to move throughout the city, then that could make us more competitive for funding, right? If we could have shovel-ready projects and a comprehensive mobility plan, we could be more competitive for funding through the state of California and through SANDAG and other organizations that fund active transportation projects. So I would really like to see our body do the work of planning, so that when we do have opportunities for funding, we don't have to be using all of our own city dollars for this. We can be competitive by having the foresight and doing a lot of the planning ourselves. So thank you to the gentleman who mentioned a comprehensive mobility plan. I would definitely be supportive of that. And in the interim, let's get some more visibility on the streets and paint the bike lanes green. Thanks.
And if I could, sorry, a point of clarification on the cost. So there's an upfront initial cost of implementation. Let's say if it's just the intersection conflict areas of the $212,000, plus starting 3 years from now, we would have a $70,000 annual maintenance budget. So and that's one option of doing it. I think one of the options that Councilman Green brought up is that, we do the implementation over 3 years, which is an option, as well as up to the council if we were just to implement the city in 3/3, I guess, $70,000, then maintenance thereafter, $70,000 a year, or if it's upfront to do all the intersection areas with just one move-in, basically, then maintain that in the future. So that's just kind of maybe something to clarify for staff how to proceed.
Thank you. I support the motion, and I think it would make sense for us to phase it in over 3 years and keep on a 3-year schedule where every year we're redoing 1/3 of the paint so that it does look fresh. And to that end, I was actually going to ask our interim city manager, does staff have a thought on this as to where in the budget we will secure the funding for the $70,000 a year?
Now, that was what I wanted to state as well, is that we will need to come back. We need to find the funding, and we will be coming back to council to allocate that money as well. I also did want to bring up that we have discussed previously, we did receive direction previously to do a mobile comprehensive plan, and that will be coming as a workshop in April. So in April, we will be discussing mobility, but also traffic calming techniques, so it's something that will be combined together. So at that time also is when we can kind of talk about the rearranging the roads. That would be a better place to have those conversations.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Thank you, Amanda. I actually was going to point that out because I know I had given that direction before. So is this going to be the same April 4th workshop, or is it going to be a different workshop?
No, same April 4th. So those
beautiful.
two tied together a little bit.
Awesome. Yeah, so please let everybody know that's going to be a huge workshop for traffic calming, for protected bike lane discussion, right? More green paint if you want it, right? Just let us know. That's what these workshops are going to be. They're made for you, for the public, because we don't want to be making decisions without your input. So that's why I really appreciate that you all come and provide us your commentary, suggestions, opinions. It's really important. Okay. Well, it doesn't look like there's any more conversation, and I think we just have to vote on the motion. Cool. Thanks.
Seeing no other speakers, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Sorry, just to clarify, did you second the motion with the 1/3 each year? I'm not clear on whether we're doing a 1/3 each year or...
So when I originally made the motion, that was my intention, was to do it phased over 3 years, because I agree with Councilmember Green on that. I mean, I would love to just go out there and be part of the crew, start painting it now, but I'm totally okay with phasing it in. And as we have this discussion, continue to have this discussion, if we are able to locate more funding and expedite the process, so be it. But for now, I think that's probably the most responsible direction that we can provide. Thank you. I appreciate that.
That item passes unanimously. And that will bring us to item D4 in our agenda. D4 is a proposed change to the municipal code regarding appointment of members of the City Council to the San Diego Association of Governments. Deputy Mayor Contreras asked this item to be placed on the agenda, so I'll ask her to introduce it.
Thank you. I wanted to bring this item forward because the last time we had a discussion on appointments, there was a consensus from 3 council members on who they wanted as a representative. And we aren't able to pick by majority. It is only the mayor's nomination. So I think it's time for us to take a look and ensure that we have a representative present throughout the entire meeting of SANDAG. There are so many different discussion topics that come up. And, I've been recently watching the SANDAG meetings, and to me, I'm just really saddened that we don't have a voice. We don't have anybody advocating for Vista. We don't have anybody from this city that's voted for youth opportunity passes so that 18 and under can have free rides on the coaster, the Breeze, the Sprinter, the trolley, and MTS buses. And we actually are one of the biggest recipients here in Vista of that benefit. I use public transit a lot. Not only to get from one place to another here in North County, but to take it down to San Diego. And I wish that we would have more advocacy to ensure that people have more freedom with their mobility. So I'm bringing this forward to have that discussion. And I'm sure that we have public speakers. I would love to hear from the public on this topic, and then we all can talk about it after that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And we do have a large number of public speakers. I'm going to start with Louis Uredell, followed by Amanda Young Rigby.
My name is Louis Uredell, and I support the mayor's appointment to representative for Sandag. We need someone that will stand up to and for the people of Vista, especially considering this big tax that's coming on right now for the mileage-driven tax. I'm going to talk about that mostly. The purpose of this tax is nefarious in nature and it lacks any significant foresight. I want to read a little quote from the Sandag Regional Transportation Plan. They say, charging users for each mile they drive on the highway can change travel behavior. Fees can also encourage people to take the bus for a short trip or take the train to work instead of driving. Change behavior. Last I checked, it isn't our elected officials' job to change our behaviors. Elected servants typically work for us and not as our moral compass or behavior analysts. Also encourage the public to use transportation. Encourage, really? Because something that would encourage someone to use public transportation would reward them for it. It wouldn't punish them for it. You see, this sounds a lot like it's a punitive cost. It's punishing us for driving on the roads rather than rewarding us or encouraging us. And I think that's a very important point. Let's take a look at what these taxes will do, because I feel they're very discriminatory against the people, especially small businesses. I own a business that's a destination gym. People drive from Escondido, people drive from Encinitas. They're not going to be discouraged from driving there. I also like to go out of my way to go to my local coffee shop rather than going to Starbucks where the coffee tastes like burnt asphalt and rubber. It also affects commuters. A lot of people live out east, so they don't have to worry about paying high cost of living. They drive into work at the coastal communities. They're going to be now punished for driving into their work where they're trying to save money on living. They can't afford these things. Also, we want to look at why public transportation works in cities like San Francisco and New York. Those cities are much smaller. San Diego is 4,260 miles. It's 10 times the size of San Francisco. It won't work here. It's not the same thing. We're very spread out. Also, a lot of people have children in childcare, and they're on supported by the state. They don't pay for their childcare because they don't have the money to afford it. Now they have to take their children, load them into public transport, to go to there, hop on a bus, to hop on a train, to hop on a bus, and then they have to go to work. It's absurd. It's ludicrous. The effect that parents and kids and everyone's going to have. They will get home later. They're going to have to start their days earlier. It's just an outrageous thing, and I don't think anyone wants to spend 2 hours or longer on a lackluster San Diego transit system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Amanda Young-Rigby, followed by William Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Madam Deputy Mayor, council members. I love what the gentleman before me said. I echo everything that he said regarding the vehicle miles travel tax and the things that they're trying to do at Sandag. But my position on this particular issue, aside from the peripheral, is that now that we are in districts, the mayor of this city is the only one of the elected officials who is elected citywide. I think that it should be the mayor of this city, no matter who it is, by right, by election citywide, is the representative to Sandag. I also think that the first alternate should be the deputy mayor for the city of Vista, whoever that is, and y'all can work out the third one. So that's my position. Thank you.
Thank you. William Froelich, followed by Gary Garrettson. And I would ask our audience members to remember that our municipal ordinance requires us to maintain decorum and not to clap for anything other than our presentation items, which includes this item. William Froelich, if he's here, and I'm not seeing him, he registered that he's in opposition to this item. And we'll move on to Gary Garrettson, followed by Armin Kurdian. Is Gary with us? Okay. Armin Kurdian, followed by Misty Tinkin.
Hello, council members. Long time no see. We're here because you're trying to change the rules to appoint, let's be honest, a pro-road usage charge, or otherwise known as a mileage tax, and regional transportation plan member to the Sandag Board of Directors. This shouldn't be happening right now. This shouldn't be on the agenda, but being the good naval officer I am who takes accountability for his actions, I will take responsibility for this vote right here and for everybody in the room. This is my fault. And if you want to blame me for keeping you up all the way until midnight a couple weeks ago, you can do that as well. What we see with regards to this tax and the RTP is that folks who are critical about this, intelligently critical about the tax, are very clearly articulate their opposition to it. Those who do not mostly equivocate behind desires and calls for a few extra buses to get people around, and also just haven't been very clear with where their position is. Let's be very clear on one thing. The road usage charge does not supplant the gas tax, state or federal. In fact, the plan calls out for multiple taxes: sales taxes, impact fees, mileage tax at the state and even the federal level, tolls, passenger fares, ride-hailing fees, general funds, cap and trade, housing revenues. And Vista residents are going to bear a very significant brunt of this expense without a return on their investment. Managing large, multi-billion-dollar, 9, 10-figure projects is what I did in the Navy. Highly technical, complex programs. And I can tell you, you can be the biggest climate activist in the world. This plan is not going to do what we want or need it to actually do. Los Angeles County has 3.5 times the population density that we have here in San Diego County. And in 2019, they had to subsidize their plan or their transit by $1.65 billion. The planned cost that Sandag says of $164 billion is a pipe dream. This thing is going to cost $250 billion in current year dollars. I read through the plan. It's right here. It's the top 50 pages with a URL. I hear a lot of folks saying we need to know more about it. It's right there. It doesn't talk nearly enough about sustainment or how you're going to address these costs to sustain this massive infrastructure that's going to be out there. Let's keep in mind that Sandag always overestimates revenue and ridership and underestimates costs. The budget to sustain, support, and secure the next generation OS is half of what it is. There's no mention of cybersecurity in this bill. You can't find where this fits into the national 16 pillars of critical infrastructure. And this room was and still has a lot of very highly skilled laborers and artisans here. What a shame it would be to squander their resources and their skill sets on a boondoggle that is not going to serve the residents of Vista or the residents of this county. Please stop making this thing worse. Let's look at this thing a lot more critically. Mass transit is great. I used to take the coaster to work down to Spaywar all the time. There is a need for it, but how this thing is implemented and how it's going to go forward.
Thank you very much. Misty Tinkin, followed by Justin Domenico.
Good evening again. Tonight with this agenda item, you're wanting to strip one of the main powers of the mayor that has been established in this city for 60 years starting tonight, because we're celebrating our 60th anniversary in the city of Vista. So that was a wonderful cake, so thank you for that wonderful ceremony earlier. No other city in the county of San Diego has stripped this right from a mayor. There are 18 incorporated cities in this county, and you're wanting to be the first city to remove a crucial power of the mayor. If you want this power, run for mayor. That's why we have elections. You didn't. Mayor Franklin won by winning from the voters of the entire city of Vista, not just a district. They gave him that authority. He should have that authority. Now, this also reminds me of something that, is done in DC quite often in Congress. Congress decided to remove certain people from being on committees. And that was done. And then when it switched houses, now that game is being played against the other side, and they're having a hissy fit about it. Why are we choosing partisan politics? Oh, goodness, glaciers. When we have big issues to deal with in this city. Now remember, in the future, you could pass it tonight, but when the majority changes is over, it's gonna get flipped, and it's gonna flip, and it's gonna flip. And what kind of precedence does that send to this city? You're eliminating a 60-year-old practice. Stop this now. Don't turn into Washington, D.C. We deserve better, and we vote, and you need to respect the voters.
Thank you very much, Justin Domenico, followed by Gloria Conejo.
I've been keeping a tally of how my name's been said throughout this meeting, and it's really exciting. It's Domicillo, but I appreciate the effort. All right, so I'm speaking
I
in
couldn't
favor.
read the handwriting. I apologize.
It's okay. I have the handwriting of a doctor. Give me 6 more years, PhD life. I'm speaking in favor of the motion because of one simple reason. And some people, here might think that, oh, you're a super lefty gay, but I honestly think it works on the merit of argument. And here's my argument. I watched the Sandag meeting, which I hated because I work 3 jobs and I'm tired, but I stayed up and I watched the whole meeting, even though I'm not an elected official. I don't have any real political power. I don't even have any real money. I work 3 jobs to make $50K, but I watched the whole dang meeting because it was a civic responsibility that I have as a citizen. It's my job to know what's going on in my county and care about it, because if I don't care now, someone else that might not have my best interest is gonna care for me, and that's not good. What I was really disappointed at to see Mayor Franklin, and I worked with Mayor Ritter when I was high schooler. We disagreed on many, many things, but one thing I respected about Mayor Ritter was she sat down and she was there for the entire meeting. And I'm hoping that whatever the council decides or you decide, in following meetings, you sit down there, because even if you don't agree with what's happening, I've been in situations where I'm in the minority and in the majority. I've been in situations where people are screaming that I'm a pedophile groomer and I need to die. But I've been chosen to, sit in a seat or represent someone. And you sit there and you take it and you listen and you stay in control. Even if your vote doesn't have a whole lot of weight, you're in the room and you get to say, this is what they're doing to our city. We elected you to represent us at all times through the good, the bad, and the ugly, because the minute you leave the room, you've lost all power. You've lost all ability to say, this is what happened, and I, Mayor Franklin, disagree with it, or I agreed with it and I pushed it through. We count on you to be our voice, even if you don't like it. And I was really disheartened to see you walk out. And I would like it if our council, by majority vote, which the majority of Vista did elect in all of our elections, by the way, people of certain voting persuasions, to elect somebody that will sit through the whole meeting. And if they don't, please, for the rest of the meeting, sit through them, because the minute you walk out is the minute you give up any sort of power, any sort of right. And that fails everyone, Republicans, Democrats, Libertarians, the far-right anti-COVID conspiracy people. All of us get let down because none of us are represented. Vista and the North have been long ignored by San Diego special interests. We have people all the way from the East and South counties coming up here speaking on this motion because they want a piece of North County pie, and I'm tired of it. I'm tired of getting railroaded by other people and other interests when the people in our own community aren't standing up for us. So please, next time, sit through the whole entire meeting. Thank you.
Gloria Conejo, followed by Carol Jeffries.
I'm honestly surprised you said my name right, so that's cute for me. Hi, my name is Gloria Conejo, and I support changing the municipal code to allow the council to appoint a Sandai representative that is not the mayor's nomination. I'm a lifelong North County and Escondido resident who's here in solidarity with my Vista neighbors. Many of us who pay attention to local matters look to Vista as a model for what governance should look like. I believe active public transportation is vital to our health as a North County region. We need representatives who will solve our bus driver shortage, implement shorter bus wait times, add cool zones in urban heat pockets, and increase access all around for effective public transit, and moreover, address the lack of access to safe bus stops with shade, greenery, and streetlights. Just recently, one of my colleagues from Fallbrook, who had issues with their car, did not have the easily accessible choice to connect with me in Escondido or Vista on the bus. The neighborhoods between San Marcos and Vista need more connectivity as well. I know this because I use public transit and I carpool. North County residents should have the accessible choice to ride the bus. We shouldn't have to be entirely reliant on cars. Public transit means jobs, it means local tourism, it means a more connected North County. It means an infrastructure built around human beings over parking spots and roads that desperately need maintenance from our over-reliance on cars. I personally want to be able to ride the bus to work in this region, spend whatever tiny bit of little disposable income I have, and hang out with my friends all over North County, because I have a lot. I'm hoping that whoever gets appointed or whatever happens after today puts the residents they were elected to serve first. I hope resources for our region are fiercely advocated for and effectively implemented. Moreover, I hope whoever gets appointed looks at the long-term effects of the decisions you make today. I hope that you make, sorry, I'm a little off, today for our interconnected North County region. And I hope whoever gets appointed wants to be there and doesn't feel like they're obligated to be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Jeffries.
Hey,
I
again.
want to ask everybody in the room to be respectful of you while you make your remarks and not interrupt as you did others.
I think I interrupted. I just wanted to, you guys have a lot of power, and I've seen a lot of power wielded over the years, a lot of power wielded against the will of a whole room of people who didn't want things to happen the way that they did. And, things have shifted, things have changed. Change is hard. A lot of people don't want to see change, but it's coming. It always happens. It happens. And, we have to change because our world is falling apart. So, I support this ordinance, or this not ordinance, but this code change, because there is a lot of power up here, and I want to see, maybe you got elected at large, but there's 3 people on here who were elected in 3 different districts who have a different view than you, and they maybe have been voted by more people. So, I think that we deserve to see a shift, and we have the opportunity, and I'd like to see that.
Thank you very much. Is Joshua Tienda still with us? I don't see him. Joe Hood, followed by Gretchen Newsom.
Thank you. Good evening again. We are a democracy. You are the 5 representatives of our democracy in this city. Majority should rule. This isn't dictatorship by mayor or historical silliness like that, in my view. We are in a condition of code red for humanity. Those are the words of the Secretary General of the United Nations. And Mayor Franklin, you support more freeways, more freeway lanes, more traffic, more fossil fuel burning, more heating of our planet, more destruction of our climate. Frankly, you should be ashamed. Transportation is the largest source of greenhouse emissions in our county. We need public transportation, crystal clear public transportation, and micromobility, as we discussed earlier. We need to reduce vehicle miles traveled. If a tax will help that, wonderful. Hopefully, if we do have that tax, the tax will be part of the proceeds will make people who have lower incomes whole. The money can be distributed in such a fashion to protect those who need protection. We must leave carbon in the ground. Shame on us if we don't protect our children and grandchildren and protect our climate from the many harms of climate change. So there's 2 issues here. 1, we have a democracy. 2, I could not possibly support the point of view that you have, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Gretchen Newsom, followed by Carol Kim.
Good evening, honorable council members. Gretchen Newsom on behalf of IBEW Local 569 and our 3,600 union electricians and power professionals, including 243 of those local families that live here in Vista. Here to speak in support of this item and empowering the City Council to put forward their best member to represent Vista at our regional organizations like SANDAG, which is our Regional Planning and Transit Development Agency. IBEW 569 is also a proud member of the Quality of Life Coalition. And we've been advocating at SANDAG for many, many years. And I'd like to share with you our mission statement. It is to invest our public dollars in a socially and environmentally equitable manner, to build a vibrant and inclusive economy that delivers environmental and economic justice, lifts up communities, creates healthier communities, and addresses the climate crisis, and ensures natural resources are conserved. IBEW 569 supports Vista sending to SANDAG a representative that supports this vision to uplift our communities and working families with the new regional transportation plan that invests in quality mass transit and green mobility options. A vision that combats climate change and cleans the air for our children and generations to come. A vision that supports quality construction careers under project labor agreements with local hire and apprenticeship opportunities. We also support having a representative at SANDAG that doesn't walk out on their duties to represent the City of Vista and your constituents, throwing a legislative tantrum when things don't go your way. We look forward to partnering with you on these values that do right by Vista and the entire region, and we hope that you will support this municipal code update tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Kim, followed by Jim Riggenbach.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Carol Kim, and I'm the business manager of the San Diego County Building and Construction Trades Council, representing over 30,000 union construction workers across the county and hundreds of Vista residents who are part of our building trades family. I'm also the vice president of the San Diego and Imperial Counties Labor Council, and I'm here to speak in support of the change in municipal code to allow the City Council to nominate and appoint a representative to the Board of Sandag. It's important for working people and their family members to have alternative options for transportation that are not automobile-centric. For over 40% of the residents of the county who are unable to be self-reliant on their current incomes, the prohibitive cost challenges that exist for workers, in particular low-income ones, of car ownership and operation makes it even more challenging to secure and commute to higher wage jobs. In a county like San Diego, when income disparities are so vast, it's critical that our elected representatives to regional boards are people who can and will prioritize the needs of these community members who are also a vital part of the Vista community. Beyond economic concerns for our most vulnerable residents, we must be forward-thinking about climate concerns and how we most effectively address climate change. And slow down or mitigate impacts that could completely change the ability of our families to even exist on this planet. We must start changing our behaviors and approaches if we hope to see our children and future generations share the quality of life that we have currently, to this time, enjoyed. All that said, I believe in democracy and representation as well. I'll note that a previous speaker mentioned that this has never been done in the county before within the 18 incorporated cities. That's actually inaccurate and false. It's happened in multiple cities. I'll also note that particular practices and policies that are old, 60 years old or otherwise, have rightly been removed and done away with because we have evolved in our views to become more enlightened and inclusive in our society. I urge you to pass this municipal code change today and choose a representative from Vista that will strive for a healthier future and region for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jim Riggenbach.
Good evening. Please change this anomaly of a rule. We can't be left without representation because one person can obstruct the rest of the council. And I also want to note that I received an email from Mayor Franklin that had misleading information. There was a statement that said Councilmember Melendez wanted to eliminate single occupancy vehicles. That's not true. In fact, the comment of hers that was highlighted proves that to be false. There was another point that he offered Councilmember Green as the representative, and Melendez blocked that. That's completely misleading.
No, it's not.
Green said he couldn't attend meetings and didn't want it. There also wasn't going to be an alternate to that proposal. It was a ridiculous proposal. No one but the mayor even entertained it, and yet you tried to pose it in your email that it was a legitimate proposal blocked by Melendez. Completely false. The mayor tried to frame the impasse as an obstruction by Councilmember Melendez. That's not true. It's the mayor that's obstructing the rest of the council. 3 definitely want Melendez, and based on Councilmember Green's comments, his top priority is to have anyone as a rep. So I'm assuming if Melendez was put forward, Green would also be on board. There's another misconception that the mayor currently has the right to appoint a Sandag rep. That is not true. Every other piece of business is decided by majority vote. Fixing this rule is simply correcting an anomaly.
Okay, in the audience, we have Sarah Berry, who wanted to register her opposition to this item. We also have Matthew Berry, who wanted to register his opposition. Both indicated they did not want to speak. Our next speaker is Ben Sherlock, followed by Christopher Aaron. Is Mr. Sherlock?
Good evening. As a born and raised Vistan, my family's been in Vista since 1956. All 4 of my children work and go to school here in Vista and take Highway 78 to commute. I support the mayor's appointment to Sandag. It's imperative that we do everything we can to help move the citizens of Vista to and from place of employment. Public transportation is a great importance. However, our city's infrastructure depends on traveling using vehicles. We don't have the resources to offset the demands that this will create. Our communities were built for vehicles travel. Mass transit in North County is inefficient and ineffective. The Sprinters are great for kids getting to the beach in Oceanside, but more often than not is empty. Charging per mile tax will have a dramatic effect on those commuting to and from work. We're already paying at the pump, but those most vulnerable are going to be hit again and again and again with a per mileage tax. The Carpenters 619 union spoke earlier about driving to San Diego for jobs. All those hardworking folks are going to pay more to drive to those jobs and have less money to come home to their families here in Vista. You told us conserve, we did it. You told us go hybrid, we did it. You told us go electric, we did it. And now you want to tax us again. We're not going to stand for it. We're done with it. We do not need more taxes on people trying to get to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Christopher Aaron, followed by Doug Hicks.
For the record, Christopher Allen. Christopher Allen,
Sorry,
Southwest
I
Mountain
apologize, I
State.
couldn't read the writing.
That's all right. It's been a long day. Christopher Allen, Southwest Mountain States Regional Council of Carpenters. I'm a career heavy highway infrastructure carpenter in San Diego County. I've been doing this since 2003. And I've yet to see a representative from Vista actually fight for infrastructure work on the freeways. I've touched every single piece of freeway in San Diego County, and I can name them off. But guess what? It stops at San Marcos and it stops at Oceanside. So I really want the board to look at this and appoint somebody who would actually fight for people like me. That way I can keep a roof over my family's head, food on the table, and health care. But unfortunately, Vista has failed too long. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Doug Hicks, followed by Cipriano Vargas.
Council, we're talking about infrastructure. It's the backbone of any community. But historically, Vista has been underrepresented in the spending. You pay your taxes and you watch your money go to other parts of the county. Those in East County, I'm surely thank you. Those in South County, thank you for your contributions. But at the end of the day, your residents want infrastructure. They need opportunities and options, not grandstanding. Civil discourse is the job of the elected official. And walking out of a meeting tells your residents, I'm not going to even stay and fight. You can say what you want about it. It's a message. If I'm not hearing what I like, I leave. I'm a proud union carpenter, and we'll be happy to pay our fair share of gas taxes and any other taxes that keep our infrastructure whole, functional, and serviceable. Infrastructure costs money. To say that when we transition from gas to electric vehicles, how are you going to pay for that infrastructure? It's fiscally irresponsible to say we're not going to have a future vision to fund a regional transportation plan. If you're going to say that we're going to transition away from gas and the technology is coming, there's a 2035 mandate to get away from gas vehicles. How do you propose to backfill that? You have to have a viable plan. It's the fiscally responsible thing to do to have a viable option of how you're going to maintain your infrastructure. How are you going to do that? Right now, those who buy the most gas pay the most tax. Guess what? If you're not going to the gas pump, how are you going to pay for it? There is no difference in the way you tax that. But with the 2035 mandate coming, how would a conservative fiscal American say that we're going to backfill that? You've got to have a plan. And you can't put forth an RTP that doesn't have a viable funding source. So when you start taking a look at all of this, the question is, what is the responsibility of a Sandag representative? Advocate for their community, have a forward-looking vision that presents a fiscally responsible plan that can realistically be funded with the technology at hand. There's a famous quote that says, horses are here to stay. Cars are a passing fad. 1865 is when that quote was published. Guess what happened? Transportation modes shifted. Guess what's happening now? Opportunities for transportation modes are shifting. The question is Vista going to shift along with them, or are they going to be left behind? The cities that fail to have roads failed to be able to move goods and services for their residents when the automobile came in. With the next evolution, those communities that don't embrace the change will be left behind without it. Make the right decision. When you're going to be up there advocating, advocate to invest in your future. Thank you.
Thank you. Cipriano Vargas, followed by Chelsea Egley.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm here to speak in support of this charter amendment. I'm a lifelong resident of Vista. I have used both public transportation and my own private vehicle. But when I think about our representative for Sandag, I want a leader that's going to be at the table, fighting for the residents of our community, making sure that we're bringing the funding back home, and making sure that those conversations happen in a strategic manner, in a way that we're working with our other community partners, cities along the 78 corridor. Because when we look at what's happening in Vista, we're not getting our fair share. And I believe that leader, that visionary leader that the city of Vista needs is Councilor Member Melendez. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It taught kindergarten. 3 is a majority. Let the council majority decide who's going to be our representative to Sandag. And let's make sure once again that we get these critical jobs, critical projects completed. Because when I think of Vista, and when I think of Councilmember Melendez, we're building the future for our kids, the infrastructure. When I go to Washington, D.C., I love using the public transportation there because I can get from one side to the other pretty quickly. Currently, that's not a possibility here in North County. We have a lot of work to do. Let's make sure that we're delivering for our residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chelsea Egley, followed by Fox.
Hello again. I really wasn't expecting to talk twice, but I did email you all last night and I had a whole lot of questions. So I really appreciate everybody sharing your thoughts. And it sounds like really what we need is some sort of middle ground because this feels like some weird political thing to change stuff. And I feel like if there was at least transparency as to why, that would help clarify for Vista residents. I'm gathering that maybe you didn't go to your meeting or something, and so people are mad about that, and then also the mileage tax. So my questions ultimately are, who are we really fighting for at the end of the day, and what are the needs in Vista, and what will this 5% tax actually fund in Vista? And when we think about the percentage of it, that's ultimately going to hurt people that are far lower income because 5% tax on having to drive for work is going to hit you way harder if you make half as much as somebody who's making like $100K or whatever. So those are the thoughts that are in my mind of who are we serving by doing this mileage tax. And then the other thing too is that it's mostly wealthy, higher end folks that can work from home and aren't going to be affected by this mileage tax. But in my neighborhood, it's 1 billion work trucks because a lot of people drive for work all the time. They're going to be hit with that. So I guess I'm trying to find a compassionate middle ground of genuinely serving the people who we need to be serving, but are we really doing that with the idea of a mileage tax? And I know that that question is beyond this specific motion and it goes above that, but I guess what I would plead for whoever ends up as a representative to genuinely think really deeply about those questions and what is that tax going to do and how's it going to help Vista? And I think somebody mentioned earlier that it's super weighted against us in Sandag because we're tiny. And I read today that, they changed the voting in Sandag. So if they just have a weighted majority, so 3 cities can say we want something and then whatever, it happens. So really, Vista doesn't have any true power in Sandag. That's not really what we're arguing here. We're arguing for like some sort of political statement as who is our representative. And that's okay. That's what politics is. But I would just really urge all of you as genuine, and I'm a public servant. I work in a public library. I've done this my whole life. That's my core. And I would urge you to really reflect on who are you serving with that and who is going to be taking the public transit. Is it going to be coming here? Are we funding something south of us? And I want to read a little bit of the questions and just put it on the record. I'd love for these to be considered. Okay, so what's the actual end goal? Is there updated data on who's actually riding public transit? Not just who is now, but who are we projecting are going to be the riders in the future? And then what specific transit's going to happen in Vista? What % of this tax are we going to get here? And And then ultimately really would just urge you all to find middle ground, because I don't want us to just become a city that fights within themselves. I've seen that happen a lot, and I would love to see some middle ground, because I know we can do it. Thanks.
Thank you. And our last speaker tonight is Fox.
Hi, I'm Fox. I'm an engineer and a futurist, maybe. I don't know yet. I haven't gone to the future. But look, the gas tax is going away. In 100 years, internal combustion engines are just going to be a toy. They're going to be things that nerds create in their backyards, make go vroom, vroom, and then laugh about it. Because they're just not going to be practical for our future. So what gas tax is going to be to charge if none of us are driving internal combustion engine vehicles? This is inevitability. This isn't like a matter of should we, shouldn't we. It's a matter of how and when. And yeah, obviously we're going to have to do a mileage tax of some kind. I mean, alternatively, you could try to do the charge by kilowatt hour at the charging station, but that's not even a big concern anymore. The whole reason we did a gas tax is because there's a very direct connection between that and, carbon dioxide output. But a lot of our vehicles are just getting more power efficient in general. The amount of energy consumed by an electric vehicle is usually around a little less than half of gasoline vehicles. And I also noticed that some people who want to complain about this complain because there's a perceived increase in tax. But really, the whole point of this is we want to phase out gas tax. I think the pilot program is about phasing it out in various regions at a time. That was signed in recently. And actually, this benefits anybody who drives silly vehicles. Large, heavy SUVs or people who drive pickup trucks for the sake of driving them, they actually get dinged a lot less on this tax than they would have with gas because it's just how the aerodynamics work. And ultimately, this isn't a bad thing. This is just a different thing. And I think we need to start looking at it as just one of those hurdles we will have to encounter rather than something that we pussyfoot at this instant in time and never do anything about. And it's just, we have to think about the future. What does our future look like? And yeah, public transit can be hard and it's messy and people don't want to ride it because who wants to wait at a bus stop? Nobody wants to wait at a bus stop, that's obvious. But also because our bus stops suck, our public transit sucks, and our lives kind of suck. And these are not problems that are easy to fix, but they are problems we will have to fix because the road we're on isn't taking care of us. It's not bringing us to good health. It's not encouraging people to raise families. Yes, in isolation, trying to fix this one problem of transportation seems completely ludicrous, but it is what our future will have to look like if we want one at all. And as an engineer, all I can say is, it's a problem, yes, fix it, just fix it. There are ways, no matter how hard they are. Thank you.
Okay, we have one more public speaker, Anna Denif.
Hi, my name is Anna Denef. I just want to say there are countless people whose entire livelihoods depend on public transit. The fact that it is confusing and inefficient is a problem that needs to be fixed, not a justification to not pay it equal due attention. Additionally, the mileage tax would be a fee based on the number of miles driven instead of a gasoline tax, not in addition. We need to fund our infrastructures and be mindful of our impact on the future. And we need better and more accessible public transportation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and begin tonight, and I'm going to begin where you left off, Ms. Denif. You said it's not in addition. That is incorrect. At Sandig, I asked and invited Mayor Todd Gloria of the city of San Diego. When I spoke, I said, please, you have the microphone next. Tell us that the 5-cent per mile tax will not be charged to people who are still paying the gasoline tax. Not once has anyone stated that it will not be double taxation. It will. The plan is to tax gasoline vehicles a per mile fee on top of the gasoline tax. I've said numerous times from this dais, I said it at the Sandag dais, that obviously as we phase out gasoline, we have to have an honest discussion about where those revenues come from. And I've said I'm willing to have an honest discussion about a per mile charge as one potential way to replace the revenues lost from a gas tax, but only if it is in the context that we all agree that there will be no double taxation, that we will not apply this tax to those who also pay gasoline tax. That is at the core of my opposition. I have invited those who are leaders on this per mile charge, the road user charge, or RUC, as it's now called. I've invited them numerous times to say that they will never support it being double charged. None of them have come forward to say so. In fact, this is going to be a double taxation. I want to address, for those members of the council who weren't briefed on the subject, the state law says that whoever was last appointed to Sandag remains our representative. I think most of you may have been aware of that, so I have been attending the Sandag meetings, and I am very proud of the decision that I made, along with a bipartisan group of representatives from East County and North County. There were 9 of us, maybe 10, who got up and left. And we got up to leave because of exactly what Mr. Hicks was talking about so eloquently. We are being screwed in North County. We are being screwed in East County by the city of San Diego, who is using its population advantage, who has adopted new rules through its representatives. Todd Gloria, being one of them, was a member of the assembly in the year 2017, before he was mayor of San Diego. Sandag was formed in the year 1980, and it required a dual majority system for any affirmative action. That meant that both a majority of the agencies, we call that the tally majority, as well as a majority of the weight, that means the population weighted majority, both had to agree in order to take an affirmative action, an action like spending our tax dollars, the tax dollars that we have paid since 1980. We have paid for 41 years, and we will pay for a total of 61 years under the tax that is currently authorized. Your children will graduate college before this tax leaves us. You've been paying this tax every day of your life. We were promised carpool lanes. We were promised an end to the stoplight at I-5 and 15. We were promised I-5 and 78. We were promised an intersection that worked at 78 Highway and I-15. I appreciate that at least 5 speakers addressed the fact that I walked out. It did exactly what it was designed to do. It got attention. And Mr. Hicks, you brought the subject up because of what I did. Thank you for making the point that my actions were effective. They got it on your lips. They got it on your lips and yours and yours and yours. We got noticed for North County and East County. That's fighting for our community. That's making sure that tax dollars are not sucked out of the city of Vista and never returned to our taxpayers for the projects that in 1980 and again when Transnet 2 was authorized, that our voters voted for taxes for projects we were promised and have never received here in Vista. And with regard to fighting for working families, I am proud that my position opposing a 5-cent per mile tax and opposing the insane imposition of 3 new half-cent sales taxes that would make San Diego County one of the most high tax burden jurisdictions in the state of California. I oppose those things because both of those taxes are regressive. Regressive taxes hurt working families worse than they hurt wealthier families. They cause working people to pay a greater share of their income than those who have more money. For that reason, I will never support increases in sales taxes, and I will never support a 5-cent mileage tax, particularly when it is doubled on top of the gasoline tax. We must find ways to raise revenue that share the burdens of our highway infrastructure system across the spectrum of taxpayers, not putting the burden on the lowest income members of our society. It's wrong, and I will vocally stand up, and I will challenge anyone who works a policy in this city or in this county to try and hurt working families. I will stand in their way, I will fight them, and I will win, because the taxpayers will stand at my back, because I am fighting for them, and I'm doing so proudly. And I do not shrink from my actions. I did proudly walk out of that meeting so that we could talk about it tonight. I'm very, very proud of what I did. We spoke about advocacy of mobility. What about the mobility that 97% of your constituents rely on? That is their single occupancy vehicle, something that we heard was never discussed. Obviously, somebody didn't watch the entire video because Councilwoman Melendez, who wants to represent our city at Sandag, clearly said it's time to think about eliminating the single occupancy vehicle. I put the YouTube out. Go to Mayor Franklin, search that on YouTube. You can watch it this very moment. It's very clear. You can also watch a number of interesting statements at Transparent Vista. Search that on YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so honored. I've made it to the big time of politics. I have my very own political cartoon. Did you see it? It features me personally jackhammering the next lane, the carpool lane, I think it is, into the 78 highway. The carpool lane is a project that I have been advancing at Sandag and have met as recently as last week with senior Sandag officials to advance, is a project that I understand you to have said, and again, the YouTube clips are available, and I invite you to clarify your remarks. You've said you won't support widening 78 highway. That project is to happen within the existing footprint, but it will widen the lane miles. It will add more lane miles. It will help people who are carpooling get to work sooner and safer. I will fight aggressively to defend Vista families for their right to receive the benefits that they have been taxed on for 3 generations. It is wrong for us to send a representative to Sandag that will support the per mile tax, that will support 1.5 cents additional cost on every single discretionary dollar that is spent by our families. And I'm telling you what, me and the voters, we're not going to forget. So keep the cartoons coming. I loved it. By the way, I'm going to get it printed and framed. I understand you were the artist. That's a beautiful job you did. Thank you for that. I can't wait to get it framed. That's the first artwork that's going to go on my wall in my new office as mayor. Fiscally responsible. I appreciate the discussion about fiscal responsibility. $160 billion is $49,000. It's almost $50,000 per resident for every man, woman, and infant child of this county. And I will not support a regional transportation plan that calls to spend $50,000 per infant child and per 90-year-old and per 9-year-old and 19-year-old in this city. I won't. It's irresponsible. It's an irresponsible amount of money to spend, and thank God the voters of San Diego County roundly rejected those sales taxes, and when they're brought again, they'll be roundly rejected again, and I will vocally fight to oppose those new taxes because they will injure and burden the working families of the city of Vista, and I won't stand for it. So, we will have many questions come before us in the coming weeks on this council, and we will discuss binding resolutions, and we will see, and the voters of Vista will see how you'd like to vote on them. We will discuss binding resolutions to withdraw our Sandag representative for any vote supporting an increase in tax, for any vote supporting the per mile tax. We will find out what you really believe, since you don't seem to want to be transparent with voters about what exactly it is you do believe. And every time you say something, and I got a video of it, you said it right here from the council dais, you were proud of it when you said it, but when I showed it to the community, all of a sudden, we didn't say that, we didn't mean that, it was a joke. Well, I'm not joking. This is not funny to me. I think I might be the only member of the council who was too poor to afford an automobile, who relied on public transportation for years. Okay, there's 2 of us. I'm glad that you understand the plight of working people that can't afford an automobile the way I do. I still can't. And so can I. My aspiration as a working, don't laugh at me. I don't laugh at you when you speak. Please, be respectful, okay? My aspiration as a working person was to have the freedom and mobility of an automobile. When you talk about freedom of mobility, the families in this city want to be home sooner and safer. They want to be with their families. They want to be able to safely get where they're going. They want to spend time with their families. That's what they want. I spent 1.5 hours in the morning and I spent 1.5 hours in the evening getting to and from work. I took 2 buses and then I took 2 trains. I transferred on the bus and I transferred on the train, morning and night. It was 15 hours of my day, 15 hours of my week, 3 hours a day. You really believe that that is the aspiration of the people that elected you, is to spend 3 hours out of every single day, 15 hours a week, they're gonna have a part-time job. You think that that's what they want? I stand here and I subject myself to the voters right here and right now, and I put my political future at stake that that is not what they want. They do not want to be impinged on that way. 3% of the people of San Diego County drive, and you claim induced demand will soak the highways with additional cars. Where are these cars coming from? You believe that the people that now rely on the social safety net of public transportation will get their Maseratis out of their car, out of their garage, and they're gonna drive them to work. They've been relying on public transportation, but now they're gonna fire up the Rolls Royce. I mean, people are using public transportation because they need the economic ladder. They need that opportunity the way I needed it. That's why I understand the way they need it, because I needed it. I couldn't afford a car, and it wasn't a choice. But when I was able to afford a car, I bought a car because I wanted that freedom. The idea that we're gonna build more lane miles and that suddenly people are gonna start getting out on the highway where they weren't before, I don't believe. I don't believe that. I don't think it's logical. I think people are using public transit, the vast number of them, because they do not have the ability to have a car. So I'm fighting for the true aspiration of working families. That's what I'm here to fight for. I'm fighting for the impoverished families that live in our city. We're 25% below the area median income for the county in the city of Vista. The families that live here are hoping that you will not work to increase their cost of living, that you will not take their single occupancy vehicle away. Why? Because they rely on it, they need it, they're desperate for it. And those who don't have one yet are praying and hoping that God will make a way for them to have an automobile. And I am gonna fight and I will be their advocate. Thank you very much. Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you for the time. Thank you for everyone who came to speak tonight. And thank you to everyone who sent me emails. I received a lot of communication in opposition to my appointment to Sandag, and I received a lot of support for my appointment to Sandag. And I also received a lot of emails from people saying that they didn't want to pay a road usage charge on top of a gas tax. And I completely understand where those folks are coming from. And a lot of this information is new to me. In the past month, I've been doing a lot of reading and having a lot of conversations with people. And I think it's really important that our community is getting all the information that they need to participate in these conversations. So I'm not ever claiming that I'm an expert on road usage charges, on Sandag, on regional planning. But as I'm learning new information, I will share that with you. So I have some statements prepared tonight to keep my thoughts organized, but I really hope to address a lot of people's concerns and open up a dialogue about what the role is on Sandag and why I believe I would be a good fit for that role. So I want to address the purpose of the road usage charge as it was passed by the state of California to fund road maintenance and transportation projects first in 2014. In the state legislation, a road usage charge is being proposed as an alternative to the gas tax, but I also understand why we don't have confidence in that. Although in the legislation that I've read, it is named as an alternative. And we can get to more discussion about why we don't have confidence in that. People have asked, why have a second tax? Why not just keep the gas tax? And while yes, the gas tax has historically funded road maintenance, in recent years as cars become more fuel efficient and less people are buying gas, we have lost revenue. Without sufficient revenue, roads cannot be maintained. Between 1993 and 2020, the average fuel efficiency improved by approximately 26%. Meaning drivers on average can go an extra 75 miles between fill-ups. Those extra miles generate wear and tear on our roads, and those repairs that wear and tear of those extra 75 miles, they're not being funded by the gas tax. And in addition to improvement to fuel efficiency, as some speakers have stated, the state of California is phasing out gas-powered vehicles entirely. New internal combustion engines will be illegal for sale in California by 2035. This is based on legislation signed by Governor Newsom. In the next 10 to 20 years, the gas tax will not be a sufficient source of revenue to maintain our roads. We will have to either abandon our roads or find new sources of revenue. If we want to continue to use our cars in the future, we need a place to drive them, and a road usage charge will help us fund road repairs as the gas tax becomes obsolete. And I want to ask everyone here, who drives a gas-powered vehicle? Feel free to raise your hands. I do. I drive. It's pretty fuel efficient, a little hatchback. Okay, keep your hands up though. And I do drive a manual. So just want to say that I'm probably the only millennial in existence that drives a stick shift. But congratulations, everyone, with your hands up. You are the ones paying for our roads. So that's something that hasn't been part of the conversation, is that as we are seeing more fuel-efficient vehicles, and Councilmember Green, I know you love your Tesla, but you're not paying for road repairs with your Tesla. A road usage charge will be based on how much we drive rather than how much gas we purchase. This means a road usage charge is more equitable because whether you have a fuel-efficient vehicle like a Tesla, a truck for work, or a gas guzzler older car, you are only responsible for your use of the roads. However, in addition to a state road use charge, SANDAG and other regional planning groups throughout California are also proposing regional road usage programs to address regional revenue needs. However, we cannot move forward with a new regional tax unless there is a clear public benefit and many questions are answered. Some of my questions include, what would the rate of the regional tax rate be? And this number of 5 cents, what I've seen tentatively, and this isn't even a plan that's going forward with adoption, is 2 cents at the state and 2 cents regional. Is this something that goes to the voters? Would this be on the ballot? Are we getting rid of the gas tax? And will the state enforce a road usage charge by 2035? How long will the regional road usage charge be in place, or will it be permanent? What will SANDAG use San Diego regional road usage taxes for? Will these taxes be used to fund gaps in the state's taxes that do not cover, or will these taxes go beyond the maintenance that the state provides? What are the other sources of revenue for regional transportation projects that we could explore instead of a regional road usage fee? Also, could we do an equity study? Could the rate of the tax be determined by income level so that working families are not overly burdened, whereas higher earners have more means to cover transportation costs? Will there be any tax deductions for businesses that require travel as part of their business? Will these taxes be used to fund transportation, public transportation, and what kind of public transportation? Will these taxes be used to fund public infrastructure to support active transportation, like walking and biking on the neighborhood level? Which cities or areas in our region will have priority for public transportation or public infrastructure projects? And will there be a greater effort to increase jobs and housing so that traveling throughout our region is reduced and people can live and work in their local area more easily? So these questions and many more are part of the responsibility of our SANDAG representative, I believe. And I believe in transparency of our government, and I make it a goal to ask important questions. Even if I don't know all the information, I'll still do my best to learn and ask questions. Luckily, I was able to get on the phone with Colleen Clemenson, the Director of Planning and Land Use of SANDAG. We spoke today for less than 15 minutes, so she couldn't answer all of my questions, but she did explain that Sandhag has currently removed the road usage charge from their plans, and they are hoping the state will approve it without that revenue source. She told me that a future regional road usage policy could address road maintenance and public transportation improvements, and that Sandhag does not currently have the authority to levy a new tax. It would have to go to the voters for final approval, which was another concern that I got in a lot of emails, was how does Sandhag have the authority to do this? And they don't currently have the authority. It would have to go to the voters. Any policy for a regional road use charge could also make considerations for income level, exemptions for business owners, and whatever else we decide. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to confirm that we are getting rid of the gas tax, which is a big problem for me because I do not want people being charged twice at any point. And I would be happy to support a resolution at the Sandhag level, at the Vista level, at any level of advocacy that we get rid of the gas tax. And it has a specific timeline. It's very clear that there's a need to have a new mode of taxation since we're going to have electric vehicles be more commonplace. And people aren't going to be paying for gas. But people should not be paying two taxes for both gas and their use of the roads. So that was a big concern for me when she couldn't confirm that the gas tax isn't just going to go away. So at the end of our conversation, I told her that while I understand why the Sandhag staff has recommended a road usage charge as a revenue source, I'm not supportive at this time. Instead, I would like to first explore other sources of revenue for public transportation like other regional planning groups are doing. Finally, I did get her to agree to come to Vista along with other Sandhag staff and provide a presentation about transportation, Sandhag, and regional planning at a town hall or a public meeting. So I'm happy she agreed to that. This conversation about Sandhag has become so focused on gas tax versus road charge that we are missing opportunities to advocate for Vista residents. Sandhag is a regional agency that is responsible for improving equity, transportation, air quality, clean energy, economic development, goods movement, public health, public safety, housing, and more, according to their website. The board of directors is comprised of leaders from across the region and serves as the governing body of Sandhag. We have varying priorities because we are representing different communities, but no matter what, a representative from Vista should be advocating for Vista. When we are sitting on the Sandhag board, we have opportunities for funding for transportation, housing, infrastructure, public health and safety, and so much more. Vista has historically missed out on opportunities for funding because our representatives have been silent when they need to speak up. For example, the Emerald Corridor Improvement Project is being considered for funding. Our city staff have submitted this application 3 times. We are eligible for funding because the Emerald Corridor Improvement Project is considered a project that will enhance public active transportation for those walking and biking because of new sidewalks and bike lanes. It will also be a safe route to school due to its proximity to Tri-City, Belamonte, and Casita schools. It will also result in traffic calming due to the inclusion of traffic circles and make it easier for Emerald neighbors to turn onto the street. And this project will help mitigate traffic to and from the 78. This project is worth funding and sure as hell worth fighting for. The Emerald Corridor Improvement Project will help Vista residents directly and improve our quality of life. So why did we miss out? I checked the records and I read the minutes of years past. Every time this improvement has come before the board, no one representing Vista has said anything about it. It's not hard to speak up during a meeting and advocate for our community. In fact, it is the duty of a Sandhag representative to make a case for us and bring resources home to Vista. In March, The Emerald Corridor Improvement Project will be up for consideration for the third time. This project is very important to me, and I've been following it closely. If I am not the representative, I will still be at those meetings, and I will bring my neighbors out to fight for it. I do not, unfortunately, trust our mayor, John Franklin, to represent us during those meetings. He does not have a record of advocating for infrastructure improvements and neighborhood issues, and he has walked out of recent Sandag meetings, which we heard the justification of. And it doesn't sound like our weighted vote is going to change anytime soon. Why are we going to send someone to Sandag in a position that gives us a voice at the table for regional funding when that representative won't even participate in the meeting and instead walks out?
Mayor Contreras.
Thank you. You know, I'm actually used to our mayor yelling at me. That's one of the reasons why I ran, because when I was down there, he actually tried to have me escorted by the sheriffs. So that's a whole other conversation.
That's a flat lie.
No, it's not.
That is a flat lie. And everybody can go watch the video. That's a flat lie.
No,
is a
you said I
flat
will have
lie.
you escorted by the sheriffs. So whatever. Anyways, just like you can make clips, I've made clips of that, and you can go ahead and see it online. I'm not even going to say all the things that you told me, because that would probably take a little bit more time. But I did get an incredible, and all I did was like smile, and then you just yelled at me. So I think that's really, you talk about decorum out there. Where's our decorum up here? I don't know.
That's a great question. When you deride and laugh
It's
at
my
other
turn to
members,
speak right now.
When you deride and laugh
It's
at
my
other
turn to
members during their
speak.
speech, I'm going
It's
to point
my
out
turn
that you're
to
not
speak.
observing decorum.
It's Mount. Okay, it's my turn to speak. Okay, I received an incredible email from Chelsea. She told me not to use her last name, but she may or may not be here. And it really had thoughtful questions beyond, a lot of the emails that were circulated that were like, you're a communist. Okay, whatever. It's not true. And the other emails that people are, supportive of the council majority being able to pick someone, those were really nice to read. There was some real thoughtful information. But most of the stuff that I got in email was like copy paste of like, I oppose the mileage tax, which I totally understand. I love roads. I use the bus all the time. Without a road, I can't use the bus. So I don't know how we're going to fund, someone made a public comment about massive infrastructure. Our roads are massive infrastructure, and they need maintenance all the time. All the time. So anyways, Chelsea provided a list of questions that I thought were really interesting because it really gave me an insight into an individual who is wanting to know more information. Some of us up here kind of know what Sandag is about, or we're learning more about it. In my second job that I have as transportation policy advocate for Climate Action Campaign, I professionally have to watchdog Sandag. So I am just dismayed all the time that there's zero advocacy from our Vista leadership when it comes to projects that we really need. But the questions had to do with who is being affected, right? Essentially, who is being affected, because a lot of folks are concerned about the burden of taxation, and I'm right there with you. Right now, I'm not even being represented for all the taxes that I'm paying, okay? But let's take a look at the last demographic information that North County Transit District has, okay? Because it went over, the subject was like discussing fees, fares, and stuff like that. But it gave a really good snapshot of who uses public transportation. And it is a lie that people that are using public transportation can't afford a car, because the Coaster, 64% had an annual income above $75,000. The Breeze bus, which is by far by ridership and I am your representative on North County Transit District. In the first year of me being your representative, prior to that, I believe it was Mayor Franklin. In less than a year, I got a bus for Rancho Minerva Middle School. Okay? I am constantly fighting for us to get our fair share. And you know what? NCTD actually has a weighted vote too, but most of the time, we're pretty civil with one another. We don't walk out and we're having conversations and we just do it by tally vote. One time, the one experience that I have, someone did call for a weighted vote and it was very, it's like whatever, it didn't even work. But anyways, I don't want to digress. So the Breeze, 71%, the Breeze is the bus system, 71% of those riders had an annual household income less than $40,000. 47% are between the ages of 19 and 34. 79% use transit 4 or more days a week. And 91% walk to access transit service. On the Sprinter, 59% had an annual household income of less than 40%. I know we got a lot of students going between here, Palomar College, Cal State, right? Incredible higher education institutions. We want to make sure that they are able to get there on time so that they can make it through class, they could get back home so they could study more, so that they could get back on public transit and get back to class the next day. But 61% are between the ages of 19 and 34. 71% of the Sprinter riders use transit 4 or more days a week. 74% walk to access that transit service. On the Coaster, I already told you 64% had an annual household income above $75,000. So you're seeing a lot of what is called choice ridership and those that are going to work, right? 78% of those are above the age 35, right? So we're looking at kind of an older group as well. 73% use transit 4 or more days a week. 41% walk to access transit service. Now, recount all the people that are walking to public transit, because when we talk about SANDAG is also in charge of helping us in our local jurisdictions, like the city of Vista, to fund active transportation programming, ATP, which is walking and biking. And basically, public transit is linked to both walking and biking. Now, we just had a lot of discussion about green bike lanes and traffic calming. I mean, wouldn't it be great if we had a representative at SANDAG saying, you guys are allocating 4% of the budget to active transportation, yet in my city, tons of people are walking to public transit and they don't have a safe way to get there. They're biking to public transit and they don't have a safe way to get there. Let's increase it to double digits at least and get some more funding to help people connect in a better way. And while we're at it, let's put trees on our transportation corridors because it gets really, really hot. All right, so we need shade, we need better active transportation, and we need more frequency. At the last SANDAG meeting, I was a little bit upset, or NCTD meeting, I was a little bit upset because we're not increasing the frequency on the 303 bus, which is the one I ride all the time. And I didn't walk out. What I said was, at minimum, you need to increase the frequency for what's called a school tripper, right? Kids going to school, leaving school, because the bus is so crowded at that time. So find the funding to increase it, because our students deserve to get to school on time and not have to worry about a parent taking them, right? Not have to worry about being able to afford a car, which costs, on average about $10,000 a year. So these are real fundamental discussions that need to happen at a regional level. And I didn't, our representative prior was Mayor Ritter. She voted no against the Youth Opportunity Pass to allow for free transit for 18 and under. And no one else that was on the Sandag slate, right? First alternate, second alternate. I didn't see anybody trying to advocate to her or make a public comment that actually we're one of the biggest cities that needs it. Our average age is like, I think it went down from 33 to like 32 or 31. So we have a really young city. We have a lot of people asking to have more freedom of mobility, and a lot of people who do have to use their cars, and they want roads without potholes. But how are we going to pay for that? How are we going to pay for it? I'm sure everybody who spoke up here really wants to have a safe road when they drive, right? Everybody wants a safe road, but they are very expensive to maintain. So where is the money coming from? Because it will bankrupt our city if we can't access SB1 funding. Let's talk about what happens if the regional plan that Sandag has isn't approved by the California Air Resources Board. Because we want to throw around, fiscally conservative, all these types of, different tags and labels. But you know what's really irresponsible is for the board of Sandag to not advocate for a plan that would be accepted by California Air Resources Board that reduces their mandate is 19% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. It's not even that much. But it is a big feat when you don't have a way to create the infrastructure to get there. And if we are not approved for that plan, we will lose out on the funding that our local jurisdictions really rely on, SB1 funds, to slurry seal the roads, to fix the potholes. How irresponsible is that? So, you know what? This is why the Sandag appointment is so political, and I'm so sick of it. I just want someone who is going to stay in that seat and advocate for Vista on every single discussion item. And when we don't have something on the agenda in Sandag, that they will go and they will lobby, because it's a weighted vote, so we know who has the majority vote power. Lobby the county, lobby the city of San Diego. It's our job to be able to do that. We got to be more creative and figure this out, because the status quo isn't working. And the status quo was also rifled with corruption. That's why a lot of people don't trust Sandag, because it was super corrupt. Now we're trying to have more transparency and put someone there that wasn't part of that corruption before. Because I am sick and tired of losing out. And it's ridiculous that this Emerald Corridor project is going for a third time, and there have been zero comments from our representatives at the city of Vista to advocate for that plan, because people are depending on public safety in their communities. So I think it's a must. If we want to help people have more freedom of mobility and more economic opportunity, we need personal responsibility. Each and every one of us, we need to pay our fair share. With that, I will go ahead and make a motion that we accept and we introduce and adopt this ordinance to amend the Vista Municipal Code to create a process for the appointment of members of the City Council to the Board of Directors of the San Diego Association of Governments, and that is done by the majority of the council members of this body. Thank you.
I wanted to offer some clarifying information. The current regional plan is the 2021 regional plan was adopted by the Sandag Board of Directors on December 10th, 2021. It has not been amended. It has not been resubmitted to the state yet without the road user charge. The road user charge is very much still a part. Despite 3 votes to instruct staff to remove it, it has not been removed. It is still a part of the regional plan. If you look in Appendix V, like Victor, of the Regional Plan 2021, you will see the number 3.3 cents. I see you have your laptop here. You can pull it up right now. You'll see 3.3 cents along with that 2 cents from the state of California that they intend to accompany with it. That's 5.3 cents. That's where I get the number 5 cents. I've rounded it down to 5 cents because it's easier. Councilman Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council members. So I am not on the majority on this one, but I really feel like when it comes to Vistans, I am on the majority because Vista had this visionary leader who wanted to have the whole Sandag gas tax and trains and buses, and he didn't win an election against the current mayor. And somebody who spoke earlier is absolutely correct that we used to all get elected via the entire city. My first election, I got elected via the entire city. It was a lot. Second election, it was a district election, a little easier in a little section, but I do know that I'm elected by a small portion of that community. My mayor was elected by the entire city of Vista, the majority of the city of Vista. And he best represents the entire city, seeming's how the entire city, when they were out voting, they picked him. So whether I agree with him or not, I've disagreed with the guy on a lot, I really feel like he represents Vista. And the reason being are a couple things. Somebody asked, what is this about, okay? What are we really doing here? And I've never really came at council members on the dais and said that it's been political, but this is extremely political. You've heard of a lot of union members in here who are saying, Sandag signing PLAs, they're giving union people work, okay? The agenda of a political party is a lot more geared towards eliminating or, transitioning away from single occupancy vehicles and GHG emissions. And the majority of the previous Sandag board did have a very comprehensive transportation plan that allocated a huge amount of resources to buses, trains, and ATP, as they say. The city of Vista, the majority of Vistans, over 90%, drive cars. Over 75% of contractors in the city of Vista are not union contractors. A lot of contractors I know are driving their trucks by themselves with their ladders and their tools and their paint in the back of their trucks. What would you have them do? Just join a union? Or would you have them grab all their stuff and jump on a bus to go to their job? I have 4 kids and a grandkid and a wife. Is my wife supposed to get on a bus, take my kids with her to the grocery store, get all the groceries, jump back up on the bus or the train and come home? I heard somebody say, I was in Washington, D.C., and it was great. Well, that's great for Washington, D.C. I was in New York, and it was great. Fantastic. They've been building that transit system for a long time. San Francisco, same thing. Our footprint in the city of Vista was never designed for transit. And I know you could forward think to transit, right? Our roads were paved over horse and buggy trails. We didn't even straighten the roads. We don't have a grid road system in Vista. Do you have a grid road system in DC? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's not the city we live in. We live in a rural farm community. I'm sitting right next to an urban farmer right here who knows we live in a rural community. Now, to say that I got to go up there and be the voice of reason for Vista is wrong. The voice of reason sitting on the right for me. I voted in 2004 for Measure A. Some of you might not have even been able to vote in 2004, which is about 19 years ago, but the ballot language on that measure specifically says, we will expand I-5, I-8, I-15, SR-52, SR-54, SR-56, SR-57, SR-75, SR-78, SR-94, SR-125, and I-805. As of 2004, when you look at the list of those funding projects that have been funded since 2004, 0. They're all in future projects. So when we as Vistans vote for a measure and our elected officials say, hey, this is what the money's going for, that's what we expect it to go for. So as my representative for Sandag and somebody who probably voted in 2004 for this, knowing that we need the roads fixed, we're saying the same thing. We're responsible for fixing roads. We'll fix our roads. Why is Emerald not fixed? Because we're outvoted up there. The truth is, sending Mayor Franklin isn't going to change the weighted vote. And you guys might be upset that he walked out. But he walked out of that meeting with the mayor of Carlsbad, the mayor of San Marcos, the mayor of Escondido, the mayor of Vista, every mayor other than the mayor of Oceanside. But in our 78 corridor, every mayor around here walked out because they've seen 78 didn't get fixed. The roads didn't get fixed. At the end of the day, you try to get off on Emerald, it's backed up. Kids go to Tri-City Christian, picking up kids. It is crazy. And the truth is, they outvote us because of their population. The reason that they used a weighted vote this time was for a second vice president of Sandag. How petty, in my opinion, for an elected body to use a weighted vote to disapprove a second vice president. They had their president and the vice president they wanted. But the second vice president, we couldn't even give the other political party that because we're in charge and we got the weighted majority, so we're taking that away. And if you think that I want somebody to go up to Sandag and agree with that crap and say, yeah, don't fix my roads. Right now, ridership on your trains and your buses is probably below 10%, I would say. It used to be at like 9%. When I looked at the RTP a long time ago, they were hoping to get your ridership up to like 13 to 15%. With all this money they're taking, that means 100% of us are paying so that 15% of people can have a better experience on the bus. And a lot of that experience is in San Diego, down there where it's easier to have transit. The Sprinter is something that was made since I was a kid in Vista. I used to have to ride my Huffy all the way to the mall with no bus stops on Oceanside Boulevard, no bus stops up College, none of that. We've added all of that. We've added great transportation. Now, I'll tell you what, I was one of the biggest advocates for putting my girl Karina Contreras on North County Transit District. You know why? Because she rides the bus. She walks. She rides the bike. I don't. And I thought she was great for that job. And she did a fantastic job for us. The kids at Rancho Minerva Middle School are benefiting from that. We're benefiting from that. The Youth Opportunity Pass that she talked about, spectacular. She is the best member of this council to go advocate at North County Transit District. And even though she has another full-time job, she makes time to do that because it's important to her. She doesn't have to stop advocating for ATP. However, at Sandag, I need a strong person who can go up there and fight. My previous mayor, I didn't agree with. I didn't feel like she fought for us adequately. I actually ran against her and lost. You know why? Because the city of Vista didn't want me. They wanted Judy Ritter. And I respected that. She's my mayor. I went ahead and worked with her great for the next term. John Franklin's my mayor now, and he was voted by the people of Vista. He should be able to represent those people. Now, Councilmember Melendez is a fantastic person. Anybody who wants to come serve the city is an amazing person because this is a thankless job. We all got emails on both sides. Hey, you're good, you're bad, you're good, you're bad. But the truth is, we're not up here to serve any type of agenda, okay? We're here to serve the citizens of Vista. I've spoken with people who work for the IBEW. I know people who work for the Southwest Carpenters Union. They don't want to pay a mileage tax. Maybe the majority of your board does, but a lot of people who live in Vista do not. So all 30,000 of your members and 11,000, I don't think 100% of them are saying, let's move away from single occupancy vehicles. Even my man with the hard last name, second he got his license, he felt so good and such a sense of freedom. You talk about freedom of mobility. Freedom of mobility is having a car, having something you can get to and from somewhere. If you take away a person's right to have their own vehicle or charge them more money for it and make it more difficult for them to drive it, that is not a good thing for a government to do. We're not supposed to be changing behaviors, as you say. And when a government body tells people, we're gonna spend money on something, they're supposed to do it. I don't know why people don't understand that. I will never trust Sandag for another bond measure again because they didn't do what they said they were gonna do the first time. But if I can have somebody up there making sure they do what they say they're gonna do, that is a very big deal. And that's why I do support John Franklin. I don't think that somebody who says adding more lanes to the freeway is a horrible use of funds. I mean, have you sat on the 78 after 3 o'clock heading either way? They're not expanding the footprint, they're adding more lanes. How could you fight against that for Vista? Vista is the worst place to get off on the 78. Get off on Vista Village. Get off on Civic Center Drive. Get off on Emerald. They didn't do crap for us, man. And the reason is because we didn't have somebody big yelling up there. Now we have 5 mayors locking arms, walking out of meetings, screaming and yelling. 4 mayors that don't agree with Councilmember Melendez. She's gonna be the only one sitting up there saying, yeah, I don't care about, what the other mayors care about. I care about getting more people on buses and trains and ATP, because that's where the future is going. Well, that's where the future is going, but I live in 2023. I drive a car, and I do have a Tesla. Thank you very much. I also have 3 other gas-powered vehicles. I'm the sole income of my family, my wife and 4 kids. The gas tax does affect me because I pay for everything in my house. I have to go to work 5 o'clock every morning. I don't get home till 11 o'clock at night, whether I'm sitting at this dais or not. But I sacrifice my time to work for the people of Vista. And the people of Vista that I know have cars. The people of Vista that I know aren't running, to the trains and to the buses. And I know a good amount of people. And I would love to curb their behavior and help the greenhouse gas emissions, but that's not the job of elected officials. Our job is to make sure that funds are spent in the most feasible way and the most, potentially beneficial way for our community. And that's what, Mayor Franklin's fighting for, is saying, hey, you're driving more roads. You guys all raised your hand and said you had cars. I'm not gonna get interactive with the audience here, but I'll tell you what, I don't know how many of you guys have taken a bus or a train 7 days in a row, or even whatever planned to. And that's great, I see 2 of you. If there were 110,000 people in this room, I know, per the data, 9 to 13% of you, okay? So my take is the best person to represent us is our mayor. However, if the majority of the council is going to change and say the council majority can pick, I personally feel Councilmember O'Donnell is a far better representative than Councilmember Melendez. And the reason is because he has been very middle of the road when it comes to what it is, and he will not attack. He is not here saying, I am totally against the mileage tax, or I'm totally for the mileage tax. He actually wants to get the information. The other council member who is elected or who wants to go to this position already has the mindset of what she wants to do. And for me, that's not good for Vista. And I really hope that if we do go this other majority, that they would consider Councilmember O'Donnell. He does have a wife, he has a kid on the way, he just ran for office, spoke with a lot of members of the community, and I really feel like he has his finger on the pulse of the community right now. And in the event he is nominated for this position, I would think, aside from my mayor, who is my favorite pick for the position, Dan O'Donnell would be my second choice, as Karina Contreras doesn't have the time to serve. Thank you for your time, thank you for listening, and good luck to Vista.
Thank you, Councilman. And I just wanted to say, with regard to the second vice chair position, the rules of Sandag, the ones that were implemented in 1980 when it was founded, said that the chair should be elected by the weighted majority, the first vice chair should be elected by the weighted majority, and the second vice chair should be elected by the tally majority. So the rules of the organization that were adopted, remember, we weren't forced to join Sandag. Sandag was a voluntary association, and we joined it, and we formed rules that said that the tally majority, that meant Vista being represented in that, would have leadership in the organization. During the last meeting, 9 of us nominated a Democrat, Terry Gasterlin from Del Mar, to be the second vice chair, not a Republican, a Democrat. And they refused. This is not a Democrat or Republican. This is the most important thing that I hope the community will take away from this. This is not Democrats versus Republicans. Oh no. This is downtown versus suburbia. In Vista, we're the suburbs, like it or not. That's we picked Vista because it's a suburb. We didn't want to live amongst 30-story buildings. That's why we picked Vista to live. That's why I picked Vista to live. That's why most of us picked Vista to live. This is not Democrats versus Republicans. This is North County and East County, as Doug Hicks so rightly said, being screwed by the city of San Diego. That's what this is about. It's about an 800-pound gorilla being in the room with a bunch of puppies, and those puppies don't have an equal say because in 2017, AB 805 squashed the rules from the state legislature of Sandag, took away the right for the tally majority to be used, and it said the weighted majority shall rule in all equations, and we lost our voice. So I ask those of you who would put themselves forward to serve on Sandag, not would you have walked out with the Republicans, but would you have walked out with the Democrat who represented Del Mar, but had the temerity to oppose the road user charge, who had the temerity to demand, to ask politely, actually, that we have a discussion placed on the agenda, a discussion that was not compulsory by law, but a discussion that the weighted majority would agree not to disenfranchise the tally majority, that they would agree to utilize the tally vote more frequently and to not override them on certain matters, exactly like the United States Senate, where a bare majority of 51 senators rules the day on any question, yet for over 150 years, they have decided to use a 60-vote system. When Harry Reid decided to eliminate the filibuster for judicial nominations, changed the body irreparably. And Mitch McConnell on the other side admonished Harry Reid. He said, the day will come and you will regret this. Rules that protect the interests of a minority in a democracy are in the best interest of a democracy. Rules that allow a bare majority to run roughshod over cities like ours. You know, we go back to, and I brought this up at Sandag, the Great Compromise. The U.S. Constitution was adopted only because we decided to have a bicameral legislature, one where the smallest states like Delaware and Wyoming would have equal representation in the U.S. Senate. Without that great compromise, as it's called, there would be no U.S. Constitution. In our federal Congress, we protect the interests of the small states while we also advance the interests of the large states, which is why California has more representatives than the other state, but no more senators than any other state. These compromises can be worked out, but the weighted majority refused to have that conversation. In fact, they took it off the agenda for our upcoming meeting that's happening this Friday. And now they've said, well, maybe we'll talk about it in March, or maybe we'll never talk about it. They won't even allow us to have a discussion. The fact that they refuse to agendize a discussion where we could plaintively urge them to use the tally majority more frequently and to not disenfranchise cities like Vista. That is the reason. And when they went forward and called, when Nora Vargas called for a weighted majority on the question of the second vice chair and disallowed North County and East County to be represented by one of the smaller cities, a Democrat, that is the reason that we got up and left, because we wanted the weighted majority to know we're here voluntarily as a city. Vista is a member of Sandag voluntarily, and Sandag can be disbanded. And if the weighted majority continues to disregard the interest of smaller cities, then I am going to call for this city, and I know a lot of my colleagues are going to call for their cities to walk out of Sandag and for the last time, to leave the organization, to form our own metropolitan planning organization where San Diego is not a member, because we don't need to be told what to do by them. We have over, please, we have over 1 million people in East and North County. By federal law, we can have our own metropolitan planning organization. And this council may not be interested in it, but I can tell you that there's about 9 councils in this county that are interested in it. And our interests would be much better represented in a smaller organization that has the legal requisite number of residents to be represented as an MPO. And I think it's the idea is time has come. But I ask you who want to be considered for this position, would you have gotten up on behalf of Vista and the other small cities that have been disenfranchised by AB 805, would you have gotten up and walked out so that your voters, the voters of Vista, could read about how we've been disenfranchised in every news outlet in the county? Because without us getting up and walking out, without our tantrum, there is no news about our disenfranchisement, about the city of Vista not receiving funds for the Emerald Corridor. There is no news about how we're being mistreated. So I ask you, tell the voters of Vista tonight, would you have stood with the Democrat from Del Mar and with the deputy mayor of Oceanside and the mayor of Poway and the mayor of San Marcos and the mayor of Escondido and the mayor of El Cajon and the mayor of Santee? And would you have said, we're not being treated fairly, we're not receiving money for our transportation priorities, and if you're not going to share the tax dollars which we contribute on a proportional basis by which we contribute, then we are going to signal to you in the strongest terms that our partnership may come to an end. I ask you, what would you do? Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I tell you that I'd stay if I was the representative, because I am chosen to represent, and if I'm not there, then I'm really disenfranchising myself. So, but anyways, I don't think that we need to talk. I mean, this is like the problem, is that this is like super political, and then it's like now it's turning into like a one-sided lesson of US history, and then it's like, you know, if it's a Democrat walking out, do you support? It's like, no, I don't support walking out. I don't support walking out. You have a job to do. You need to represent people. I have had really difficult meetings where I wanted to walk out, but people elected me to be there in that seat, having those conversations, you know? So I don't know, like, are we gonna, we've walked out multiple times. It's not just the last meeting. That's why there were folks that, you know, in their public comments said, you know, they've never heard Vista be advocated for. You think the city of San Diego is gonna advocate for Vista? No. But do you think that if we had a representative that went to the city of San Diego and was like, listen, I'm working in good faith. These are serious projects that need to happen in my community. Now, if for some reason, you know, we do have someone that goes up to them in good faith and is trying to have a collaborative engagement to advocate for the much needed infrastructure, whether it's roads, whether it's protected bike lanes, whether it's more frequency on our transit, whether it's funding for affordable housing, whatever the case might be, and they don't want to, that's a different conversation. But we're not even trying to have a discussion to ask and advocate. And we know we got to go to the county. We have to go to the city of San Diego, to Chula Vista, and advocate for our needs. It's like really, really simple to me. And by the way, like, I don't understand all this fighting about a road usage charge that isn't even slated until 2030. We need to figure out a whole bunch of other stuff on Sandag outside of the road usage charge. Because if you have a truck that's weighted down so much, you're probably going to be paying a lot less if you pay per mile than if you pay per gallon. So I just wish that we could come to an agreement that this isn't a radical idea to amend the municipal code. You know, prior to me being on council, there was an amendment that changed the mayor and their ability to nominate for all the commissions, boards and commissions. So, you know, I mean, like, our code gets a little dusty, gets a little bit filled with cobwebs, and we have to bring it up to speed. It's what we talked about with the speed hump policy, right? It's not okay to use 2004 master thesis and old information. We need to have better direction. And I just, the weighted vote is not going to change anytime soon. It's the law. So are we just going to keep walking out? I don't care. I don't care if it's all these Democrats walking out. I would be ashamed either way. Because every time that you walk out, you're not representing your residents. And people don't have the time of day to be like watchdogging this and being like, oh my gosh, like we didn't even have anybody advocating for us. Most people don't know. We just hope and we entrust in our electeds that they're going to do the right thing. And at minimum, they're going to stay in that seat and advocate. So I do have a motion on the floor. It seems like, since this is a municipal code change, I don't know what the outcome is going to be, but I'm hearing that Councilmember Green wants to support the mayor. So what I would assume that he would not support the reading this time around of the municipal code. So I do want to offer an amendment to my own motion, which is to allow the appointment to the Sandag Association of Governments to be recommended and recommended by a majority. So I want to keep that part the same, but I do want to add a special meeting I want to offer a special meeting for a second reading. If that comes to fruition, if we don't have 4 out of 5 council members that vote yes on this, for the 26th, which is Thursday at 5:30 p.m. Sandag meets a lot, and we need to have a representative as soon as possible that is going to be advocating for the needs of Vista. So outside of that, that's all I have to say, and it looks like Councilmember O'Donnell has some commentary.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Thank you. So first, I do want to thank everyone for showing up this evening to share your comments. I want to thank all the people that emailed me. I want to thank the people that called me last night, even up until 8:30 in the evening, calls in which I answered. We talk about not politicizing this issue, and yet an email that went out yesterday, which I do not agree with, just like I did not agree with the Instagram post that went out, because it is a disservice to our community. But the email was misleading, see, because what has failed to be mentioned over and over and over again, there's a scare tactic from our supervisors saying they're going to impose this fee. It doesn't matter, they're going to impose it. So whether you vote for it or not, they're going to impose it. Well, let me tell you something. Article 8 of the Constitution of California mandates that a tax be voted on by the public, not by Sandag, not by this council. And should they try and impose a fee, I can promise you that it will be challenged in court. And we talk about politicizing an issue. Well, I'm going to tell you the quiet part out loud right now. I would not want to be the representative on Sandag imposing a fee against the will of our communities and then try and run for re-election the next election, right? So let's just get a little reality check on what is happening. The second thing I'm going to say, because everybody has said, hey, I'm against this tax. And listen, I'm against this tax right now. So I'm going to be very transparent with everybody in this room. I am against a double taxation, right? But I keep hearing over and over and over, we need to look critically at this. We need to look critically at what we're trying to accomplish. I've been hearing that for 3 years with no fresh ideas of how we are going to fund the infrastructure programs and our public transportation programs for the next 5 decades. Let's stop the political posturing, because I am genuinely tired of it. I sit here and I've gotten emails, and I am so grateful for the public for reaching out to me, because you need to have your voice heard. Just like Will last night, who I met back in October. I met him in my community, and he literally flat out told me, Dan, I am not going to support your campaign. I talked to him for another 15 minutes that night, and I said, you know what, I appreciate the conversation. If you ever need anything, here is my card, give me a call. You know what happened last night at 8:05 p.m.? Will called me. Will called me disagreeing with this motion. I didn't walk out on Will. I didn't hang up the phone in disgust. You know what I did is I sat there and had a 25-minute conversation, because that's what you do as an elected official. You don't walk out on your responsibilities. We talk about 1980 and this Sandag measure being passed. For 40 years, we have had failed representation at Sandag. This is not the new majority. I have news for you. This majority on Sandag hasn't always been there. So where is the advocacy for the 78 prior to the majority flipping? This is my problem with the argument. Everyone says let's not politicize it, but that is all we have done. The 5-cent tax it's not even fully proposed. It's an idea of what it could be. And so this idea that we are sending out emails or trying to disinform the public on what is actually taking place is a disservice to the public, because then we have to sit here for an hour and a half and have political debates rather than have constructive conversations about what we're trying to accomplish for the future of our communities. I am not going to play the game. We talk about not amending this code because it's 60 years old. It has set precedent. Listen, my grandmother, when she was 82, lost her driver's license, even though she'd been driving for 60 years. She was a detriment to the public, and it was unsafe. After 40 years of failed leadership, as our representation on Sandag, I am ready to change this code. Now, the other argument was made that there are 9 members from North County that would be willing to walk out on Sandag. Now, I ask if those would be, if it is the majority of every council, or is it every member of those councils, or the simple majority? Because then if it's just a simple majority, the whole reason we're having this discussion tonight is for that exact same purpose. So I cannot continue to play that game. But I also want to be very, very clear. Whether it is through a legislative measure or whether it is just through technology advancing, the gas tax is going to go away and be phased out at some point. It is inevitable. And I have news for you. Tonight, we talked about safety measures. It is going to cost $200,000 just to paint intersections. What do you think it's going to cost to fix a bridge? What do you think it's going to cost to widen a street? What do you think it's going to cost to fix your highways or put public transportation in? I want someone who is going to advocate, not walk out of meetings. And whether that is Councilmember Melendez, whether that is Mayor John Franklin, and I'll tell you, Armin, it's not your fault. It's not Mayor Franklin's fault. It's not Katie's fault. It is the fault of failed leadership and failed vision for this community in North County for 4 decades. That's whose fault it is. And if we should have advocated, we should have been doing this a long time ago, right? So we're going to keep bringing this up, and this is the same circles we went in the last time we had this discussion. And I'm not going to relive it. For the public record, I am against a double taxation. But I am willing to send someone there that will fight for things like the Emerald Project, that will fight for better public transportation, that will understand that we are not going to move to a fully autonomous fleet for another 3 decades at best. We need people that are forward-thinking. We need individuals that are going to fight for everyone in Vista. And whether the mayor is elected by a majority, listen, the majority on this council is represented by the communities they serve. And I had a lot of emails that were against this, a lot of emails that were for it. And so I'm going to support this measure because it's what's needed for Vista. I'm not going to politicize this issue because it's been done too much. I want to be very clear to every voter in Vista as to why I am doing this. You hold the power to impose this tax on yourselves or not. If you feel that infrastructure needs are going to be there for the next 30, 40, 50 years, long past our lifetime, our children, our grandchildren, then you need to vote for this at some point. But it's not on this dais. It's not at Sandag. It's going to be on your ballot. That's where you need to show up. And by the way, we will, on Sandag, need, by 2025, to shape the plan. And it has to be a reasonably funded plan. And so that is when community input is most needed. And so while I am glad that everyone here has shown up to share your voice, I hope that you continue to do so, because that is when we will need it most. So I'm going to second Councilmember Contreras' motion, and I want to thank you all for being here tonight.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm offering a substitute motion, which I'd like you to genuinely consider. It doesn't amend your concept at all. All it does is says the mayor shall nominate, and if the council does not approve, then it opens the nomination to the council, okay? This is for the institution of the office of the mayor. Maybe one day you'll be the mayor. I'm doing this to protect the institution of the mayor. It does not diminish. So I'm going to pass this down. It's a very simple change. It says the mayor shall nominate and a majority of the city council shall approve the appointment of one of its members to serve on the board of directors of the San Diego Association of Governments, 2 of its members to serve as first and second alternate. If the council does not approve nominations made by the mayor, alternative nominations may be offered by any member of the city council and approved by a majority of the city council. And similar to the language in the proposed resolution, the appointed members shall serve until the appointment of the successor members are approved by the city council. So it's identical in every way. It just says the mayor offers a slate. If the council doesn't approve it, then it opens up to the floor of the council. This is about the institution. I understand you have a majority here, but remember that one day the situation could be flipped. So this is about protecting the institution. So I hope you'll consider it for that reason. Councilmember Melendez.
I can't speak for the maker of the motion, but in terms of protecting the institution of the mayor, I don't understand the purpose of that. I think that there are even other decision-making powers that the mayor has through which that authority should be shared amongst a body that has equal percent voting power. For example, we have youth commissions that are picked solely by the mayor, and maybe acting city manager, Amanda Lee, could clarify that for us. Is that correct?
Yes, that is accurate.
Okay, so that's not pertinent to this discussion, but I think that there's a lot of decision-making authority that the mayor has, and I don't know what the precedent of that is. I don't know what the purpose of that is, but I really do believe in sharing decision-making, and so for that reason, I don't support this, and yes, thanks.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question to you I have. So the mayor shall nominate a majority, the mayor shall nominate and a majority of the council shall approve. So basically what you're saying is instead of all 5 of us submitting all of our ideas to the city manager and then the city manager at a meeting randomly presenting, that the mayor says, hey, this is my idea. If you like it, great. If not, the majority of the council can make the decision. So you're just saying the mayor is the first person to offer the slate, per se.
Which is the way that it currently works. So this is sort of a hybrid, but it basically says if the mayor's nomination fails to achieve a majority of the council, then the floor would be open to the council. Any member of the council could make new nominations, and the body could approve those nominations.
Okay.
It's very straightforward.
In the event we could get majority approval for this item, would you support this amendment tonight, or would you still want to have it come back for a second reading?
No, I mean, I'm not going to support this. Let me be clear about that.
Okay.
The question, I mean, you can chuckle, but
no, I want to.
There's a question of how you want the rules to be set, and we're making a major change here. This is a slight alteration. It doesn't affect your ability to change the Sandag nomination. It's a very small change. And if you don't want to support it, don't support it, and we'll vote on your motion. That's fine. But I think it's a very reasonable amendment to protect the institution. So I lay it before you, but no, I don't support changing the power. Clearly, I've made, I think that quite clear. So yeah, I'm not going to vote for it.
Okay.
I'm not going to participate, in the, I'm not going to go along with something I deeply disagree with.
Got you. I understand. I think that if we are going to change the policy, that this is basically exactly how it was before, but the majority of the council can overrule at the meeting and we'd never have to come back. So I also like the mayor appointing initially, and maybe in the future we can get there. But for now, if you're not going to support, I will not support, and we will complete their vote.
Very good. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I don't support this. I think I appreciate you offering this. This is basically what happened the first time we talked about it, so I think this is just another way to kind of like stall the process, so it takes longer for one of our representatives to represent us on Sandag. That's not you, respectfully. So I do not support that, and I call the question.
I don't really see how it delays the process. But with that being said, I think it's all been said. So yes, let's go ahead and let's vote. We've got a motion and a second. I don't see anybody else that wants to talk. So cast your votes. Okay, that item is approved. 3 in favor, 2 against. And let's see here. I think that's going to bring us to our oral communications this evening. And we do have a few who would like to speak, beginning with Bonita Lang, followed by Justin D. Best I could do. Is Bonita here? I think she's coming forward. No problem. Take your time. Thank you for being so patient with us.
Thank you. This is the most unusual city council meeting I've ever been to, and I've used to do this for a living. I had to attend every city council all throughout San Diego. So I just had a couple of things that I wanted to address because we're talking about infrastructure, we're talking about transportation, which my children can't live in this area. It's very heartbreaking that I don't get to see my grandchildren and my children because of the transportation and the cost of living. You were speaking of that earlier. And the cost of housing has made it so difficult. We're just barely, many of us, surviving, especially if you're handicapped and worked your whole life to, have something, and then here we are. So going forward, I have a few suggestions that I would just like to be put on the table. I'm very pro the children in the future have to have a livable planet. We have to have solutions. We have to look at solutions, not the bickering and this party and that party. We voted for you to find solutions and to make it better. I used to work with developers, and we developed this area when it was farms. And we developed beautiful communities, beautiful apartment complexes. These roads were clear because we didn't have the traffic at that time. And I was very proud to do that. And the developer that was here earlier was and always has been very reputable, I would have to say. But the community needs more affordable housing. And I agree, many of these developers, of course, they're in the business to make money, but people need to live. And as I said, my family can't live here. I may not be able to live here much longer. I have a couple of suggestions with the roads. I found out just this year, I heard through rumor, but then I actually brought it to the waste department. The plastics are, in fact, going on barges to Turkey. There are many of these businesses that are using the plastics, and they're coming in trains and they're putting it into the roads. No more potholes. Don't have to replace the roads. There are a lot of things that we could be doing. Other cities are doing this throughout the country. Northern California, this is already happening. So there are some counties and some cities that are forward thinking, and they're putting this into action.
Thank you very much. Justin D.
Okay, I was originally going to talk about libraries, but instead I'm going to talk about decorum. So for all of us who are watching, if you've been the victim of verbal abuse and harassment, you know what it's like to be yelled at and somebody gets red in the face and you watch the person cower. And today during this meeting, I watched another one of your colleagues cower before you. And if this is how you act in public on a dais, I shudder to think about how you treat people in public. It doesn't matter if I agree or disagree with your ideas. Everyone is entitled to some degree of respect. And there is a difference in the respect that you owe your colleagues on the dais versus a public watching you at large. So if you got upset about my laughter, sorry, you were acting like a petulant child, and I'm not an elected official, so the standard I hold myself up to is not the same as a mayor of a city. There is no reason for you to talk to your colleagues that way. What sort of precedent are you setting for young men in this city when you talk to a woman like that, when you talk to a colleague like that? If I were in any other job profession and I talked to a coworker like that, I'd have a meeting with HR. The second thing that I'd like to point out is that you are compelled when there is a motion on the table, you need to solicit a second and you need to vote on it. There is no reason why it took an hour of talking about this whole D4 business to get a vote on it, and you know it, all of you know it. Next time there's a motion on the table, you need to follow state laws, solicit a second, and move the hell on, because you wasted all of our time on a vote you knew you were ultimately going to lose, and it was a sore loser tactic. Grow a backbone and represent the people of Vista. And if you don't want to do it, then get off the diocese, because what I've heard during this entire course of this meeting is recall me, please. And I don't know how much more you can yell that. The other thing I'm going to solicit in my oral communication, because we had to wait until the end of this godforsaken meeting, is that we were subjected to a prayer at the beginning. We have no public input on religious speakers. I'm in a coven of witches. I would like to come here and invoke the elements, because if somebody can bring their Judeo-Christian God into the space, I should be able to bring my coven beliefs in here as well, because we believe in calmness and harmony and love with the nature and all that hippy-dippy nonsense, so I should be able to do that too. And if you don't allow that to happen, that's religious discrimination. And I don't want that to happen to you any more than I want it to happen to me. So I'm hoping that you get another speaker, maybe get a rabbi, maybe get one of your local Muslims or any sort of other faith religious leader. But if it shows that you have a clear preference for Christians, that's a problem, because this is a public space and every religion and faith deserves to be represented, or none of us deserve to be represented. And please, in the future, talk to your colleagues with respect. And to be clear, if Councilmember Melendez talked to you the way that you talked to her, I would be just as upset with her, because that's not acceptable, because you are a public role figure. Set a better example and hold yourself accountable, or get out of office.
Well, we have invited the rabbi and the local imam. Thank you for those suggestions. And I would admonish you that when you come into this body, you are here in the people's, please be silent. You had your moment to speak. You disrespect the people of the city of Vista who've elected this body by disrupting the meeting. Please stop disrupting the meeting. You were disrupting the meeting earlier and you're disrupting the meeting now. Please stop. I don't see Amanda Rigby in the room still. Fox.
Excuse me, real quick. I'm sorry. Can I have a point of clarification from our city attorney? I know that there's a request from the public that was a Brown Act violation. At what point, I know that we can't have a back and forth discussion during public comment. How long do we typically have where we can respond to a member of the public?
So I'm not sure what part of the Brown Act it's violating. I mean, this is
There's no violation. It's my prerogative to address the speakers.
It's a decorum.
I'm the presiding officer of the body.
I'm trying to hear from the city attorney.
It would be
I'm
the
sorry.
city council's decorum procedure. So it's nothing to do with the Brown Act that I'm aware of. So it's basically just general decorum of the meeting to only have one speaker speaking at a time and the audience not speaking out of turn.
Okay, then you and I are going to have a conversation about that.
Mr. Fox.
Hi. Okay. First, Joe Green, I would like to address you for a moment. I think you were the one who mentioned that the city council and the city in general has no business telling people how to behave. But we don't just elect you to be officers, we elect you to be leaders. I mean, surely you two must be men of God, so you must know that when King David or King Solomon told people to march forward, they did. And there was a good reason for that. We're asking you to be leaders, because without leaders, the world descends into chaos, everybody fends for themselves, and we think we have enough history to know what that looks like. And for you, John Franklin, shoot, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, I remember now. God has apparently gifted you with the ability to hold a public mic captive for a very long time, as long as you need to. And what I fail to understand is why you can't use that power at Sandag, why you can't make such a big stink and be so annoying in that organization that you make the city of San Diego wish God did not give them ears. You could do that. You could fight. But you don't. You could even appoint someone else to do it for you if you are so inclined. But you don't. Why? Why do you do that? The thing is, this whole conversation, the one thing I've got is that basically everybody here dislikes Sandag because it's controlled by the city. Like, there's no disagreement there, and you're acting like it is. We're just asking you to do your job. This is why we don't want to make things political. I mean, I get you don't like them, but you don't have to like them to do the right thing. That's all we're really asking you for. That's been the whole problem. So please do better. Like, I know you have no real reason to listen to someone like me, but like, I do want better for everyone. And I'm one of those people that looks up to everyone I meet. At no point do I ever look at someone and go, I'm better than them. And I know I do this in the steps of Jesus Christ, the man who never, ever, for one moment looked down on anyone. I ask you to do the same. I really do. You know, I know Justin went off on you about fairness and decorum, and all of those things are really important, and I ask that you consider them. But I ask that you also consider that even in the best faith interpretation of your position, it's really hard for me to understand it. It's really hard for me to accept it as logical and reasoned and in good faith. We want you to be a leader. Everyone wants you to be a leader at the bare minimum. And you either, stand up or get out of the way. That's always been the rule for all people everywhere, for all leadership. Just do something or give someone else the power to do something. It doesn't have to be you. You can even take the credit. That doesn't matter. Just make sure something gets done, please, and thank you.
And we'll go to our Deputy City Clerk, Claire Lopez. Anything for us tonight? Our City Clerk, Kathy Valdez. Any comments?
Thank you, I do. The city is seeking applications for commissions, committees, and boards, whether you are a business owner in the Business Improvement District, a frequent user of the city's parks and recreation programs, a senior looking to get involved, or have an interest in safety or traffic issues, there is a commission, committee, or board for you. A list of upcoming vacancies, descriptions of each of the bodies, and the application forms are available on the city's website under City Hall and Boards and Commissions. Applications are due February 13th. Feel free to contact me if you have questions or need additional information. My phone number is 760-643-5320, or email me at kvaldez@cityofvista.com. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your City Attorney, Walter Chung. Our interim City Manager, Amanda Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to welcome our interim Fire Chief, Roy Palmer. I know he's probably in the back room at this particular time, as Chief Palmer has joined the City of Vista in our interim while we search for a permanent Fire Chief. Fire Chief Palmer came to us from the state of Oregon. He has been a fire chief since there's Chief Palmer over there standing in the corner. He's been in the fire department since 1973 after serving in the Air Force. He has a plethora of experience, and you can read his bio on our website. Also, a friendly reminder that there's the point in time count will be held on Thursday, also the same day as our special city council meeting at 5:30 p.m. We will be having a meeting on the point-in-time count this Thursday in partnership with the San Diego Regional Task Force on Homelessness from 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. Registration has closed because we do have enough participants at this particular time, because we are full of capacity of volunteers. However, some people do back out, so if you do want to show up at 4 a.m. and count those who are experiencing homelessness, you can go to the North County Lifeline facilities. The Moonlight Club dinner show shows begin this Friday with sold-out show celebrating Tom Jones starring David Burham. Check out the upcoming performances at moonlightstage.com. And lastly, I'm happy to report that the Civic Center has widened the northbound route of the Paula Vista Park project. Striping on the lane is slated for early next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Donnell.
Final public comments, are we there, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so one, thank you all for staying. I know this has been an excruciatingly long meeting. For all those that are still watching at home, thank you for tuning in. I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Ms. Kathy Valdez, as well as Chris Mitchell from the IT team, who finally put the apostrophe in my name after 6 weeks on the dais. So I hope you all have a great night. I want to thank my colleagues for the dialogue this evening. It's okay to disagree, but I'm just glad that we can have the conversation. So have a great night.
Thank you. Councilmember Melendez.
Lovely. Thank you all for staying and persisting in this meeting. As your representative on Community Energy Alliance, I wanted to give a very brief update. We are still on track to officially be joining Community Energy Alliance April 2024. So I'm currently on the board, but we're not currently receiving services from them yet. And recent updates just include, one of the challenges is making sure that we can still provide a cost saving to the customers. And the issues that affect SDG&E also are going to affect Community Energy Alliance. And one of those issues is the cost of natural gas. The cost of natural gas is continuing to go up. And one of the reasons for that is delivery challenges with pipelines. So it is a challenge that all agencies are experiencing, so we don't expect for it to affect how our rates are in comparison to SDG&E, but we are also trying to anticipate what our energy costs will be when it warms up, especially coming in September and the early fall, late summer months. So that is a little bit of an update of some recent information I got from Community Energy Alliance. I also wanted to update that this Saturday, January 28th, there is a human trafficking walk at the United Methodist Church of Vista. And I hope that you will join us. It is just a peaceful march through that area of the city, and it's a great time to connect with people who advocate for survivors of human trafficking and just build awareness and learn more about how this issue affects our community, because it does greatly affect our San Diego region. Human trafficking is a really big problem, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Yes, I too want to thank you all for sticking it out. Oddly, it feels like the new normal, 11 p.m. So there's a lot to discuss. Hopefully we can continue to move forward with connecting our community better, and we can shrink down the amount of time it takes for us to get there during council meetings, but we'll see how that goes. Okay, so keep staying engaged. I do want to throw a shout out because we have 3 Vista youths headed to the national boxing tournament. This is Rudy Moreno. He's an all Air Force champion boxer, born and raised here in Vista. And I can't even remember if it was 2 years ago or 1 year ago. I invited him. He had reached out and I said, hey, come give a presentation to the council, because I always think it's really important for us to see what our nonprofits are doing, especially when there's an aim at building character and helping folks overcome generational trauma and poverty, and being able to help our youth create a future self for them where they see themselves succeeding. And yeah, it's just incredible. So I'm just going to read this little excerpt here. Under the direction of Vista Boxing Club coach and founder Rudy Moreno, amateur boxers Ulina Torres, Victor Tony Boy Villagomez, and Antonio Padilla will represent the local gym at the National Silver Gloves Tournament starting February 8th. That's incredible. We have homegrown champions. This is not the first time that Vista's represented in this tournament, but I'm hoping that we get a 3-for-3 on this. If you can, check them out, support them, and yeah, so that's all I want to say outside of I told NCTD, you better get the frequency up on the 303, and I'm going to make sure that happens at a minimum for our youth that are using it to get to school and to get home from school. So other than that, I hope you all have a very good night. My door is always open. I love having communication with members in the community, and let's keep the communication going. Please send me all your questions, and if you want to have a one-on-one, I'm here for it. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. Thank you, everybody, for speaking. Thank you, staff, for all that you do. I do want to welcome my new interim fire chief. I understand he is a golfer as well, and looking forward to all these awesome Southern California golf courses while you're here. I hope that you will be able to work well with our fire department and inform us as a council what we can do to keep our city safer and better equipped for what's ahead. I also wanted to just thank my colleagues for a great discussion tonight, but I especially wanted to thank our new council member, Dan O'Donnell. I love the passion, my friend, and although I definitely disagree with you on some issues, your take on things and the way that you speak and the amount of information you get is exactly what I would love to see up at Sandag. So at our next meeting, I know our mayor is not going to be sent there. I look forward to a debate of who we would be sending and kind of what you would offer. And I would love to, the 3 people who are going to be up for that position, figure out who wants it and what you guys will do for us. Because as of right now, I feel like Mr. O'Donnell is very well poised to represent Vista. I thank you for bringing this forward tonight, Mr. Mayor. Everything we talked about tonight was great. Glad we're getting some green bike lanes in Vista. It's a big deal, and glad that I get to have tacos before Taco Tuesday is over. Thank you so much.
I too want to thank everybody who participated, all the citizens who emailed and came and sat through, I think it's a 5-hour meeting or close to it by now. Thank you very much for taking the time to engage with your democracy. Thank you for being respectful of our city and the voters who elected us and for whom we represent. I want to thank those who joined us to kick off our city's 60th anniversary of incorporation this afternoon. We're planning events throughout the year. Details will be coming soon. We hope that you'll join us for upcoming celebrations. Also, a huge thank you to the Vista Chamber of Commerce for a great State of the City event yesterday and for all who attended. I really appreciate it. Check out Vista's State of the City video on our YouTube channel, which includes work accomplished by the city in the past year and will serve as a foundation for building a stronger and more livable community for residents and businesses alike. The Vista Sheriff Station will host a Coffee with the Community event on February 2nd between 8 and 10 a.m. at Starbucks at 465 Hacienda Drive. Residents will enjoy some free coffee and meet our new sheriff's captain, John Boyce. There will be crime prevention resources and swag for the public. Joe likes swag, right, Joe? Contact Crime Prevention Specialist Chloe Tureen Deprez at 760-940-4352 for more information. If you want to learn more about how the city works, what's new with the city, and meet city staff, then sign up to participate in the Spring 2023 Vista Leadership Academy. Vista residents 18 and older and business owners are eligible for this free 8-week program. Sessions are held on Wednesday evenings, except for one session held at lunchtime, starting February 22nd, running all the way through April 19th. The graduation ceremony will be on April 25th, right here in our council chambers. For details, visit cityofvista.com/residents/leadership academy, or maybe easier than that, call our city clerk, Kathy Valdez, at 760-643-5320, or email kvaldez@cityofvista.com. Thank you all for being here tonight. We are adjourned.